Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. All glories to SRILA Prabhupada, all glories to Krishna, Nagodi, Nitai, God, Premanande, Hari Hari Bol.
Hare Krishna Gurudev Dandavat Pranam Jai Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna everyone. All glories to His Divine Grace Sri Bhakti Vedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. All glories to His Grace God and Chandra Gurudev. Om Agyanati Mirandasya Gunanjara Ashravakya Chakshuram Militam Yena Tatsri Guru Namaha. Krishna Chaitanya Manovistam स्थापितं येन भूतले श्यां रूपं कदा मह्यं ददाति सम्पदान्तिकं वन्देऽहं श्रीगुरुश्रीयुतपदकमलं श्रीगुरुवैष्णवां च श्रीरूपं साभिजातं श्रावरघुधान्वितं तं सजीवं सादैतं श्रावधूतं परिजनसहितं कृष्णचैतन्यदेवं श्रीराधाकृष्णपदानं श्रावललिता विशाखान्वितं हे कृष्ण करुणा सिन्धु दीनबन्धु जगत्पते गोपेश गोपिका कान्त राधा कान्त नमोऽस्तुते तप्त काञ्चनं गौराङ्गी राधे वृन्दावनेश्वरि वृषभानुसुते देवी प्रणमामि हरिप्रिय वाञ्छाकल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपा सिन्धु एव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः जय श्री कृष्ण नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदान्त स्वामी इति नामे नमस्ते सरस्वती देवी गौरवाणी प्रसारि निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशतारिणी जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासुदेव गौर भक्त वृंद हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे राम राम हरे कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे राम हरे हरे All glories to His divine grace, Sri Bhakti Vedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. Jai Srila Prabhupada, Jai Gurudev. So, Hare Krishna everyone. Welcome to Bhakti Kala Carnival Day 14, and today is the Srila Prabhupada's pastime special sessions. Everyone must participate. Whatever we have heard from Gurudev and Srila Prabhupada also in many of his lectures and books also he mentioned about his pastimes, especially in the lectures, conversations, morning walk. Many times he speaks about his pastime. So whatever you want to speak, at least even one pastime, at least everyone should speak. So yeah, let's start with the today's session. First, who wants to come? Any had given name. Vilas Manjari Mataji, Krishnadas Prabhuji will come on second. Chint Sakti Mataji, Pran Priya, Pratiman Prabhuji, Radha Rani Mataji, Tejashwini Mataji. Who wants to come first?
Hare Krishna Mataji, can I come?
Yes, okay, Mataji.
Okay.
Just 1 minute, Mataji. Everyone, please raise your hand. So I will be able to call everyone one by one. Who all wants to speak? Please raise your hand. Yes. Yes, Mataji.
Hare Krishna Gurudev Dandavat Pranam Jai Shri Prabhupada. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gaurvani Pracharine Nirvishesh Shunyavadi Pashya Desha Tarine Om Agyantimirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitanena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namah Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Sthapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamyam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Uttapad Shri Gurun Vaishnavamsha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sagana Raghunathanvitam Tam Sajvam Sadvitam Sadhutam Parijna Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Salalita Shri Vishakha Vitamsha हे कृष्णा करुणा सिंधु दीनबंधु जगतपते गोपेशा गोपिका कांता राधा कांता नमस्तुते तप्त कांचन गौरांगी राधे वृंदावनेश्वरी वृषभानुसुते देवी प्रणमामि हरिप्रिय वाञ्छकल्पतरुभाष्यस्य कृपा सिन्धुभ्य एव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे राम 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 हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे राम हरे कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे राम हरे All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Please forgive me, Prabhupada, if I speak anything wrong due to my imperfect senses. Your glories are unlimited. So, I would like to start with a pastime where there is a story of a disciple of Srila Prabhupada, sannyasi disciple. This is such a big inspiration for us. So, there was a sannyasi. I wouldn't take his name. So he was very enthusiastic in seva and everything he was doing for Prabhupada. But he was a sannyasi. But what happened once, he lusted a girl and he fell down. He ended up marrying that girl. So out of guilt, he was not able to come in front of Prabhupada. And then somehow he met Srila Prabhupada and he spoke to Prabhupada that when Chota Haridas lusted a girl, so Chaitanya Mahaprabhu rejected him. So you will also reject me, right? So Prabhupada told that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is God. If he wants, he can make the whole world Krishna conscious alone. But I need each and everyone in this moment to cooperate me to spread the glories of Krishna, to spread this moment. So I don't mind if you have fallen down. All I want you is to be again engaged in the service of Krishna. This is very, even if Prabhupada wants in 8 days he can make the whole world Krishna conscious. Gurudev has told many times he can make the whole world. Prabhupada books, Prabhupada transcendental voice, they are so potent that, like, just imagine not even reading but anyone if just touch the book of Srila Prabhupada, his spiritual life starts, to the extent that Srila Prabhupada told that anyone who is reading my book is already initiated. He is already initiated person. So they are so potent. And Gurudev also told at one place that anyone who hears Srila Prabhupada Hare Krishna Maha Mantra even once by any how, so उसकी भी spiritual life start हो जाती है. Now it's just a matter of officially starting it. So just imagine how potent Prabhupada books and words and his voice, everything is. किसी भी तरह anyone comes in contact with Prabhupada, his spiritual life starts. So even Prabhupada has that potency to make the whole world Krishna conscious, but still he again and again tells that I need all of you, I need all of you, I need all of you. Uh, there is again this similar pastime with his another disciple as well, where he was a sannyasi, and he was giving actually the best service to Srila Prabhupada in those days to his best capacity, but somehow he fallen down and he ended up marrying despite of being a sannyasi. This is another disciple. So society was criticizing that person. Society was criticizing that disciple that he fell down, Prabhupada, so now he cannot serve you as before, right? So Prabhupada immediately stopped and told that why not? If he is able to serve me like before in his marital status, it is all right to me. And what actually end up bringing tears in my eyes is this story of a pastime of a Mataji disciple where she was married, but still she was in an extramarital affair. So she gave up her previous husband, and she was in very guilt consciousness. She was not able to give up her extramarital affair, and she was also not able to face Srila Prabhupada says ISKCON. She had literally stopped all her sevas and everything. Prabhupada had literally wrote so many letters to her, just to convince her that it's okay, even if, like, he didn't told it's okay, but all he requested her is that you start serving Krishna, because she was not ready to listen to Prabhupada anything, any philosophy. She had fallen down so much in her consciousness. So Srila Prabhupada told that ठीक है जैसे भी हो, but start serving Krishna again. So reading all the letters every day since now 1 year plus, I could understand one thing, that all that Prabhupada wanted from each and everyone is chant 16 rounds and keep serving Krishna. Fall down bhi ho raha hai, but do not leave the seva to Krishna. This is what I could understand. Like Prabhupada even told that Mataji disciple, like her name was Krishna Priya Devi Dasi. So Prabhupada even told that Mataji disciple that, see, you are so dear to me, you are so precious to me. This is why I gave you this spiritual name, Krishna Priya Devi Dasi. So that was so like Prabhupada did everything in his power to just bring that Mataji back in the service of Krishna, despite of having such a big fall down. So this is really quality of Prabhupada, that he only knows to see how everyone can be engaged in Krishna's service. No matter where you are, how you are, just keep serving Krishna. All he cared about is you keep chanting and keep serving Krishna. So these are really inspiring pastimes of Srila Prabhupada. Like Gurudev says that Krishna never forgets. Bhagavatam says Krishna never forgets any service which is once done to him. In the same way, even spiritual master do not forget any service that you have done to him. Prabhupada remembers everything, everything. They're just short stories. So there was a sannyasi disciple. So uh, he decided to leave the movement. So he wrote a very humble letter to Srila Prabhupada, uh, making Prabhupada aware of his condition. And along with the letter, Prabhupada, he also sent his sannyastic back to Prabhupada. So when Prabhupada's secretary uh, told Prabhupada about the situation, and Prabhupada को जब letter दिया and Prabhupada read, so Prabhupada asked for the stick, उसने stick भी भेजी है. So what Prabhupada told next was how responsible he is. He didn't forget anything. So so like Prabhupada is like you are, even if you are the whole black cloth, but if you have one drop of Krishna consciousness, one white dot in your character, any little thing about Krishna, and he will always see that. Prabhupada told just one sentence that how responsible he is. Obviously, then Prabhupada also tried to bring him back. Then there was a disciple who was like who was getting tested by Maya so hard that he told Prabhupada that, Prabhupada, I feel like Krishna consciousness. I don't feel like continuing it. my mind is going to sense pleasure and everything. I just want to give this up. So Prabhupada just told one thing in written that uh, I request you to just give your this one life to Krishna. You just give this one life to Krishna and I won't say anything in your next life. बस ये जो लाइफ है ना ये कृष्णा को दे दो, फिर तुमको जो करना है तुम अपनी नेक्स्ट लाइफ में करना. यू आर फ्री टू डू एनीथिंग इन योर नेक्स्ट लाइफ, बट जस्ट गिव दिस वन लाइफ टू कृष्णा. So that was so caring and fatherly affection of Prabhupada, because he knew that if he will leave Krishna in this life, he might not get the chance or he might get deviated in the next life. But if he holds to Krishna in this life, Krishna will make sure that, you know, he might not have to take birth again. So Prabhupada, all that Prabhupada cared about is you keep serving Krishna. Then this pastime, we all have heard from Gurudev that about a disciple, uh, Sudama Prabhu. So he was also serving very nicely to Prabhupada. He was doing everything for Prabhupada. He spread the movement in the West and everything. But after Prabhupada left, so there was this conflict going on by the GBC that you become Guru. And he was very determined on his point that when did Prabhupada told to become Diksha Guru? Prabhupada never ordered this thing. Why you all are doing these things? So at one point, ISKCON people even told him to that if you won't accept our offer, we will kick you out of ISKCON. And he agreed that eh, मेरा fall down भी हो जाए, मेरे साथ कुछ भी हो जाए, it's okay. But I won't betray my spiritual master. I will never do this thing. And obviously, he was a Westerner, so out of association, he fell down very bad. He fell down very, very bad. Matlab, he became trans and every type of sexual activities and all the things, everything possible in this world he has done. But uh, when it was the time of his, when it was the time of his leaving the world, so Prabhupada came and took him back to Krishna. Why? Because Prabhupada saw the loyalty for him. Because even Prabhupada knew that अगर वो तब रहता वहां पे, if he would be there in ISKCON at that time and had accepted the offer, he might not have fallen down. But he chose loyalty to Srila Prabhupada over name and fame and every other thing. And that loyalty, Prabhupada saw that loyalty was this is the difference between material world and spiritual world. Because material world का क्या होता है, no matter how good you are, how good you've been to them, all they see is आप एक खराब काम करो and everything will be washed away. But in the spiritual world, when we come to spiritual society, spiritual master, हाँ, so no matter how bad you do, one sincere service to Krishna, one sincere service to the spiritual master, and he will make sure that you do not get deviated. Prabhupada always made sure that. So this is Prabhupada, that even today I read the same thing, that one of the quality of Prabhupada was he never saw fault in others. He has always, tried to engage everyone in Krishna's service, no matter how fallen you are, in which position you are. All he cared about is you keep serving Krishna and do not compromise on chanting 16 rounds. So there was then one pastime of Srila Prabhupada uh, before ISKCON and all these things happened. He was distributing books. So this is very so he was distributing books in Delhi, and it was like really hot summer, and it was afternoon time. Matlab, a person could barely stand, and he was distributing books. And a bull hit Srila Prabhupada. A bull hit Srila Prabhupada, and Srila Prabhupada was alone, and he got fainted, and everybody took him to the hospital. So Prabhupada was not in his senses at that time. But as soon as he came to his sense, जैसे कि Prabhupada came to his sense, and a doctor told that yeah, everything is fine, he immediately left the hospital and again started distributing books. He was so determined in book distribution, in following the order of Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur, that he didn't really care कि बाहर क्या atmosphere है, what actually happened to me. He got fainted by the bull heat. So he was taken to the hospital. And when the doctor said that everything is okay, now all you need to do is rest, he didn't rest, but he woke up and he again went for the book distribution. And he did it for the entire whole day. So everything that Prabhupada did, every exchange of Srila Prabhupada with his disciple is, itself a great teaching to us. Prabhupada is like, walking, talking, school walking, talking Krishna. He teaches us. In Prabhupada, you can see how Krishna would be actually. And at one point, spiritual master is even more merciful than Krishna. And we can see this by the example of that sannyasi disciple who end up marrying. So please forgive me if I have spoken anything wrong due to my imperfect senses. Please forgive me. Vanchakalpatarubhashyasya kripa sindhubhya eva cha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavyo namo namah. I'm sorry, Prabhupada. Thank you for giving me the seva opportunity. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna Srila Prabhupada, Jai Srila Prabhupada, Jai Gurudev. Chitra Mataji, you want to speak? Krishnadas Prabhuji, can you come?
Yes, Mataji.
Okay.
Hare Krishna, Gurudev, Dhanavad Pranam, Jai Srila Prabhupada, Hare Krishna, everyone. I will just start the prayers. Om Ajnanatimirandhasya Jnananjana Salakaya Saksaranmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. Shri Chaitanya Manovistam Sthapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadam Mahyam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yuttapada Kamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamsam Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunathan Vitam Tam Sadevam Sadvaitam Sadvadutam Parijana Sahita Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Paran Sahagana Lalita Shri Visakan Vitamsa हे कृष्ण करुणा सिंधु दीन बंधु जगतपति गोपेश गोपिकांत राधा कांत नमस्ते तप्त कांचन गौरांगी राधे वृंदावनी श्री विश्वानुसुते देवी प्रणमामि हरे प्रिय Namo Vishnuade Krishna Vishte Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Namini Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pachani Nirvishesha Sunnavadi Pastare Risadhani Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasari Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Hare Vansakalpatarubhasya Kripasani Vichavatitanam Pavani Vaishnava Namo Namo. So, Prabhupada, if we talk about pastimes, then it definitely refers to someone who is a god or his eternal associates like Srila Prabhupada. So, every activity that they perform, it becomes a it is a pastime because they are not bound by any karmic activities. So everything they perform from their appearance to disappearance, everything that goes on eternally, it is all our pastimes, just like Krishna. So the first pastime I would like to start by one very heart-touching pastime which Gurudev shared in our Sadhu Sangha group recently. It was when Srila Prabhupada was living in the Radha Damodar temple in Vrindavan near Radhagun. So he for 6 years he stayed there in the Radha Damodar temple. He had 2 rooms, just small 2 rooms. So when we in November when we went there with Gurudev, so we had the opportunity to see those 2 rooms of Srila Prabhupada. So these 2 rooms were not very big in size, just so that one people can just fit in. It was that size only, and one can still feel the presence of Srila Prabhupada when one goes there. So he stayed there for 6 years, from around from 1959 to 1965, just before going to the United States. So what happened is that there in Radhakund, when Prabhupada was staying there, so there one sannyasi, his name was Hridayananda Maharaj. I think it's Hridayananda Babaji Maharaj. His name was. So he was also staying there in near Prabhupada's quarters. So once in an interview, so this Sripad Hridayananda Babaji Maharaj was asked about Srila Prabhupada. He was also a pujari. Apart from being a sannyasi, he was also a pujari there at the Radhagunda. And so what happened is that when the reporter asked about Srila Prabhupada, then he at first he became just a little. He started to began to weep just by just when the reporter asked him about Srila Prabhupada. So just we can imagine what kind of influence he had at the time. I'm sorry, there is a little bit noise. I'm outside, so he at just 1 second. I'll go somewhere else. Actually, I'm not home. Outside. Okay, I'll start. So the reporter asked him about Srila Prabhupada. So he first stated that in his entire life he has never seen anyone like Srila Prabhupada. That he was the just by looking at the austerities he performed, the kind of sadhana, kind of austerities he performed, just by remembering that he became a little emotional. So he used to sometimes this Hirananda Babaji Maharaj, he used to hear somebody, that somebody is weeping near the in the courtyard of Srila Rupa Goswami's Samadhi. So he used to sometimes hear that somebody is crying in the middle of the night every day. So, and he also sometimes used to see that many times in the middle of the night, at 1, 2 a.m. or like that he would hear this voice, that somebody is crying at Rupa Goswami's Samadhi. So, of course, at the time, many people are everyone is sleeping. So he became a little curious, who is this person? Then one day he decided to see who is this person. So he went to the roof of his house, and to his surprise, he saw that it was Srila Prabhupada. He was weeping in the courtyard of Rupa Goswami. He was just sweeping, and he was just crying and asking for the mercy of Srila Rupa Goswami. He was begging that, oh, hey Rupa, hey Sanatan, hey Gurudev, please give me your mercy. He's like that. He was praying that without you, I cannot do anything. Please give me your strength. Like that, he was praying to Srila Rupa Goswami, and at that, because Srila Prabhupada, at the time when he went to USA, at the time he was 69. So when he was in that, at the time, maybe his age was around 65 or so. So like that only, maybe 65, 66, like that his age was at the time. So his age was also a little bit advanced at the time. So he had a very small broom. The broom was not very size. So when he was sweeping, he had to bend a little bit. So it is not possible for someone, a normal, ordinary person who is advanced in age, for him it becomes difficult to broom a room with such a small broom. So these are some of the minute details we can understand, that he was completely on the spiritual platform. So he was crying like that, and after that, when he went to USA, or when he when they went to USA, or he was no more in the Radha Damodar temple. So at the time, after that, he came to know that it was actually Srila Prabhupada only who was empowered by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, because he was the Senapati Bhakta. So at the time, Babaji Maharaj did not know that Srila Prabhupada is the only one person who was empowered by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu himself to go to the West and spread the entire Krishna consciousness movement. So he said that when I came to know about Srila Prabhupada, that he is that empowered Acharya, said I was not surprised. So this is what he said, that I was not surprised when I came to know that this was Srila Prabhupada only who was empowered, because he just by looking, just by observing Srila Prabhupada when he was there, he came to know that what kind of personality was Srila Prabhupada. Just the divinity he showed when he was staying there, he came to know. And he also revealed one very stunning secret, that he once saw that Prabhupada, he for 6 months he did not come out of his room. He was in samadhi. He was only in his room chanting the holy names of the Lord. So he was in samadhi at the time. So this one was really very stunning and very amazing pastime. And at the time also, he wrote all these forestry volumes of Srimad Bhagavatam and all. And Gurudev also many times told that sometimes he did not even used to have the papers to write his books. So what he used to do, that for exchange of half roti, he would take one paper in exchange. So this is what he used to do. So we cannot even imagine this kind of things, that just for writing something, he would just accept half piece of roti, and the other half he used to give to someone for exchange of one paper, and there he would used to write his books and magazines. So these are some of the pastimes. And also, when he returned from USA after his grand success, after establishing ISKCON, when he returned to India, so obviously many people, thousands of people, they were very curious. They were cheering for Prabhupada, and his disciples were, because they were in complete awe of Srila Prabhupada, that what he has achieved. So thousands of people gathered to accept him. So one reporter at that time asked him that you have accomplished such a miracle, you have done so much. So like this, one reporter was just praising him. At the time, Prabhupada said he first looked down. He was not he was not puffed up that he has done something very great, because if we see from this material calculation also, so what he has done is just something that no one can achieve. It's something extraordinary. No one has achieved such a thing ever in history. So when that reporter started to praise him, so at that time he just looked down and said that this is for this act I have no credit. I was just a small, just a humble. He said that I was just a small and humble dog of my spiritual master. This is what he said. That I just exactly said what what I have heard from my spiritual master, and all the credit belongs to my spiritual master. This is what he said with full humility. So any ordinary person, if achieves even something, a little something, there is no one who can achieve something like Prabhupada. But even if someone gets a little higher in position or achieves something a very little which has no value, he gets puffed up, fully puffed up. Any ordinary person, it's natural. No matter how he may show himself that, but every person, this is just natural in everybody, that he gets puffed up. But Prabhupada was fully humble. He never said that I have done something very great. He said that I have just repeated what my spiritual master told, and all the credit goes to him only. And there's also one I heard, one pastime of Srila Prabhupada with monkeys. That what happened is that it was in, I think, in Vrindavan only. This pastime I heard many long ago. So I think it was in Vrindavan only, in Krishna Balaram temple or there. So what happened that when he was in his room, so we all know that in Vrindavan there are many monkeys. So some monkeys used to come there, and very aggressive monkeys used to come sometimes there, and the disciples they used to chase them away. These monkeys. The disciples, because they were fearful that these monkeys might harm Srila Prabhupada, because they were very aggressive. But Prabhupada, he told that no need to chase them away. Then one day, what happened that one of the disciples, he saw that Prabhupada was speaking something with the monkeys in their own language, in the language of the monkeys. Until we have all heard that Krishna can speak even in the language of the animals. This is we have heard many times from Gurudev that Krishna can speak in all the language, even in the language of the animals. So that disciples saw that even Prabhupada, he was speaking with the monkeys in their own language, and he was telling something. He could not obviously understand what Prabhupada was telling, and he was something murmuring or something in a different way. He was speaking like that. So he saw that the monkeys, they become automatically very those monkeys, because they were very aggressive. When Prabhupada started to speak to them, so these monkeys, they were no more aggressive after Prabhupada told something to them. Then in English, Prabhupada told that now you should go away from here, because you are also the residents of Rajdham. So this kind of behavior does not befit you. So you should go like this. He went there. So the disciple told that he was very surprised that day. So he then asked Prabhupada so Prabhupada explained everything to him. So he also, after that, when he saw these incidents, he went down and told all his fellow mates, fellow God brothers that I have just seen is just, I'm really surprised. What I've seen is just nothing of this world. he was very surprised, and he told all his friends that I have seen Prabhupada. He was talking to monkeys like this in their own language. So he was very surprised. And to their surprise, that those monkeys, after that, they never came there. Before that day, these monkeys used to come every day, but after Prabhupada told them something, that to their surprise, that these monkeys never came down, to in front of Prabhupada. So this was also very nice. And one more pastime was with monkeys only. This Prabhupada, that some monkeys used to steal Prabhupada's slippers. So this what we have seen in Vrindavan, that when monkeys, if something is in our hand, then monkeys will come and steal them, and in exchange we have to give to the monkeys. Then he will return this thing. So this is the behavior of the monkeys in Vrindavan. So what these monkeys did, that they stole Prabhupada's slippers. Then they were not in the mood of returning. So the disciples, Prabhupada's disciples, they thought that let us give something to this monkey, and let us feed him this some sweet, and in return he might return this Prabhupada's shoes. So they offered something. They gave something to eat to this monkey, and monkey was very clever. He came and took these sweets, but he did not return Prabhupada's shoe. So like this, the disciples tried 2-3 times, but he was not. The monkey was not returning Prabhupada's shoes. At last, but the monkey returned, and even the monkey, but he the shoe, the monkey bit the shoe Prabhupada, and it was a little bit teared, and it was not in the good condition because the monkeys bit that shoe. So, but the disciples saw that even after many years, that shoe was still with Prabhupada. Just like I told, that he was not lacking in anything. He had everything. He had money. He had everything. He had Krishna, most importantly. So it is not like he cannot afford one shoe. But that same shoe he was wearing even after many years. Those shoes were not even in the proper condition after that. But still, he was wearing these shoes. And one more beautiful pastime, Srila Prabhupada's Gurudev told us that once he was in London in Bhaktivedanta Manor in Lechmore Hill. I think we have all seen in picture of this Bhaktivedanta Manor in London. So one afternoon, what happened that Prabhupada was in the garden, just outside the temple. He was in the garden, and there were many flowers and trees like that. So what was Prabhupada doing? That he was plucking out the flowers, and he was smelling just like that, and he was touching all the trees. So he was showing a different, a very extraordinary kind of behavior. So this all his disciples, they became very astonished. What happened to Prabhupada today? That he is behaving very weird today. He never does this. So one of the disciples even told Prabhupada that, Prabhupada, what are you doing? That we have to first offer to Krishna. So his one disciple was telling Prabhupada this, that we have to first offer to Krishna. Why are you plucking? So Prabhupada did not say anything. So after that, he went away. That night only, he went away after some time. So what happened that after that, a very huge thunderstorm came. Very rain, thunderstorm, and like that. It was such a big thunderstorm that all these trees, flowers, everything, the winds took these trees and flowers with the wind. So Prabhupada realized, because he was always transcendentally situated, he knew everything, that what is going to happen. So he knew that even today one thunderstorm is going to come, and this is the last day of these flowers and trees. So he decided to, because he was a devotee, is naturally very compassionate to all kinds of living entities, even to the trees and plants. We have all read and heard from Gurudev that the trees and plants, they have the least consciousness. Out of all the living entities, they have the least consciousness. So, but Prabhupada, he was compassionate to even these trees and plants. So he, because he knew that because he knew that today this thunderstorm is going to come and destroy everything. So he just decided to liberate them, to take them. Even Gurudev told that even these plans were then Prabhupada took them with him to Golo. So all these plans in trees, they were also liberated. So these are some of the nice pastimes of Prabhupada. There are many more pastimes. One can never complete. Speaking of these amazing pastimes of Srila Prabhupada, and there's one more pastime when Krishna personally came to Prabhupada. We all know this pastime. That when Prabhupada was one day, he was just singing for Krishna. Then he was one of his disciples. I forgot his name. It was before going to US. He was very chanting and dancing very ecstatically. So I forgot his name, what his name was. So he was surprised. Then he thought that Prabhupada is in singing now, busy. Let me come tomorrow. So he came next day to Prabhupada. He saw that still Prabhupada was just chanting, dancing, and with his mridanga, he was in full ecstasy. Then after that, when finally Prabhupada, when he finally met Prabhupada, so at the time he asked Prabhupada that I saw yesterday that you were like this in full ecstasy, chanting and dancing. Then today also I saw that you are in the same exact mood. So what happened? Why are you so happy? And he also saw that there's one Prabhupada was wearing a very a long, very aromatic kadamba flower he was wearing. And these kadamba flowers, these kadamba trees are not available in that part of the region. So he was really surprised where Prabhupada got these flowers, kadamba flowers. And we have all seen these kadamba flowers. These are actually bigger in size. But the kadamba that he was wearing, Prabhupada was wearing, these were not very big in size. They're small and smaller in size, and they were very aromatic. And so when he asked, so Srila Prabhupada, he was cried, and he said that when I was chanting and I was feeling some love for Krishna, at that time Krishna personally came and gave me this garland of kadamba flower, and he began to weep, saying this, that Krishna came to me and he gave me this kadamba garland. And then when I went to touch his lotus feet, then he disappeared. So then when he said this, he began to weep. So this was also very heart touching. And one more time, Krishna came to Prabhupada when he was sailing in the Jaladuta, and he had his heart attack. So Krishna personally came and massaged his feet. Why only Krishna? He came with all his incarnations, with his Dasa avatars, and he saw that all the Dasa avatars were rowing the ship. So and Krishna personally came and massaged him, took him in his lap and started massaging his chest. So and many times, so Prabhupada, he could see Krishna 24/7, and these are many instances. Just like somebody asked Prabhupada that, have you seen Krishna? Many times, some people used to ask him that, have you seen Krishna? So Prabhupada used to say, yes, I can see him 24/7. Or I can see him 24/7. So, and many times he said, a devotee, even in his sleep, he serves Krishna. A devotee, first of all, sleeps only for like half an hour, 1 hour, like that, not more than that. And even in that hour, he is still serving Krishna. So a devotee actually never sleeps. He's always full-time Krishna consciousness. He's always thinking of the Krishna. And Gurudev also once told us that once one of his disciples, he just put his ear on his back and he could hear Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. So even when Prabhupada was apparently not chanting, but he was chanting 24/7. If every atom in his body, every cell in his body, he's 24/7. They're chanting the glories of the Lord. So these are very amazing pastimes of Prabhupada. And now we talk of many great personalities like Elon Musk and all, how rich they are. But if we see Prabhupada, let us for some time, let us keep this spiritual side aside. Even from the material point of view, no one can match Prabhupada. Even from the material point of view, let us keep aside the spiritual part. Now we talk about Elon Musk and all. At that time, but Prabhupada used to, Gurudev once shared this photo with us in Sangha group, that he was sleeping outside, just below in the shade of a tree. It is not like that he lacks some bedroom or nice comfortable bed. It is not like that. He was the guru. He was the acharya of the whole ISKCON, entire ISKCON. He had many farm country communities under him. But he was such a humble, such a most amazing person that he was sleeping just in the shade of a tree. No one can match him in, of course, not in spiritual terms, and even not in material terms. No one can match him. He's such a divine personality, and he came here just to deliver the fallen souls like us. Gurudev many times told us that I think Gurudev Puri Maharaj, I think, yes, Puri Maharaj only. I think Gurudev Puri Maharaj only told Gurudev, I think, this, that once Srila Prabhupada told Puri Maharaj that Prabhupada's god brother. He did not, at first, he did not want to come to this material world. He wanted to stay there in Goloka, but Krishna forced him that you should go, because there's no one who can do this task. Only you can do this. So he said, no, Krishna, I don't want to go. So Krishna still forced him. And then Prabhupada took one promise that, okay, Krishna, all right, I'm ready to go, but you must promise me that all my disciples, they must be delivered. So such a divine, such a merciful person. It is said that a pure devotee is even more merciful than God, more merciful even than Krishna himself. It is said. Because in the Bhagavad Gita also we have read that Krishna, he told directly that to a person who is very materialistically engaged, we should not disturb them. But Prabhupada did exactly that. Krishna told, we have all read Bhagavad Gita and we have all read that Krishna directly tells that to such kind of people who are completely materially engaged, you should never approach them. Let them be in their own way. You should not disturb them. Because in that reason of telling this is because they will in the process just create some offenses and they will go to hell. So this is why Krishna told. But if we study the life of Prabhupada, he did exactly that. He went there and he delivered whom? The hippies. Hippies became happies. So who can do that? Even Krishna doesn't do that. When Mahaprabhu came, we all have heard about Chota Haridas Thakur. So he did not even do anything physically. He just about this lusty desire just came in his mind. He did not do anything physically, but just because it came in his mind, and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he is God, of course. So he is residing in everyone's heart. So he could understand, and he immediately rejected Chota Haridas Thakur. And it's not like that just because Chaitanya Mahaprabhu rejected him and Chota Haridas Thakur, he went away. It is not like that. He pleaded many times that Mahaprabhu, please accept me. And he went to I think Swarab Damodar and all in Nityananda Prabhu, but under no condition Mahaprabhu was ready to accept them. But just look at Prabhupada. These hippies, they what they did not do, everything, drugs, this illicit sex, everything. They were just doing everything in the street itself. So, but Prabhupada, he delivered such kind of people. And not only when he was physically present in this world, still he's delivering everything. And he said that I am the last acharya for this, for the next 10,000 years. For I am the last acharya, and after me there will be no more acharyas. He said this. So he's still delivering all these devotees, and one who is sincere, like Gurudev and other pure devotees. So Prabhupada still personally comes in front of them and still guides them. And many devotees, he comes in dreams and guides them, just like in the Narasimha Chaturdashi also Gurudev told us this, that how many times he went to many devotees' dream, came to many devotees' dream So he's still present. We should never think that Prabhupada is no more here. He's still present and he's still guiding us. And to a sincere devotee, he always comes, even he's ready to come even personally, just like Gurudev. He has seen him personally, Prabhupada. He's still present there. And I also remember Gurudev told this long ago that in Juhu temple, Prabhupada's murti, it many times walked the murti itself. The deity of Prabhupada, it came from his asan, and he walked around the temple many times. This happened. Gurudev told this many days ago, many long ago. He told this. So by this we can understand the divinity of Prabhupada. Okay, I'd like to conclude here only. Please forgive me if I committed. Of course, I have committed many mistakes in telling Prabhupada's pastimes. I have committed many mistakes. So please forgive me for that, Prabhupada, Gurudev, and everyone. Please forgive me for committing all these mistakes. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to His Krishna Gurudev, all glories to His Krishna Gurudev, all glories to His Krishna Gurudev. Vansakalpatarubhasya kripasindhubhyo patitanam pavanebhyo namo namo. Jagat Guru, Vishwa Guru, Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Hare Krishna. Who wants to come next?
Can I, Mataji, because I'm little bit in hurry because I had to go to college soon.
Yes, okay.
Hare Krishna, everyone. Namaste and pardon. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prashaya Bhutale Shrimati Bhaktivedanta Samaniti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharini Nirvishesha Shriyavadi Pashati Deshatarini Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, everyone. One more time. I think what should I say and which pastime I would tell in this session, and yes, I got it. I will speak as a Westerner. I will speak about Sanatan Dharma in Western world. As you everyone know, Sanatan Dharma religious was before many thousand years disappeared from Western world, and first everyone know that before Srila Prabhupada that only Asia was visited by every spiritual master and guru, and you know first that many spiritual masters in past time visited Asia. Also also Jesus Swamis like Swamis which was the devotees of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and with coming on earth Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, this is about 15th century. You know that in whole world, when was in Western world was dark time, with coming on earth Lord Chaitanya, that Renaissance became in Europe, and America was explained. So new continent was discovered. So with coming Lord Chaitanya, it really start doom of new age of Satya, of Kali Yuga, the Satya age of Kali Yuga, and this is really interesting. And prophecy that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu told that everyone in in the whole world, in every town, in every village, will know for and will sing Krishna, and this is coming true with Srila Prabhupada. There is many proofs. We know this. We don't need even to speak about that, but we need to speak because this is glorification, and this is how to say, this is devotion for Srila Prabhupada, because we know that only because of Srila Prabhupada Western world know for Sanatan Dharma, which was hidden for many thousand of years, and with coming Srila Prabhupada, everything becoming colorful magic. This is how Srila Prabhupada is high person, and as our beloved Shiksha Guru Gauranga Sundar Das say, Srila Prabhupada is really Srila Prabhupada was really messenger, or we can say messenger of Krishna, of Radharani's energy. He is person who saw whole universe, and there is a lot of pastimes, and it's hard to say. I think it's very hard to on one book to write every Leelas of Srila Prabhupada, but most important Leela maybe for us Westerners is how Srila Prabhupada came in America by his Gurudev Swami Srila Saraswati Thakura. His great, yes, and he came, Srila Prabhupada, he came only with 6 rupees, this is few dollars only, and with nothing he made, from nothing he made big society, he made everyone. For less than 10 years, he made that whole world know for Krishna consciousness, which was maybe for few thousand years hidden. And what is also Srila Prabhupada came in America, and he accepted, like Jesus, he accepted all people, no matter are they rich or are they poor. He accepted people as they are. He always helped, like our Gurudev Shiksha Guru helps. This is also how Srila Prabhupada was do. He accepted people, children, we can say teens, who was hippies, like me, people who didn't know where they are, what is their purpose of life, which they wasn't accepted in society, and Srila Prabhupada transformed sinners or drug people to really holy people, and the people who can worship and who can be servants, pure servants of Krishna. And I remember a story when in this time there was with Srila Prabhupada, when Krishna consciousness was going on Western world, America, Europe. First to say why I say first part of this story. Srila Prabhupada is only one guru who came, messenger, teacher who came in the Western world, because before that never, all spiritual masters, messengers of God, ACT came on angels, demigods came only in only in Asia, maybe in Africa, I'm not sure, but Srila Prabhupada is only one who came in Western world, and only because of Srila Prabhupada, I know for Krishna consciousness and Western world even if they don't know about Krishna, about demigods, about Sanatana Dharma, about planetary system, about everything, they know for Hare Krishna name, and this is big thing, because I think whole world knows for Krishna, even they don't know who is Krishna, but this is main thing which is most important for next period, by my opinion. And I know this story in this time, like today, in Western world, with after Srila Prabhupada came, many like spiritual masters like Babis, Babas, or like that. What we used to joke with our Gurudev, Barbies, like that. And some, how to say, some journalist, like I'm journalist, some journalists ask Srila Prabhupada, this Babi have power of this of power of mind, this power of fire, like this. What is your special powers? And he only Srila Prabhupada show his devotees who happy dancing, who are happy, who are devoted, who are blissful, who Srila Prabhupada was a really special person, and Srila Prabhupada told them, look at happy people, and this is my special power, transform sinful people into happy people, into men. Being a human being transform into man, true man, what we can read in Srimad Bhagavatam. Everyone can be human being, but we need to learn to be man, and the man is someone who worship Krishna. Man is someone who knows purpose of life by Srila Prabhupada, by his grace, and this is true. When we look in past, and right now we have social medias, and what Srila Prabhupada do, how he transformed and how he made Krishna consciousness society. This is a miracle story. We know now we have social media, and we can post, I don't know what, but we cannot be popular, or we know by our how to by our Instagram accounts. We only wants to spread Krishna consciousness, but it's very hard. So we need to know how hard is this to make one consciousness, to make consciousness society. How it's hard to make someone to believe it. It seems very easy to make people believe in God, but it's very hard. So much in the Western world, but I know by my friends, but by every one of you, that there are in India many people who worship Babis or like that. So it's very hard to make people believe in God and to make people. So this is, and because of, I'm so thankful to Srila Prabhupada. I remember when I read first time Srila Prabhupada's books, when I started reading, when I read Bhagavad Gita, now I'm reading Krishna book. I'm finishing Krishna book for a few years because I'm reading this, and I starting reading something else. But we need by that it's so. I think when I read it first time, oh, how this is beautiful life. I want to become one of devotees of Krishna, devotees of Srila Prabhupada. But because of mercy of Srila Prabhupada and Gauranga Sundardas Gurudev, we are really part of that. No matter where are we, no matter how far we are really part of this, no matter how sinful we are. Because Srila Prabhupada transformed people who was in drugs, who have many vices into holy people, and sometimes we fall, sometimes we fly. This is life, but we need to worship Krishna and to never, even if we fall, we need to continue worship, to try best of us, because spiritual master never forgets. Srila Prabhupada and Gauranga Sundar Gurudev never forgets our seva, and neither than Krishna. So Krishna is someone we know by Srila Prabhupada. Krishna is someone, God is someone which needs to be worshipped, and only how to say, only rescue for us is in Krishna consciousness, and there is nothing which is important as Krishna consciousness. And yes, my big wish to came to India, and I hope I will came soon by Krishna's mercy. And I'm so thankful that I know Srila Prabhupada, that Srila Prabhupada is someone who have many rules, that nobody in this earth have so many rules like have Srila Prabhupada. His father, he is Father Maharaja. He is a warrior of light. He is a scientist, teacher. So many rules. Srila Prabhupada can be everything, and Srila Prabhupada is everything to us. And we need to know this, and this is most, and we need to thank every day Srila Prabhupada. This is things which we human beings forget sometimes, but we need to remember life without Krishna consciousness, and then we need to thank to Srila Prabhupada, and that Srila Prabhupada is Yugacharya, holy man. He was really someone who came specially in this earth for us. I remember when we talk about pastimes, wife of Srila Prabhupada, he need to take sannyas, and he needs to leave his wife and children because of sannyas, and it's hard. It's by, no matter if we are holy men or I don't know, or insect, we are in being, in every life being, is that it's hard to leave someone which we love. But Srila Prabhupada, by our what was this was words of our beloved Gauranga Sundar Gurudev. This is his words. He lived 3 children, but he got 3 millions of children, and millions devotees every day we got. And I'm so happy with to being an part of this beautiful life, to learn from Srila Prabhupada, from Gauranga Sundardas Gurudev, from all of you, my dear friends, devotees. Life is like that, but accepting people as they are, and teaching them to become better version of to be better version of themselves. This is true value of human being. And thanks to our Gauranga Sundar Das Gurudev, thanks to us Gauranga Sundar Das Gurudev, we know truth about Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada, this is not small things. Srila Prabhupada sacrifice, and this is sad story, but we need to remember this, that Srila Prabhupada sacrificed his life for us, for Krishna consciousness, for Western world, like Jesus sacrificed his life for devotees. This is like this also Srila Prabhupada done, and this is something which always we need to remember, that Srila Prabhupada sacrificed for us, that we have all these things. Srila Prabhupada could in this time call police and tell everything what is. I don't like to speak about that because I became sad. But we need everything. We learn what happened, and if Srila Prabhupada called the police, uh, Western world would never know for Krishna consciousness, for Sanatana Dharma. Also, who knows what will be in India right now? So this is holy person, holy man who sacrificed, like Jesus sacrificed. He sacrificed his life for every one of us, and in the name of him we need to glorify him. Even I don't know to glorify, because I'm more fallen. I know I have many mistakes, and but what to do? My hope is what Gurudev says. Many devotees was fallen, and then falling is new opportunity. And this is my how to say, my chance, my hoping. But Krishna knows the best, also Srila Prabhupada, and he is always with us, also with our Shiksha Guru. Srila Prabhupada, by my opinion, came one more time in some energy of Gauranga Sundardas Gurudev. I don't know, but we can see that Srila Prabhupada had a similar voice with Gauranga Sundardas Gurudev, similar body, similar smile, similar everything, similar lectures, and yes, we need to really be always thankful to be there, thankful to our Shiksha Guru Gauranga Sundardas, because only because of him we we know many things which we could never learn about that, about UFOs, about planetary system. We have a Hatha Brahma Jignasa. We have Krishna kathas, hidden kathas, which we could never read about this week, which we could never know about these kathas if there is no Gauranga Sundar Gurudev. So, and Srila Prabhupada, of course, and we need to worship to be best version of ourselves. If we fall, we can. But what told Gauranga Sundar Das Gurudev, if we are tired, we can make a break, but we don't need to leave Krishna consciousness and to break chains. We only need to we can take a break little bit and continue as we need, as we can, someone far, someone slow, but we need to always do seva. We need to always think about Krishna. It's not hard. We can talk with Krishna, we can speak, we can smile, we can dedicate everything to Krishna. Even if we are tired for puja, for offering, we can offer in heart. Even when we can speak, we can speak in ourselves. And this is when we are tired of chanting, we need to chant every day, minimal 16 rounds, even if in ourselves. So this is we need to go, we need to go and believe that we will be so, and we are always seen by Krishna, by Srila Prabhupada, and always think about Krishna, always think about Krishna. And Srila Prabhupada and Gauranga Sundar Das Gurudev, and believe with all heart Thank you so much for opportunity for speaking. I love every one of us. I love you, Srila Prabhupada. Please forgive me my mistakes by words, by thoughts, by deeds. Every mistake, please forgive me. In human nature is to make mistake, but you, dear Srila Prabhupada, you know that I love you, and with you, everyone can be holy person. So I know I'm most fallen person. So please forgive me and forgive me, all of you, brothers and sisters. I really love you, and I have new family with every one of you, and I really heart my heart jumping for moments like this moment, and thank you so much. Jai Shila Prabhupada, Jai Goranga Sundar Gurudev. Namaste Narasimhaya, Praladalada Daine, Hiranyakashipur Vakshaha, Shila Tankana Kalaye, Itone Simho, Paratone Simho, Yato Yato Amitatone Simho, Bahine Simho, Hridayene Simho, Simhamadin, Shana Prapadieta, Vakara Kamala Varena Kam, and Vitashingam, Dalita Hiranyakashipur Tanobringam, Keshavadrita, Narakari. Rupam Jai Jagadish Hare, Jai Nisimhadev, Jai Prahlad Maharaj, Jai Prahlad Nisimha, Jai Lakshmi Nisimha, Jai Gorai Nitai, Jai Shila Prabhupada, Jai Goranga Sundar Gurudev, Jai Gora Bhaktavrinda. Hari Bol, Hare Krishna, everyone.
Thanks to Srila Prabhupada, Krishna Prabhupada, Gurudev. So next, who can come?
Okay, Tibrava.
Hare Krishna Mataji, am I audible? Okay, thank you Mataji. Hare Krishna Gurudev, Dandavat Pranam, Jai Shila Prabhupada. Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swamiti Namane Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharini Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashyata Deshitarine Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare I'm sorry for whatever mistakes I make while glorifying and saying the pastimes of Srila Prabhupada. Vancha kalpa tarubhasya kripa sindhu bhaivacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namah. So Srila Prabhupada's pastimes are like endless, and they can never be like uh, completed. But few pastimes that I remember Gurudev telling us. So the first one that I remember, Gurudev told once that when Srila Prabhupada was small in his childhood, so he had this disease, typhoid. So like Srila Prabhupada was really sick, and like he fainted, and doctors were called, and Srila Prabhupada's parents were, very stressed out. They were anxious. So the doctor, he advised that you should give him chicken soup, because at that time there was like no medicine for typhoid. So they said that maybe chicken soup can help, that it may provide some strength, and Srila Prabhupada may recover. So Srila Prabhupada's he was born in a Vaishnav family. So Srila Prabhupada's father was like very disturbed, like how can we give chicken soup? But Srila Prabhupada's mother, like, because she was also like very caring and she was very anxious. So for Srila Prabhupada's betterment, she convinced his father that let's do this, like, for our child's well-being. So Srila Prabhupada's father said that, okay, uh, but like he was very disturbed. And he said that, okay, but in my house, this won't be done. So the doctor said that, okay, I'll prepare it and I'll come. So when doctor came, so Srila Prabhupada's father, he was really disturbed. So he just went away. And for half an hour, uh, they were trying to feed Srila Prabhupada with that chicken soup. And Srila Prabhupada was sick. He had fever. He was not in his like consciousness. Obviously, he was a devotee, not materially, like us. But so yes, but at that time, Srila Prabhupada, in like just a child, if we see materially, so he was just a child, and uh, the doctors, and he was not in his consciousness. So the doctors were trying to feed him that chicken soup, and for half an hour, he just resisted. He didn't open his mouth, and he just didn't have that chicken soup. And after that, his father came, and he just, he was disgusted, and he just took Srila Prabhupada, and he went to the temple, Radha Krishna temple, and he laid down Srila Prabhupada there, and he just, took water and offered that water with tulsi leaf, and put that tulsi on Srila Prabhupada, and he just prayed that, to Krishna, that this is your child. If you want to save him, please save him. And then, a yellow light, like effulgence came out from that temple area, and Srila Prabhupada was okay in just seconds. So, like like from very childhood, he was showing that he's the Samasti Guru, Srila Prabhupada, who is Senapati Bhakta of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So, and the next pastime was when Srila Prabhupada was with his Guru Maharaj, Saraswati Thakur. And after the lecture was done, all the disciples of Saraswati Thakur Maharaj went for, Govardhan Parikrama. And Saraswati Thakur Maharaj was still there only. And Srila Prabhupada didn't went for parikrama, and he was just outside the gate. So Saraswati Thakur Maharaj could see, the shadow, and he just asked that who is there standing there. And then Srila Prabhupada said that, it's me. And Saraswati Thakur Maharaj said that why you didn't went for Govardhan Parikrama? Everyone has, like, everyone went for Govardhan Parikrama. Why are you still here? And then Srila Prabhupada said that, you are my Govardhan. Uh, like, without you, what will I see there? Just a mountain. You are the one who will give me the eyes to see Govardhan. So, like Srila Prabhupada, like we say na that Acharya is someone जो अपने behavior से show करता है, and not just his words. So, like Srila Prabhupada always showed with his actions, like what is the importance of Guru, what is the position of Guru, and how what should be disciples' mood towards his Guru. So yes, and this is also told by Gurudev. This is amazing pastime. So when Mayapur temple was being built, so there, many Muslims used to recite. So obviously, they were not happy with the construction of Mayapur temple. So they just, many, I guess hundreds of them came with all their, sticks and मतलब जो भी उनके पास थे, uh, so that they can, beat the devotees and just remove the devotees from there. And when they were coming, so all the devotees saw and they, informed Srila Prabhupada and they went, we should save our lives. But Srila Prabhupada stayed there and he just went in front of them and they were coming and he wasn't scared. He just went and he just sat there and started, reciting shlokas of Brahma Samhita, that shloka, Ishwar Parama Krishna Satchidananda Vigra, that shlokas. He started reciting one by one. And when he opened his eyes after some time, he could see all of them had thrown away their sticks and whatever they were carrying to beat the devotees. They had just kept it aside and they all were sitting listening to Srila Prabhupada. And when Srila Prabhupada stopped, they were like, you can construct your temple and we will make sure that, no such uh, क्या मतलब हमारी तरफ से कोई रुकावट नहीं आएगी from our community. We will make sure that. So that is the effect, uh, influence of a devotee. A devotee because Gurudev said that, in our heart Krishna is there. So when we see devotees, so Krishna motivates us. Krishna encourages us to, he changes our heart. So like that. And this is also a very famous pastime of Srila Prabhupada. Like we fail to complete the just reading of Bhagavad Gita, and we like take so much time, and it takes so much effort for us to just read Bhagavad Gita. But Srila Prabhupada, he wrote Bhagavad Gita like several times. I guess two, three times. He had to write the whole Bhagavad Gita because, like, um, he had written once, and his wife, she, just sold all that pages of Bhagavad Gita for and when Srila Prabhupada came and he said, like where are those pages? My Bhagavad Gita, where is it? So she said that I sold them for tea. So Srila Prabhupada asked that, tea or me, and she chose tea. So Srila Prabhupada just went away and he took sannyas after that. So like they was telling that when Srila Prabhupada was chanting, so like we see that many times in a devotee's life, like when we are trying to become a devotee, so many times our close ones, they go away, they reject us or something like that. So that is love of Krishna. That when Srila Prabhupada moved away, then he uh, got like then he also went to the Western world and he preached. So that is arrangement of Krishna, like that Srila Prabhupada tells with his life story himself, that when we lose our connections, that is arrangement of Krishna to uh, yeah. And this one pastime where they've told that this was like I was just amazed while listening to this. Like when Srila Prabhupada was in Vrindavan, So once he he used to go for asking for you know uh, chapatis and sorry, I don't know, he had some he wanted some papers for writing Bhagavad Gita. And when he used to go to people houses in Vrindavan, so they when they used to give Srila Prabhupada chapati, so he used to return half of the chapati and he used to ask for a paper. So there was one house Prabhupada used to go every day. So, but for many weeks they didn't saw Prabhupada. So they were worried that why Prabhupada didn't came from so many days, why he didn't came. So they sent his their child. They sent their child to see that you just go and check out that where is Prabhupada and why he didn't came. So when the child went to Srila Prabhupada, so from the window he could see that Srila Prabhupada was sitting in his room and he was chanting Hare Krishna Mahamantra, and he was like crying, and there was a whole pond created around him from his tears. And that child was just amazed, and he was the vibration of Shla Prabhupada's love for Krishna, the devotion that was affecting the child also. And he was just looking at Shla Prabhupada, and then that child saw that there was a crab and he was coming towards Prabhupada. So that child, shouted that, Prabhupada, there's a crab. And Prabhupada opened his eyes. And when Prabhupada opened his eyes and looked towards the child, his eyes were like filled with love for Krishna. And he just very compassionately he looked at the child and said that he is also a devotee. And then he again closed his eyes and started, continued his chanting. And that crab, it just, parikrama lagai Shri Prabhupada ki and just went away. So this was also this was an amazing pastime. Um, and one more pastime was like when Prabhupada was going to Russia for preaching. So he like so the communist government in Russia, they they saw that Srila Prabhupada went to America, and uh, he made everyone devotee, and everyone is now Krishna conscious. They are chanting Hare Krishna Mahamantra and becoming Vaishnava. So they feared Prabhupada, and they were like they just when they got the news that Prabhupada is coming to Russia, so they just banned Srila Prabhupada from Russia. Like, Prabhupada is not allowed in Russia only. And when Prabhupada came there, so he was told that, you are banned now, you can't enter Russia. So Prabhupada was like, okay. And he just, he was waiting for another flight to return. And on that flight, next to Srila Prabhupada, a Russian boy was sitting. So it is very difficult for us to even like convince our parents or friends uh, to accept us for becoming a devotee. Like not even to make them devotees, just to accept us that we have become devotees or we want to become devotee. That is also very difficult. But Prabhupada, so that Russian boy was sitting there, and Srila Prabhupada just in a few minutes, like 15 to 20 minutes, Prabhupada, like that Russian boy, like Russia, everyone is communist, so they don't know who is Krishna. So Prabhupada told him that who is Krishna, and why is he the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and what is the importance of Krishna consciousness movement. Like everything he told him, and he convinced him in 15 to 20 minutes, and he convinced him so much that he was ready to take initiation, and he gave him initiation in few आगे के few minutes में. And then he convinced him that you take this book Bhagavad Gita and translate it in Russian language and distribute it. And he agreed to it. Like in just like less than half an hour, we told him that who is Krishna, why is Krishna consciousness important, why we should, like what is the goal of our life, everything. And he just accepted Shla Prabhupada as his guru, and he took initiation, and he was ready to you know mm, this distribute Bhagavad Gita and translate Bhagavad Gita in Russian language. And when he went there, so he did that. And when the Bhagavad Gita was being distributed, so from midnight there was a long line. And in very few, like, बहुत ही कम time में, in few hours, all the Bhagavad Gitas were distributed. So this is the power of Samasti Guru. No one can stop Srila Prabhupada. And like Srila Prabhupada's determination, like Srila Prabhupada was only telling this pastime in one of his lectures that when he was going to Boston, so he was thinking that, when I'll go to Boston, so I'll say that, no meat eating, no intoxication, no illicit sex, no gambling. They will say that Swamiji, please go back. So, but still, Srila Prabhupada went there. And when, like, obviously, because at that time, people were just indulged in these things. Like, they can't imagine their life without these things. And these are the four things that are, regulative principles we have to follow. We have to avoid these things. So, it was very difficult. And Prabhupada said that, I used to, uh, after, every sometime, I used to go to the, uh, ships, like to see that if the ship, when will the next ship come. So that वहाँ पे जो captain थे, I guess, he said that, Swamiji, you always come to check, but you never go actually. So he said that yes, I return back, and then I think, let me see few more weeks, maybe something will happen. So this is how much determined Shri Prabhupada was to spread Krishna consciousness and to fulfill his Guru Maharaj's order. Uh, yes, uh, uh, there are many pastimes of Shri Prabhupada, like they are endless, and they are very blissful actually. And I just wanted to tell one more thing. Like when I was very new uh, uh, to cases and Krishna consciousness, so I was in the beginning, very beginning, I was reading this like Bhagavad Gita as it is by Srila Prabhupada. So in the introduction, I was just reading this line that one should not think that Krishna is like he is equal to Krishna. One should not think that he is equal to Krishna, or nor should he think that Krishna is an ordinary personality or even a very great personality. So, like, I was confused. Like, Prabhupada said that Krishna is not an ordinary personality. And then he said that Krishna is also not a very great personality. So, like, what? But then the next line was that, Lord Krishna is the supreme personality of Godhead. So, like, Prabhupada always makes sure to tell us, remind us that, Krishna is the supreme personality of Godhead. And when we hear Shri Prabhupada's lecture, like हमारे दिमाग में एकदम बस जाता है, like who is Krishna? Krishna is the supreme personality of Godhead. So we have just memorized it. It's kind of reflex action for us to say that who is Krishna, then Krishna is the supreme personality of Godhead. So yes, Srila Prabhupada, and his books. So that is like when we read the books of Srila Prabhupada, we can clearly see like how much Srila Prabhupada loves Krishna. So yes, sorry for the mistakes that I did while uh, saying these pastimes. Vanchakalpatarubhasya kripa sindhu evacha patitanam pavnetu vaishnava namo namah. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to Sri Karunachandra Gurudev.
Thank you, Mataji. Hare Krishna, Gurudev. Pancham Pranam. Jai Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna, everyone. Jai Srila Prabhupada. His Grace Gaurang Sundar Gurudev ki jai. So I'll start with prayers. नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदांत स्वामिनेति नामिने नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी संसारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाशात देशतारिणे ओम अज्ञानतिमिरान्धस्य ज्ञानञ्जशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मिलितमेन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः श्रीचैतन्यमनोभीष्टं स्थापितमेन भूतले स्वयं रूपा कदा मयि ददाति स्वपदान्तिकम् वन्दें श्रीगुरु श्रीपदकमलं श्रीगुरुवैष्णवांश्च श्रीरूपं साग्रजातं सगणरघुनाथवितं तं संजीवं साद्वैतं सावधूतं परिजनसहितं कृष्णचैतन्यदेवं श्रीराधाकृष्णपदा सहगणरघुनाथ शिवशाखावितंश्च हे कृष्ण करुणा सिंधु दीनबंधु जगतपते गोपीश गोपिका कांत राधा कांत नमोस्तुते तप्त कांचन गौरांगी राधे वृंदावनेश्वरी वृषभानुसुते देवी प्रणमामि हरिप्रिय जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्तवृंदा हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे राम राम हरे 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 कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे राम हरे 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 कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे राम हरे हरे वाञ्छाकल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपा सिन्धुभ्येव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः all glories to his divine grace AC Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada all glories to his grace Karang Sundar Gurudev Hare Krishna everyone Jai Shri Prabhupada Jai Jai Gurudev Hare Krishna Prabhupada Jai Shri please accept my humble obeisances into your lotus feet Prabhupada वास्तविकता में मेरे पास कोई शब्द नहीं है कि मैं आपको ग्लोरीफाई कर सकूं या आपके पास टाइम्स को मैं डिस्क्राइब कर सकूं क्योंकि व्याकरण में के किसी भी ठेर में किसी भी ठोर पे कोई वो वर्ण नहीं बन सका जो आपको परिभाषित कर सके। आपके बहुत सारे पास टाइम्स हैं, बहुत सारी लीलाएँ हैं प्रभुपाद, और मैं मैं जितने भी पास टाइम्स जानती हूँ, वो सभी माताजी से प्रभु जी द्वारा पहले ही बता दिए गए हैं। तो इट्स लाइक मैं रिपीट कर रही हूँ, ऐसा ही लगेगा। पर प्रभुपाद, आपके हर पास टाइम इतने ट्रांसेंडेंटल होते हैं, इतने दैव्य होते हैं, इतने डिवाइन होते हैं कि उन पास टाइम्स को बस क्या कहते हैं उसे, रीथिंक कर करके, उन्हें रिलिश कर करके, जो भी हमारे गुरुदेव के द्वारा हमें बताए जाते हैं, उन्हें सोच के ही यदि कोई व्यक्ति अपने आप को कृष्णा की अनुभूति कराना चाहे तो वो करवा सकते हैं। और जो हमारे गुरु हैं, हमारे हिज ग्रेस गौरांग सुंदरदास गुरुदेव, वो उनके जो पास टाइम्स बताने का तरीका है, वो इतना अनुपम है, इतना अनोखा है कि उसे सुनकर ही ऐसा लगता है मानो हम उस पास टाइम्स में हैं, हम उस समय में हैं, हम उस जगह पर हैं जहाँ पर वो घटित हो रहे हैं। तो उनमें से ही बहुत सारे ऐसे पास टाइम्स हैं जो गुरुदेव ने हमें बताए हैं, और उनमें से ही कुछ मैं आज रखना चाहूँगी। प्लीज़, प्लीज़, प्लीज़ फॉरगिव मी प्रभुपाद, जीएसटी गुरुदेव, आई डू एनी मिस्टेक व्हाइल टेलिंग ऑल द पास्ट टाइम्स। तो सबसे पहले तो बहुत ही एक देयर इज़ अ लाइन इन चैतन्य चैतामृत, लाइक इट इज़ लाइक एक प्योर डिवोटी, if one is a pure devotee, hundreds and thousands of men can be purified by his vibration. It is said in Chaitanya Chaitamrita. And Prabhupada, you are the Samashti Guru, right? You are the personality जिनसे हम सभी को भक्ति मिल रही है. So your vibrations, your words, your books, your sound vibration, जो वाणी हम रोज सुन रहे हैं थ्रू श्रीमद् भागवतम, जो किताबें हम रोज पढ़ रहे हैं, वो सब एक वास्तविकता में तो आप उन सभी के थ्रू हमारे साथ में सदैव हैं। और यही एक अ, अपने आप में ही एक दैवीय शक्ति है, जो हम सब जिसका अनुमान नहीं लगा सकते, किंतु एक वो होता है ना कि हर क्या कहते हैं उसे, पर डे हम उन सबको बस उसकी अनुभूति कर सकते हैं। और वही एक है जिसमें गुरुदेव ने बताया था एक पास टाइम, सुदामा प्रभु वाला, हम सभी जानते हैं उस पास टाइम को, और वो इतना डिवाइन है कि प्रभुपाद अपने डिसाइपल्स से इतना प्रेम करते हैं। वी ऑल नो, हम में से ही किसी ने किसी माता जी और प्रभु जी ने वो पास टाइम बताया था, जिसमें देयर वाज द लाइन मेंशन कि प्रभुपाद इज वेरी मर्सीफुल एंड ही लव ऑल हिज डिसाइपल्स, राइट? दैट वंस कृष्णा सेड told him to come in this material world and he was not coming, and then Prabhupada said कि अगर मैं गया तो भी आपको मेरे सारे disciples को liberate करना होगा। तो this is what Srila Prabhupada, he is very merciful, he is the definition of mercy, अगर हम कहें तो उसे। So we all know about Sudama Prabhu. Gurudev said once कि he was a disciple of he's a disciple of Srila Prabhupada when he was here in this material world. So जब प्रभुपाद की लीला चल रही थी, then उस वक्त पे सुदामा प्रभु was his disciple, but जब प्रभुपाद गोलोक वृंदावन वापस चले गए, तो उस वक्त हम सभी जानते हैं कि कैसे सब कुछ डामाडोल हो गया था, और सुदामा प्रभु ने साफ नकार दिया कि मैं प्रभुपाद के अलावा किसी को भी अब दीक्षा गुरु नहीं मानूंगा, और मैं ये जबकि सबने एक बहुत ही अच्छा उनको ऑफर दिया था कि आप शायद जापान या ऐसा ही कुछ बताया था गुरुदेव ने, रियली सॉरी मैं वो जगह भूल रही हूँ, कि आप वहाँ पे हेड बन सकते हैं, टेम्पल प्रेसिडेंट, एंड यू कैन बी अ दीक्षा गुरु, सब आपको पूजेंगे, वेरी हाई पोजीशन इट इज। दामा प्रभु ने मना कर दिया, उन्होंने उनको इस्कॉन से निकाल दिया, एंड देन he got indulged in Maya. We all know all the things which he got in. और जब उन्हें एक वो पीक टाइम आता है जब वो शरीर साथ छोड़ने वाला होता है, उस टाइम पर जब सुदामा प्रभु को हर तरीके की बीमारी ने घेर लिया, तब ही वाज़ इन इंडिया और कुछ इस्कॉन के डिवोटीज़ ने ही उनको देखा, उनको पहचाना, उनको मेडिकल क्या कहते हैं, भक्ति वेदांता हॉस्पिटल में लेके गए और वहाँ पे ही वाज़ एडमिटेड एंड सब डिवोटीज़ जो है हरे कृष्णा महामंत्र चैंट कर रहे हैं, श्रील प्रभुपाद के पास टाइम्स सुनाए जा रहे हैं। हिज़ बॉडी वाज़ लाइक एक बहुत ही अ, गुरुदेव मेंशन्ड एक वो होता है ना बिल्कुल सूख गई थी कि वो इतनी उसमें बिल्कुल सजीवता ही नहीं बची थी कि वो उठ सकें अपने आप। सो दिस वाज़ हैपनिंग एक दिन अ, सब डिवोटीज़ चैंट कर रहे हैं हरे कृष्णा महामंत्र और ही इज़ जस्ट लिसनिंग एंड एकदम से वो उठ बैठते हैं। अब हम सब जानते हैं यदि कोई व्यक्ति बिल्कुल निर्जीव है एक तरीके से, तो वो एकदम से यदि उठेगा तो हम सभी बहुत चक्के रह जाएँगे। तो सभी जो डिवोटीज़ थे आस-पास में वो सभी एकदम से आश्चर्यचकित हो गए कि क्या हुआ सुदामा प्रभु को? एकदम से कैसे उठ गए? क्योंकि उनको जब हमेशा तो किसी न किसी सहारे की आवश्यकता पड़ती थी। उसके बाद में सुदामा प्रभु चिल्लाए कि प्रभुपाद यू केम फॉर मी एंड इट्स लाइक और जो वहाँ का जो गुरुदेव बताते हैं कि वहाँ का जो उस रूम का जो वो होता है ना एटमॉस्फेयर था वो बहुत डिवाइन हो गया था। इट्स लाइक वेरी ब्यूटीफुल डिवाइन सोल या फिर वी कैन से ब्यूटीफुल डिवाइन प्रेजेंस इज देयर इन दैट रूम। ये एक वहाँ का वातावरण हो गया था और देन श्रीदामा प्रभु सेड दैट ओ प्रभुपाद यू केम फॉर मी एंड उसके बाद उन्होंने अपनी बॉडी को लीव कर दिया। दिस इज व्हाट प्रभुपाद always came for his disciples because he loved his disciples so much. मैं एक पास टाइम पढ़ रही थी वो बुक है क्या नाम है सैंडलवुड एंड रोजेस उसमें भी प्रभुपाद मेंशन्ड अबाउट दिस दैट ही लव हिज डिसाइपल्स वेरी मच कि अब एक नहीं शिला प्रभुपाद की जो लीलामृत है उसमें उसमें इट इज मेंशन प्रभुपाद बताते हैं दैट अब जो फॉरेन कंट्री में प्रभुपाद थे इन एलए और सैन फ्रांसिस्को आई गेस तो उसमें प्रभुपाद वाज सेइंग टू हिज डिसाइपल्स कि अब ये मेरा घर है और जो इंडिया है वो मेरे लिए फॉरेन कंट्री है क्योंकि इंडिया में मेरे सारे मटेरियल रिलेशनशिप्स है लेकिन यहाँ पर मेरे सारे स्पिरिचुअल रिलेशनशिप्स है तो जहाँ पे मेरी स्पिरिचुअल फैमिली है वही मेरा घर है तो दिस इज हाउ शिला प्रभुपाद लव हिज डिसाइपल वेरी मच जस्ट लाइक अ मदर लव हिज और हर किड्स वैसे ही प्रभुपाद care for us. We all have experienced the love which we got from our GST Gurudev, right? So it's a thinking. मतलब मैं कैसे बताऊँ आपको अगर मैं शब्दों में उसे बताना चाहूँ तो मेरे पास वो वाले वर्ड्स नहीं है जिससे मैं डिस्क्राइब कर सकूं लेकिन we all have experienced the care, the love which we are constantly getting from our GST Gurudev and I can 100% sure that the same which the disciples of Srila Prabhupada was having from the love, the care from Srila Prabhupada, उसी एक हो सकता है हमें उसका वही हमें हमारे जीएसडी गुरुदेव से मिला बिकॉज वी ऑल नो लाइक सन लाइक फादर लाइक सन सो इट्स लाइक अ shadow which we have Srila Prabhupada's shadow, Srila Prabhupada's amazing warrior son we have as our Shiksha Guru. This is what. And other pastimes also, which was amazing pastime Gurudev told once about Mayapur pastime. So how amazing Srila Prabhupada's personality is because right now no one will understand. ISKCON से बाहर अगर आप जाएं और जो जो नहीं जानते जो कृष्णा कॉन्शियसनेस में नहीं है या फिर जो ये सब चीज़ों के बारे में नहीं जानते, वो प्रभुपाद को नहीं जानते। प्रभुपाद को जानना ही इट्स अ मर्सी, राइट? वी आर एबल टू नो दैट देयर इज़ प्रभुपाद, देयर इज़ कृष्णा, देयर इज़ श्रीमती राधा रानी, देयर इज़ समथिंग बियॉन्ड दिस मटेरियल वर्ल्ड. इट्स अ वेरी ग्रेट मर्सी वी हैव ऑफ कृष्णा, गुरु. एंड गौरंगा। सो जो बाहर नहीं जानते वो ये भी नहीं जानते दैट हु इज श्रीला प्रभुपाद, व्हाट काइंड ऑफ पर्सनैलिटी ही इज, व्हाट अ अमेजिंग ट्रांसेंडेंटल पर्सनैलिटी ही इज। कि सो दिस इज हाउ दैट वन डे अगर वो ये नहीं जानते तो वो ये पास टाइम्स भी नहीं समझ पाएंगे विच गुरुदेव हैव गिवन अमेजिंग पास टाइम्स। सो वन ऑफ देम इज it was it was in Mayapur. So when Prabhupada was there in Mayapur, so he used to go to, you know, वो रिवर साइड, वहां पे, और जंगल होता था, बिल्कुल घुप अंधेरा होता है ना, वो वाला टाइम, मतलब एक आप समझ लीजिए 8-9 बजे के बाद का टाइम होता है। तो प्रभुपाद जाते थे 12 बजे करीब, अ, बिना किसी किसी को पता नहीं प्रभुपाद कहाँ पर जा रहे हैं। तो प्रभुपाद रात के 12 बजे बाद जाते थे जंगल में, और जो डिसाइपल्स थे उनको पता चला कि प्रभुपाद रोज रात को 12 बजे कहीं ना कहीं तो जा रहे हैं। और प्रभुपाद के जो डिसाइपल्स थे वो चिंतित हो गए कि प्रभुपाद कहाँ जा रहे हैं, प्रभुपाद रात के 12 बज रहे हैं, और अभी उस वक्त तो इतना कुछ लाइट्स भी नहीं होती थी, इतना कुछ डेवलप्ड एरिया नहीं था, और जंगलों में तो वैसे भी लाइट्स नहीं हो सकती। तो दे गॉट वरिड अबाउट प्रभुपाद। तो उन्होंने सोचा कि एक दिन प्रभुपाद जब जा रहे हैं तो हम उन्हें फॉलो करें। तो उन्होंने फॉलो किया प्रभुपाद को, एंड प्रभुपाद जा रहे हैं रास्ते से, and all the 3-4 devotees, और they were following प्रभुपाद, और प्रभुपाद जाते हैं, फिर एक वो रिवर साइड जो तट होता है ना, जो नदी का जो तट होता है, वहां पे प्रभुपाद हैं। और वहां पे बहुत ही एक रोशनी टाइप आती है ना, एक एफल्जेंस वहां पर है। और जो डेवोटीज थे वो इतने शॉक्ड हो गए, क्योंकि वो वहां पर जब देखते हैं तो पाते हैं कि प्रभुपाद इज डूइंग कीर्तन, एंड ऑल द डेमिगॉड्स आर देयर सराउंडिंग प्रभुपाद। वो एक होता है ना, एक व्रत बना ले, क्या कहते हैं उसे, सर्कल बना लेते हैं, और दे ऑल आर डांसिंग, एंड प्रभुपाद इज प्लेइंग, और करताल, ही इज डूइंग कीर्तन, एंड ऑल द डेमिगॉड्स लाइक नारदा and Shivji and Brahma, Indra, they all are dancing just like एक होता है ना, बिल्कुल जैसे कीर्तन में डांस करते हैं ना हरे कृष्णा महामंत्र पे, so they all are dancing like that. So just imagine how amazing personality we have as our Diksha Guru, and we all have some personal relationship with our Guru. We all know that. We all can feel that. And this is what Prabhupada, he's very amazing personality. And Gurudev, whenever he said, or whenever he tells the pastimes of Srila Prabhupada, they all are very, क्या कहते हैं उसे, कर्ण जो होते हैं हमारे कानों के लिए, वो इतने शहद जैसे होते हैं। एंड उनमें से ही आगे यदि हम बढ़े तो एक पास टाइम है जो कि वो क्या कहते हैं, मेरा बहुत समझ लीजिए एक फेवरेट पास टाइम है, जिसमें गोविंदा दासी माता जी द्वारा बताया गया है, वो सैंडलवुड एंड रोजेस में। उसमें इट वाज लाइक प्रभुपाद डेली, गोविंदा दासी माता जी, उनके हस्बैंड और प्रभुपाद, वो दे यूज्ड टू गो ऑन मॉर्निंग वॉक डेली। तो वो जाते हैं, रोज जाते थे। तो एक दिन वो जा रहे थे। तो स्टार्टिंग के डेज में व्हेन वी ऑल, अगर आपने पढ़ा है तो यू विल गेट टू नो दैट गोविंद दासी माता जी वाज वेरी अटैच्ड टू मेडिटेशन एंड योगा, लाइक वो शी यूज्ड टू डू मेडिटेशन एंड योगा एंड ऑल काइंड ऑफ थिंग्स बिफोर कमिंग इन कृष्णा कॉन्शियसनेस। सो उस वक्त भी ऐसा ही हुआ था that they were going on walk as usual। सुबह सुबह की बात थी, और गोविंद दासी माता जी थोड़ा सा पीछे छूट गई, क्योंकि उनके हस्बैंड और प्रभुपाद आगे जा रहे थे कॉन्वर्जेशन करते हुए, एंड गोविंद दासी माता जी थोड़ा पीछे थे, चैंट कर रहे थे वो भी। और उन्होंने एक होता है ना, अगर सुबह सुबह की हम भीनी भीनी जो धूप होती है, हल्की गर्म जो होती है, वहां पे शी सॉ अ गार्डन, एंड उस गार्डन में प्रभुपाद एंड शी एंड हर हस्बैंड, दे यूज टू वॉक इन मॉर्निंग। सो उन्होंने एक पीसफुल जगह देखी जहाँ पे थोड़ी सी धूप आ रही थी उन्होंने, एंड दे प्रभुपाद और उनके हस्बैंड तो आगे निकल गए, लेकिन माता जी वहीं पर रुक गए जहाँ पे उनको वो जगह दिखी थी जहाँ पे शी कैन मेडिटेट फॉर सम टाइम। तो शी थॉट कि मैं वहां पर बैठकर हरे कृष्णा महामंत्र चैंट करती हूँ और मेडिटेट करती हूँ इसके ऊपर। तो शी वॉज चैंटिंग एंड शी वॉज मेडिटेटिंग ऑन हरे कृष्णा महामंत्र। एंड वो बहुत बिल्कुल अकेली थी वहां पर, एक अकेली जगह थी। एंड व्हेन शी वाज मेडिटेटिंग तो उनको पीछे से कोई खींच रहा था, मतलब पीछे से कोई आदमी आया। एंड शी वाज दैट मैन वाज ट्राइंग टू रेप हर एट दैट टाइम। बहुत सुबह सुबह का टाइम था एंड शी गॉट सो क्या कहते हैं उसे, बहुत ही डर गई थी वो। एंड शी वाज चैंटिंग हरे कृष्णा महामंत्र वेरी लाउडली, बहुत तेज तेज से, हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, ऐसे चिल्ला चिल्ला कर शी वाज चैंटिंग एंड आस्किंग क्या कहते हैं उसको, सुरक्षा फ्रॉम कृष्णा, कि ओ कृष्णा सेव मी, ऐसे एंड चैंटिंग वेरी लाउडली। एंड वो जो आदमी था उसको एकदम से वो क्या कहते हैं, उसके ऊपर है ना एक वो भागा, वो कुछ उसको कुछ दिखा वहां पे, जैसे एक वो रूप होता है ना। इट्स लाइक वी इट्स मेंशन बाय गोविंदासी माता जी दैट ही शी थॉट दैट देयर वाज नरसिम्हा देव हु प्रोटेक्टेड हर। एंड वो आदमी ने ऐसे बोला कि अभी तो मैं जा रहा हूँ लेकिन मैं वापस आऊंगा, ऐसा कुछ करके वो उसने धमकी दी और वो चला गया वहां से। एंड माता जी भागते भागते प्रभुपाद और उनके हस्बैंड के पास पहुंची। एंड फिर उसके बाद में वो लोग घर गए एंड प्रभुपाद के कैबिन में या प्रभुपाद के रूम में माता जी ने सब कुछ बताया प्रभुपाद को, जो कुछ भी हुआ वो। एंड शी व्हेन जब उन्होंने बताया प्रभुपाद को ये सब कुछ, तो प्रभुपाद ने उनको बोला कि मैं आपको बताती हूँ, बहुत ही ब्यूटीफुल लाइन है। जस्ट सी, कृष्णा हैज सेव्ड यू, यू वुड हैव डाइड अ हॉरिबल डेथ, but he sees you are trying to become his devotee, so he has mercifully saved you. He is crossing off your account, your karma account. He pauses, but don't go alone in the forest anymore, he orders. And then Govindasi feels his fatherly love and concern for her. She agrees that her forest days are over. So this is what Prabhupada ने उन्हें बस ऐसे समझाया कि अब से कभी भी अकेले मत जाना अ, उस जंगल में। तो दिस इज हाउ द लव Prabhupada have for her or his disciples. So amazing, just like a father. And I love this pastime so much. Whenever I read or whenever I wanted to, we will always feel connected, but it's like some days where we love or be really craving for that connection. So whenever I want some, that kind of feeling, I always read this pastime because this is amazing. And this, the feeling which Govinda Singh Mataji got, we are feeling right now, the same amount of feelings, the same amount of love we are getting from our Sri Gurudev and from our Srila Prabhupada. And we all know that how Srila Prabhupada gone to uh, USA for fulfilling wishes, the wish of his spiritual master. And he is the perfect, as we all know, he's the perfect spiritual father, spiritual master, because he wanted all of us to get liberated. All every single disciple of his, he wanted to, you know, कि वो वापस कृष्णा के पास जाए, वापस अपने धाम में जाए. He wanted this. So he's the amazing, the perfect spiritual master, the perfect spiritual father also. And how he's a perfect disciple too. He's the amazing personality. We can never ever, शब्दों में अगर हम किसी दिन वर्णित कर पाए पूरा, तो हम उनके जो लीलाएं हैं हम उनको बांध देंगे. एंड वी कैन नेवर, हम उन लीलाओं को, हम शिला प्रभुपाद को कभी भी उनकी उनकी जो ट्रांसेंडेंटल पर्सनैलिटी है, जो दैव्य शक्ति है, हम उसको कभी भी बांध नहीं सकते. And we all know about that Jalduta pastime when he was going to USA, or हाँ, तो and he has just 40 rupees in his bag, and he was going to from the Jaladuta, and he got 3 heart attacks there one by one. And प्रभुपाद को सेव करने के लिए, we all know that all the Dasha avatars came at once. ऐसा पहले कभी नहीं हुआ in the history. And this is the most amazing time when Krishna came with his all this avataras to save his, you know, uh, amazing or associate. The Srila Prabhupada, he's one with Krishna because he carries Krishna always. Pure devotees always carry Krishna. Gurudev said this once that pure devotees जो होते हैं उनके heart में Krishna 24/7 है. So if pure devotee is going anywhere, he is carrying this whole Golok Vrindavan in his heart everywhere. So this is how Srila Prabhupada, he's the amazing personality, and we all know when he got there in USA, he ate only one potato every day for 6 months because हम सभी जानते हैं वहां पर उस वक्त अभी तो फिर भी हम मुश्किलें आएगी यदि हम गए वहां इंडिया से बाहर तो बिना लहसुन प्याज का खाना तो हम बाद में देखते हैं वेजिटेरियन खाने के लिए भी हमें वहां पे लाने पड़ेंगे ही लेकिन प्रभुपाद उस जब हम 90s 70s की बात करते हैं तब प्रभुपाद वहां पर गए थे उस वक्त प्रभुपाद ने 6 महीने तक सिर्फ एक आलू पर रोज सिर्फ एक आलू खाते थे प्रभुपाद एंड वी ऑल नो उनकी जो मेडिकल कंडीशन थी वो कितनी वीक थी उस वक्त उनको 3 हार्ट अटैक आए हैं आते आने में ही एंड स्टिल ही वॉज डूइंग ऑल दीज थिंग्स फॉर वॉट फॉर क्यों कर रहे थे प्रभुपाद इफ प्रभुपाद वांटेड ही कैन बी देयर इन वृंदावन एंड ही कैन serve their Krishna. He can serve Krishna while being in Vrindavan, while chanting Hare Krishna Mahamantra. प्रभुपाद वहीं पर ये तो अपनी क्या कहते कमेंट्रीज लिख सकते थे वृंदावन में बैठे बैठे बट नहीं प्रभुपाद वांटेड टू फुलफिल हिज डिजायर सॉरी प्रभुपाद वांटेड टू फुलफिल द डिजायर ऑफ हिज स्पिरिचुअल मास्टर just like कैसे बताऊं just like GST Gurudev, right? We all know how there are many medical conditions which Gurudev is going through, right? He has sciatica, he has back problem, he has क्या कहते हैं उससे diabetes, he has so many things, but still he's writing papers, he's still writing articles every single time. He gives sessions, lectures, 3 से 4 घंटे लगातार. He always gives. He is always online for every person. He's giving answers, right? तो गुरुदेव की जो एज है उस एज में जो इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स होते हैं उसकी रेडिएशन बहुत ज्यादा हावी पड़ती है बट ही इज स्टिल यूजिंग ऑल द थिंग्स फॉर क्यों ताकि he can fulfill the desire of his spiritual master and he love us so much so that we will always feel connected to Gurudev. This is so, you know, Gurudev always says that Krishna consciousness and the movement of Krishna consciousness is very personal movement. So this is how it's very personal movement. We will always feel connected to our Gurudev. We will always feel connected to Srila Prabhupada. Always, literally, every second we will feel connected to them. This is so much personal relationship we have with our GST Gurudev, with our Srila Prabhupada. Because Gurudev will always give us, whenever we need his guidance, whenever we need his, lectures, he will knew कि इनको पता चल जाएगा that oh right I have to give lecture now I have to give session otherwise हमारी भक्ति तो नहीं चलने वाली without Gurudev's sessions without his lectures we will never ever survive. शिला प्रभुपाद की जो बुक्स हैं शिला प्रभुपाद के जो लेक्चर्स हैं वो हम नहीं इतने समझ पाएंगे विदाउट गुरुदेव्स लेक्चर बिकॉज ही इज द ओनली अगर राइट नाउ वी ऑल आर लर्निंग भगवद गीता श्रीमद् भागवतम चैतन्य चैतामृत how because Gurudev gave many lectures on all the scriptures. He gave many lectures on this और वो भी ऐसे नहीं बस घंटा भर के लिए या फिर 1.5 घंटे के लिए नहीं Gurudev have give lectures from 2 to 3 hours और मुझे याद है when I was new in Krishna conscious in cases उस टाइम पे गुरुदेव यूज टू गिव 6 to 7 hours लेक्चर ऑल्सो ऐसा भी हुआ है कि गुरुदेव ने पूरे दिन लेक्चर दिया है उसमें ऐसा होता है ना कि 3 घंटे अगर गुरुदेव लेक्चर देंगे तो उसमें आधा घंटा रुकेंगे फिर दोबारा लेक्चर फिर आधा घंटा रुकेंगे फिर दोबारा लेक्चर ऐसा भी हुआ है सो दिस दोज वर द गोल्डन डेज ऑफ केसीएस सो दिस इज हाउ द amazing personality he is so very we are very lucky I'm sure that we are lucky only because हमने ऐसा कोई कर्म नहीं किया है that we can deserve शिला प्रभुपाद एंड जीएसटी गुरुदेव। मैंने तो ऐसा कोई कर्म नहीं किया है so that I will never मैं नहीं डिजर्व कर सकती शिला प्रभुपाद एंड जीएसटी गुरुदेव and if and still I have them in my life I'm in their shelter because they are so much merciful and there is एक बहुत अमेजिंग पास टाइम है जिसमें गुरुदेव बताते हैं वो पास टाइम दैट ऐसा ही कि एक दिन प्रभुपाद बहुत ही लेट 12-1 बजे की बात है प्रभुपाद वाज गिविंग लेक्चर वो लेक्चर खत्म हो गया था ठीक है उसके बाद कीर्तन होता है प्रभुपाद के लेक्चर खत्म होने के बाद में दे डू कीर्तन एंड कीर्तन चल रहा था सो हरे कृष्ण महामंत्र एंड प्रभुपाद सडनली खड़े हुए अपनी जगह से और किचन में गए एंड ही स्टार्टेड कुकिंग खीर और पूरी एंड अभी तो रात के 1 या 1:30 बज रही है उस वक्त तो ऑल द डेवोटीज वर कंफ्यूज्ड कि अभी क्या हो अभी क्यों प्रभुपाद बना रहे खाना मतलब अभी अभी क्यों प्रभुपाद भोग बना रहे सो दे ऑल वर कंफ्यूज्ड कि अभी ऐसा क्या हो गया एकदम से अभी तो प्रभुपाद हरे कृष्ण महामंत्र मतलब अभी तो कीर्तन चल रहा था प्रभुपाद वाज इन ही वाज मेडिटेटिंग एंड एकदम से ऐसा क्या हुआ कि प्रभुपाद उठे और प्रभुपाद किचन में चले गए और ही इज मेकिंग पूरीज एंड खीर एंड फिर प्रभुपाद गए वहां पे ऑल्टर में एंड ही ऑफर्ड खीर और पूरी टू राधा रानी एंड कृष्णा एंड देन और फिर उसके बाद में दिस गुरुदेव गेव दिस अमेजिंग टोल्ड दिस अमेजिंग पास टाइम्स की Krishna and Radharani was feeling hungry after the Leela, and he said Prabhupada in the Golok Vrindavan that we are hungry, हमें खीर पूरी खानी and Prabhupada got up from the immaterial world and it's like the Krishna, this is how Gurudev told many times right that for pure devotees they can see Krishna 24/7 so he was in material world giving lectures but he was in गोलोक वृंदावन ऑल्सो सो बस राधा रानी कृष्णा की वो जो लीला खत्म ही हुई है एंड दे वर फीलिंग हंग्री दे वांटेड टू ईट खीर और पूरी दे गिव ऐसा प्रभुपाद को बोला दैट वी वांटेड टू ईट दिस एंड प्रभुपाद खड़े हुए उन्होंने बनाया खीर और पूरी और वो गए और उन्होंने बना के ऑफर किया दिस इज व्हाट शिला प्रभुपाद ही सो मच ही सो अमेजिंग एंड मतलब कि Prabhupada he's feeling he's talking to Krishna 24/7 and this is how एक और पास टाइम है जिसमें प्रभुपाद was when Mataji was cooking prasadam for Radha Rani and Krishna she was cooking pakoda this is also Gurudev gave बहुत अच्छा था कि he was cooking pakoda prasadam bhoga for Radha Rani and Krishna and उसके बाद में बना रही थी माताजी और माताजी बनाते बनाते बस साइड में रखा ही था एंड प्रभुपाद ने चख लिया तो माताजी वाज स्टॉपिंग प्रभुपाद कि नहीं प्रभुपाद अभी कृष्णा को ऑफर नहीं किया है तो प्रभुपाद नहीं मैं खा सकता हूँ लेकिन आप लोगों को ये करने की जरूरत नहीं है आई कैन ईट दैट तो दिस इज सो अमेजिंग पर्सनैलिटी प्रभुपाद दिस इज इंटीमेट रिलेशनशिप ही हैज विद कृष्णा दैट he can do this he can because he's carrying Krishna 24/7 in his heart so he's like we all know that he is the samashti guru we are having all the जो भी bhakti right now there in the material world or in everywhere this is the ये सब भक्ति प्रभुपाद से ही आ रही है so this is how the amazing relationship with Srila Prabhupada and one more pastime in there was one pastime that जिसमें मतलब क्या कहते हैं उसे प्रभुपाद वाज इन अमेरिका या फिर लंदन ऐसी कुछ जगह पे प्रभुपाद वाज देयर एंड वहां पे प्रभुपाद अपने रूम में थे माताजीज एंड प्रभुजीज वर मतलब प्रभुपाद का कमरा ऊपर की तरफ था ऊपर वाले फ्लोर पे एंड माताजी एंड प्रभुजीज नीचे थे जहाँ पे मतलब लेक्चर खत्म ही हुआ था एंड लेक्चर खत्म होने के बाद में प्रभुपाद अपने रूम में चले गए फॉर राइटिंग कमेंटरीज एंड ऑल दैट स्टफ एंड जो माताजी थी शी वांटेड टू आस्क सम क्वेश्चंस एंड शी वाज वेरी शाय सो वो किसी के सामने नहीं पूछती थी तो शी यूज्ड टू गो टू प्रभुपाद्स रूम to ask there all the questions she has, and Prabhupada will give answers, and this is the routine of her. So lecture खत्म हुआ एंड वो प्रभुपाद के पास जाना चाहती थी, लेकिन कुछ कारणवश वो जा नहीं पाई, एंड फिर उसके बाद में जब वो जाती हैं प्रभुपाद के रूम में, शी सॉ दैट प्रभुपाद नीचे, मतलब ऐसा होता है ना, उनका बैठने की जगह है, वहां से वो नीचे गिरे हुए हैं, मतलब ऐसा समझ लीजिए कि आप गिर चुके हैं वहां पे, क्योंकि प्रभुपाद वाज हैविंग अनदर हार्ट अटैक। और अब की बार इट्स लाइक द डॉक्टर सेड अब की बार हार्ट अटैक आया तो इट इज नॉट गुड फॉर प्रभुपाद। तो ही वाज हैविंग हार्ट अटैक, तो माता जी ने चिल्ला के सारे जितने भी प्रभु जी थे माता जी सबको इकट्ठा किया, एंड प्रभु एट दैट टाइम प्रभुपाद वाज फीलिंग सो मच पेन इन हिज हार्ट, बट स्टिल प्रभुपाद वाज प्रभुपाद क्या कहते हैं ने दंडवत प्रणाम किया कृष्णा को, एंड ही सेड दैट कृष्णा प्लीज लेट मी फुलफिल द डिजायर ऑफ माय गुरु, प्लीज लेट मी एटलीस्ट क्या कहते हैं उसे, इस डिजायर को मैं फुलफिल कर दूं, मुझे अभी नहीं आना है वहां पे गोलोक वृंदावन, दिस इज व्हाट ही सेड, एंड दिस इज हाउ देन उसके बाद में जो प्रभु जी थे वो उन्हें डॉक्टर के पास लेके गए, and फिर वहां पे उनका चेकअप हुआ एंड वो ठीक हो गए, बट this is how the amazing personality Srila Prabhupada is, that he was in so much pain but still he was praying to Krishna so that he can fulfill the desire of his spiritual master. So this is how Srila Prabhupada, he is very amazing personality. We can never ever understand Srila Prabhupada, you know, जो पूरी पूर्ण रूप से we can never understand, because as we know that Hari Anant, Hari Katha Anant. So this is how his pure devotees are also. Their leelas are also Anant, and we will never understand that Krishna, that how Srila Prabhupada, who is Srila Prabhupada, because there's one pastime also which is uh, told by, I guess, Haigreva Prabhu in the Sandalwood and Roses only. It is said that Haigreva Prabhu got a dream in which, और एक जगह है वहां पर एक बहुत डिवाइन पर्सनैलिटी है 20-21 साल की, एंड उनसे बहुत एफल्जेंस आ रहा है, बहुत एरोमेटिक जगह है वो, बहुत ही एक होता है ना डिवाइन, हम प्रेजेंस, हम जैसे अब समझ लीजिए बहुत ही खुशबू आ रही है, बहुत ही डिवाइन है वो, हमें वो हम फील कर सकते हैं दैट वो डिवाइन प्रेजेंस है। सो दैट वाज हिज ड्रीम, और सब उस पर्सनालिटी की तरफ देख रहे हैं, एंड एवरीवन वाज आस्किंग कि कौन है ये, कौन है, एंड दैट वन पर्सन सेड दैट यू डोंट नो, ही इज शिला प्रभुपाद और शी इज शिला प्रभुपाद, ऐसे करके, एंड एवरीवन वाज सो, बिकॉज द दैट रूप व्हिच Haigra Prabhu saw in his dream, it was very enchanting, it was very, we can say, young. And this is how, क्योंकि Srila Prabhupada, we can never understand Srila Prabhupada, we can never understand our GSD Gurudev, because that understanding the spiritual क्या कहते हैं उसे, atom or a spiritual personalities, we need the spiritual brain and we don't have that. We are, हम कहते हैं ना, हमारी जो अंडरस्टैंडिंग है, हमारा जो ब्रेन है वो इतना लिमिटेड है, इतना सीमित है, वी विल नेवर बी एबल टू अंडरस्टैंड विद आर दिस मटेरियल ब्रेन, मटेरियल कंसेप्शंस, हम इससे कभी भी प्रभुपाद को, जीएसडी गुरुदेव को नहीं समझ पाएंगे, एंड दैट इज व्हाट आई understood, and I'm really sorry, Srila Prabhupada and GSD Gurudev, for if I know I did many mistakes while telling your pastimes, and please forgive me. Vanchakalpastru Vaishya Kripa Sindhu Bhaya Vacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavibhyo Namo Namah. Oh Srila Prabhupada, oh GSD Gurudev, please, please, please forgive me, please. And thank you so much, Prabhupada, and thank you so much, GSD Gurudev, for giving me opportunity to purify myself. I'm nothing without your mercy. I'm nothing without you, Srila Prabhupada and GSD Gurudev. You are the only shelter I have, and I don't want to leave you, Prabhupada and GSD Gurudev. Thank you so much, Srila Prabhupada. Thank you so much, GSD Gurudev. Hare Krishna, everyone. Jai Srila Prabhupada. His grace, Gaurang Sundar Gurudev ki jai. Hare Krishna.
Jai Shri Prabhupada, Jai His Grace, Gauranga Sundar Gurudev. Who wants to come next?
हरे कृष्णा माता जी कहने का।
Yes, Mataji, please start.
ओके। Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Gurudev, Dandavat Pranam, Jai Shri Prabhupada. Hare Krishna, everyone. Jai Shri Prabhupada. His Grace Karangasana Gurudev. Let me do just one bhajan and then I'll speak. Sankara Dava Lalita Loka Pranaya Karunya Anaganatam Sankara Dava Lalita Loka Pranaya Karunya Anaganatam Raptasya Kalyane Vande Guru Shri Charanaravind Vande Guru Shri Charanaravindraм Vande Guru Shri Charanaravind Mahaprabhu Ki Tan Nitya Gita Aditya Madhyana Surasena रोमाञ्चकं वक्तुतरङ्गभाजो वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणरविन्दम् श्रीविग्रहाराधननित्यानानां शृङ्गारतन्मन्त्रमाजनादो मुक्तस्य भक्तं च नियन्त्रतोऽपि वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणरविन्दम् वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणरविन्दम् वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणरविन्दम् चतुर्विधा श्रीभगवत्प्रसादा स्मरणकृत्तन हरिभक्तसङ्गम् तत्रैव तृप्तिं लभत सदैव वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणरविन्दम् वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणरविन्दम् वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणरविन्दम् श्रीराधिका माधवयोरापार माधुर्यलीला गुणरूपनां प्रतिक्षण स्वादनलोकास्य वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणरविन्दम् वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणरविन्दम् वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणरविन्दम् निकुञ्जयोनिकेलिसेदै जयनिभिर्युक्तिरपेक्षणीया तत्रादिदाक्षापतिवल्लभति वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणरविन्दम् वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणरविन्दम् वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणरविन्दम् साक्षाद्धरित्वेन समस्तशास्त्रैर् उक्तस्तथा भाव्यत एव साध्वी किन्तु प्रभोर्यः प्रियैव तस्य वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणरविन्दम् वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणरविन्दम् वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणरविन्दम् यस्य प्रसादात् भगवत्प्रसादम् यस्य प्रसादात् गतिकुतोऽपि ध्यायान्सुतं स्वस्य यशक्रिसङ्गं वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणारविन्द वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणारविन्दं वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणारविन्दं संसारदावा ललितलोका त्राणाय कारुण्यनाथं प्राप्तस्य कल्याणस्य वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणारविन्दं वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणारविन्दं वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणारविन्दम् ओम अज्ञानतिमिरान्धस्य ज्ञानञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मीलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरुवे नमः। श्रीचैतन्यमनोभीष्टं स्थापितं येन भूतले स्वयं रूपः कदा मह्यं ददाति स्वपदान्तिकं वन्देऽहं श्रीगुरुश्रीयुतपदकमलं श्रीगुरून् वैष्णवांश्च श्रीरूपं सागरजातं सगणेर रघुनाथान्वितं तं सजीवं साद्वैतं सावधूतं परिजनसहितं कृष्णचैतन्यदेवं श्रीराधाकृष्णपादान् सगण ललिता श्रीविशाखान्वितांश्च हे कृष्ण करुणा सिंधु दीनबंधु जगतपते गोपेश गोपिका कांत राधा कांत नमोस्तुते तप्त कांचन गौरांगी राधे वृंदावनेश्वरी वृषभानुसुते देवी प्रणमामि हरि प्रिय वाञ्छकल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपासिन्धुभ्यश्च पतितनां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः। नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदांत स्वामिनिति नमोऽन्य नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पश्चात्देशकारिणे जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवसदि गौर भक्तवृंद हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे राम राम हरे हरे कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे राम हरे हरे कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे राम हरे हरे। All glories to Srila Prabhupada. So we're today discussing pastimes of Srila Prabhupada and their unlimited pastimes and unlimited glories to this divine personality. Every day I get to know new things about Prabhupada. Every day I develop more and more respect and love for this personality because all his pastimes are so diverse, so diverse. It's not like he's doing some miracles and everyone is clapping and everything. He's doing everything dynamically. He has done everything in his life. Everything. His pastimes are not straightforward. Their pastimes are so beautiful and they are there's not there's not one pastime that you would think that it's like some ordinary thing that anyone can do. All his pastimes will leaves a smile on your face. All his pastimes make him love him even more. A couple of days back, I was reading this pastime where one devotee was talking about Prabhupada. Where Prabhupada, he said that Prabhupada had invited all the other temple presidents to come and see the LA standard. And he wanted this standard to be introduced, especially with the deity worship with the three altars. He said, and when he got the building, Prabhupada went room to room and picked out which room should be used. Each room, what each room should be used for. Where you walk in now and there is a temple that actually that wasn't the temple that Prabhupada chose. Prabhupada had another vision that wasn't our vision. He said, so his vision was to have mainstream America come into that with their shoes on and sit in the pews and hear Bhagavad Gita and Kirtan on the stage. So like ordinary people, how they come into the church and they sit down and they hear. So you would think that Prabhupada would tell them to, shave their heads and dress up like brahmachari and all. No, Prabhupada, he's not an ordinary personality. He he knows what, how to convince people, how to convince the masses. So he said he didn't tell people to, take off their shoes and come and hear kirtan and take darshan and all. He said that people can come in with their shoes on and sit there and hear the Bhagavad Gita and kirtan on the stage. And then that devotee said that we put Prabhupada's Vyasasana on the stage, and he had, Vishnujan Swami play the organ. And he said he wanted to take out this, his glasses that he was wearing. So we go wearing sunglasses and everything, so we look like we are, have some kind of pride or something. Sunglasses pen ke when people roam around and everything. So he had those sunglasses on, and then he was taking off, those sunglasses. So Prabhupada said, no, that must stay. No, you must keep those sunglasses on. Don't take them off. You would think that an acharya would tell you that you should be humble, when you come to me, you should sit down and do like that. But Prabhupada was very open-minded, very open-minded. He told him, no, that must stay on. Meaning that those glasses must stay on. So he said that it was so surreal to sit in a pew and hear Bhagavad Gita and hear Vishnujan Swami singing Jai Madhav, Jai Radha Madhav on the organ. Even Prabhupada would play the organ. We would sit and he would play the organ, he said. I wish there was tape recordings of that. Prabhupada saw that the American people were becoming disenchanted with the churches. So Prabhupada would say, now I will enchant them with Krishna consciousness. He thought that they are inclined to come to a church, let them come back to this church, but hear Bhagavad Gita this time and hear the Kirtan. Prabhupada's vision was totally like he was thinking mainstream America, not hippies. Not just hippies. He was thinking that mainstream America should come. The people who go to church but they are disenchanted with the church, they should come again in this church, but this time hear Bhagavad Gita and Kirtan and see the difference. And that's what Prabhupada said, Prabhupada's vision wasn't that we all become monks, he said. He wanted judges and politicians and doctors to come to the temple. They are not going, so Prabhupada's vision was not that they're all going to become monks and shave up, he said. But he had another vision. We think that everyone should come to the temple and shave their heads and everything, but Prabhupada, that was not Prabhupada's vision. That was not Prabhupada's vision. So, because not everyone is going to become monks and, shave their heads. So Prabhupada was very open-minded. He preached to the person, he preached to the people according to the people. He was not very like, because Acharya can change even the Shastra. So Prabhupada knew how to, he's everything, Prabhupada. He was such a big psychologist. He knows how to talk to people. He knows what to say to whom, to convince them to, come to Krishna consciousness. Because if you tell Americans to take off their shoes and shave their heads on the very first day, nobody is going to listen, he knows. So Prabhupada is an Acharya. So Prabhupada is an Acharya. He's leading with the example. He's leading with the example that if it comes to us, we know that not everyone is going to come to the temple and shave their heads. Everyone has to be engaged in the seva, in which has to be engaged in Krishna consciousness in the way they can be engaged in Krishna consciousness. And that's how he convinced people to come to Krishna consciousness. So there's another devotee who said that in 1975, Prabhupada, gave him the money to purchase 3 ambassador cars. So this is an interesting one. So Prabhupada gave him the money to buy the ambassador car. The ambassador cars, they are very popular. They were very popular that time also and now also. So, uh, he was told to buy ambassador cars, one for each center in Vrindavan, in Bombay, and Mayapur. So so Prabhupada wanted these cars made because the foreign cars were not you know not able to be used nicely on Indian roads. So then he went to that devotee went to Mr. Gargamuni, the devotee's name. So he went to Mr. Birla's factory outside of Calcutta and asked him for 3 ambassador cars, because at that time there was a waiting list, for 7,000 people for the ambassador cars. So there was a waiting list of to buy the cars, to buy the ambassador cars. And those in the early days, you couldn't just buy and go and buy the car like you can do now, right? But that time it was not like that. So you had to go on a waiting list because the government told the factories how many cars they could make and all those things. So, but Gargamuni Prabhu, he did not want to wait for Prabhupada's cars. So he wanted them immediately. So, because Prabhupada wanted them immediately. So he went to Mr. Birla and he asked him if he could, give 4 cars, because he ordered one for the Calcutta temple also. So so that person, he said, okay. And immediately that day he was given the cars. So each car at that time, costed 28,000 rupees. So that was a lot of money. So that was a lot of money. And however, when you buy these cars in those days, there was no quality control. So Prabhupada wanted, Gargamuni wanted Prabhupada to feel most comfortable in his car. And therefore, he took every car entirely apart and took all the insides, including the engine, and rebuilt the entire car as well as the insulation. So Prabhupada didn't like noises and he didn't like to bounce in the car. Like there are some cars like that, which make noise and which bounce too much. So Prabhupada didn't like that. So Prabhupada told him that the ambassadors, they would last forever. All you have to do is just keep enough oil in them. So just keep enough oil in them and these cars would last forever. So that's what Prabhupada said. So in the material sense, Prabhupada's words about the ambassador cars, they are true, because that's even in 2003, even like 2003 is 40 years later, and still the car is riding very nicely. So that's what Prabhupada said at that time, that ambassador.
Forget 2002, that card is still available. You go to a Jew temple, the red ambassador car which Prabhupada traveled, that car is still there. And it is still going. Only Prabhupada sits in that car even now. But yeah, they take out every day, every morning they, just to keep the engine going, they take the car and they take it, one round around the temple and everywhere to Jew beach and all, and then the car comes back. So even after so many years, 55 years, that car is still working, still working. That is Prabhupada, because Prabhupada said in that car, and that car was personalized for Prabhupada comfort, it was made for Prabhupada comfort. So amazing that is. I've also, been in that car in Mumbai when we were there. I got a lot of chance to take care of that car there, you know, safai karna, ye sab karna. I got that chance to. It was amazing. So it was really, yeah, continue.
Hare Krishna, Gurudev, Dandavat Pranam, Jai Srila Prabhupada. Please discuss Gurudev Prabhupada's pastimes.
Continue. I'll come in between. Continue.
Hare Krishna, Gurudev. Okay, Gurudev. So, I was saying that it's amazing how spirit, Prabhupada knows everything. He knows everything. So, even about the cars, he just told them that oil them enough and they would last forever. And that's what happened. They're still, like Gurudev said, they're still running. All they do is just oil them nicely and they're still running. So, that devotee, he said that we should never underestimate the orders of the spiritual master even on what may seem like trivial matters. हमें ऐसा लगता है कि छोटी सी बात है शायद गुरुदेव ने या प्रभुपाद ने ऐसे बोल दिया trivial matter ऐसी कुछ बोल दिया but even that small thing that was so on to the point. It's amazing. And Prabhupada also he would always give credit for everything. So there was one time at the Los Angeles temple that devotees telling Gargamuni, he's telling, I remember in the opening lecture, Prabhupada said, all glories to Gargamuni, Prabhupada said. When he said, he said the prayers, that time Prabhupada said, all glories to Gargamuni. So just because, Gargamuni was instrumental in acquiring the LA temple, so Prabhupada was giving the credit, even though obviously it was all Srila Prabhupada who obtained the temple and whose mercy is there because everyone is able to do. But sometimes devotee forget the fact that and they think they are the ones doing things, but actually it's Prabhupada always doing it through the devotees, and then Prabhupada gives them credit also. So it's Prabhupada is very, very, he's flawless. There's not one, ढूंढोगे भी तो नहीं मिलेगा. ऐसे होता है ना, हम सब में ढूंढने लग जाते हैं, इसमें ये गलती उसमें वो गलती, बट प्रभुपाद में कुछ नहीं है. प्रभुपाद इज स्पॉटलेस. He's flawless, he's spotless, and the more you read his pastimes, the more you fall in love with him. The more you fall in love with him, like he's your friend, he's your master, he's your well-wisher, he's your family, he's your everything. He treats you like he's doing like he's your savior, actually. But he acts like he's a servant of everyone. He acts like he's a servant of everyone. But actually, he's our everything. He's so humble that he's always giving people credit. He's always saying that it's because you I'm able to carry out the order of my spiritual master. But it's all Prabhupada. From the very beginning, when no one was there, Prabhupada was struggling on his own. Not food, not enough food, no money, nothing. Nobody was there. Like Prabhupada says so many times that nobody was there to help him in the mission. He was all alone. And he said that he used to get frustrated that he's not able to actually he could do everything. He could do everything. But that struggle period also he's showing us that we also have to struggle. He's showing that's what an acharya is. He's showing by his own example that you have to struggle for Krishna. You have to endeavor. So Prabhupada used to, when he was frustrated, he used to go to that ship, captain of the ship, and he would ask, when is the next ship going? And then that captain would say, you always ask Swamiji, but you never board the ship. You never go back. So Prabhupada laughs and he says, yeah, when I'm too frustrated, I come here and I ask. But then I think, okay, let me try some more time. Let me try for 2 more months. And the rest is history. And just like in Bhagavad Gita, Krishna was on the battlefield doing everything. But because But because Arjun was surrendered to Krishna, Krishna gave him the credit. So similarly, Garga Muni is saying that he got very emotional when Prabhupada said that all glories to Garga Muni, because he knew that he cannot do anything, but Prabhupada is doing everything. That's why to be with Prabhupada was the most wonderful experience, because he knew he would never cheat you. And Prabhupada never made anyone feel bad. Obviously, he's such a Vaishnav, he always keeps himself most humble. So he never made anyone feel bad. He never did or said anything to make anyone feel bad. He always made everyone feel good. And even if he said something strict later on, that's devotee saying, even if he said something strict later on, he would come back with something very kind. Because in all circumstances, the closer you go to Prabhupada, the more he would teach you about life and about serving Krishna and your responsibility to the Guru. So that's what Guru is. He's always, he's strict, but he's also, very merciful. He has to be strict because he has to discipline us. And he's kind because he's very merciful. He's a Vaishnav. So because in all circumstances, the closer you got to Prabhupada, the more he would teach you about life and serving Krishna and your responsibility to the Guru. It's a never-ending process of surrender. When you're conditioned, when you're conditioned to act on impulse, to act on the basis of your senses, it's very hard to surrender. But Prabhupada was able to supersede all these things and take all of your good things in a charming way and engage them in Krishna service. We have seen that in even George Harrison's case. Nobody, a music band lead singer, and you're initiating him, and you're making him sponsor for Krishna book and everything. Who can do that? Nobody can do that. It's only an empowered acharya like Prabhupada who can do all kinds of things. Talk to scientists, talk to musicians, talk to scholars, talk to leaders, talk to everyone in the whole world and revolution the whole thing. It made you feel like human being, like an important person in the service of Krishna. Self-esteem is that many devotees lack, and yet Prabhupada had the most self-esteem. He was very proud to be a servant of Krishna. You could see that in the same way Prabhupada would make you feel important when you were a servant of Krishna. Like Prabhupada always said to his devotees, you're the sons of the most richest man. You're the son of the most richest man. You should be proud. And this another this another pastime which which is funny. I mean, uh, there's this pastime where Allen Ginsberg brought Timothy Leary. He's the person who started the LSD movement. So so Allen Ginsberg brought this person who started the LSD movement. He brought him to meet Prabhupada. Actually, Prabhupada stayed with this chemist, this person who invented LSD, the person who invented LSD. And he was initiated by Prabhupada. even the chemist who even the chemist who invented LSD, he was initiated by Prabhupada. This is the glory of an acharya. Chai bade se bada, this nashedi people, or even the bade se bada chemist, anyone can, he can turn anyone into, Krishna
Actually, you know what
conscious.
happened? Actually, I'll tell you the inner thing. So this person, he came to the society thinking that he will sell his LSD to devotees and make them intoxicated and destroy the movement. That is the reason why he came. But when he spoke with Prabhupada, and Prabhupada convinced him and completely changed his heart. And then after that, he told Prabhupada, I want to be initiated by you. I'm leaving. So, he's the one who made, made the LSD, and then he left it, and then he became a devotee. I think Kese Kala, something name. What is the name? Kala? Something name is there. Kalakandas?
Karlapati.
Karlapati.
Is
Karlapati Das, yeah. So it was amazing. So the inventor of the LSD also gradually, becomes a devotee of Krishna. So this is the kind of, when a pure devotee wants to empower anyone or change anyone, no one can stop. Nothing can stop. Just see, his intention was to come and, do business in the devotee community. Ended up becoming himself devotee. It is like, I remember that Haridas Thakur, that girl, the Maya lady, Maya Devi, she came to break Haridas Thakur's, vow. And in association of Haridas Thakur, she became a pure devotee. The same way, this is equivalent to that pastime. He came in the Krishna conscious movement, this person, to sell his LSD to make all the devotees intoxicated and spoil the movement. And then he ended up becoming a devotee himself. Such an amazing, thing. Jai Shri Prabhupada, yeah, continue. Yeah.
so that yes, Gurudev. That's why it's very funny. I didn't know this that he came to sell the drugs, but it makes sense. That's why he came, so he can because they come in to groups like these, so to sell their product more. But he little did he knew that little did he know that he will himself get changed. But this is the proof that Prabhupada is an Uttam Adhikari. Ki anyone who comes even face to Prabhupada turns into a devotee. Karlapati. So he was initiated as Karlapati, and he was a graduate of Harvard, and he's the one who invented LSD. So the devotee is saying that he never Prabhupada never put them on the spot. He never Prabhupada never when he met these kind of people, he never criticized them for their ways. He never put them on the spot and always acted in a very charming way and asked them, can you help me in my movement? It's funny because today I'm working with this British girl. Her name is Molly. So I'm working with her, and she has all kinds of issues. So today she was telling me that when she back in UK, when she was uh, when she had any problem, she would smoke weed. She told me. So I remembered this pastime of Prabhupada, where he initiated the LSD movement. LSD inventor. So I told her this um, glory of Prabhupada. I told her that I've told her about Bhagavad Gita and Prabhupada. So I told her that when Prabhupada went to America, uh, he turned all these hippies into devotees. So what Prabhupada used to say is Prabhupada used to tell them that you want to stay high, right? So come and join the movement. You can stay high forever, like Prabhupada says, right? Stay high forever. So I told her you can also stay high forever if you want. So I told her you can also stay high forever if you want. So because I remembered this pastime. So anyways, so Prabhupada, never put these people on the spot. Any kind of people he met, you have seen. I mean, nobody can criticize hippies and then convince them to join Krishna consciousness. That's why Prabhupada is a very mastermind. That's why he's a true Vaishnav actually, because he never sees faults in anyone. Any kind of faults he does not see. So he's seeing an LSD inventor and he's turning him into a devotee. He never criticizes anyone, except Mayavadis, obviously, because that's what a guru does. So he always, when he meet such kind of people, he's very, very humble, very humble. I mean, way to be an acharya, how to be humble, how to show people that we all need to be humble in throughout the movement. Even being such a big leader of such a big movement, he is always humble. I mean, if anyone is at his position, it's very easy to give in to these name and fame and all those things, but never Prabhupada, never Prabhupada. Prabhupada is, from the very beginning till the end, he stayed humble throughout. I haven't seen one time that he's boasting about his achievements. He's always humble. He's always humble. And whenever he's saying something which, is trying to tell about his achievements, he's telling it so that people know what to do, how to do. It never sounds that he has any pride in anything that he does. He's always doing like a humble servant of Krishna. Always. So whenever he met people, he would always tell them, "Can you help me in my movement?" Always. Just see, he met George Harrison, and what did he say? He said, "You are a very important person. People are following you. You can help me in my mission." That's what he said. "You can help me in my mission. You are a very important man." He's always trying, he's meeting all these big people, and he's always asking them, "Can you help me with my movement?" Being a leader in such a big movement, which is famous throughout the world, making headlines, going to newspaper, the leader of such a movement, he has no pride. And he's asking the important people humbly, never criticizing people. And he's asking them, "Can you help me in my movement?" And, it's very easy to get lost in this name and fame and ego and pride thing. But it was never the case with Prabhupada. It was never the case with Prabhupada. He's always asking, he's always going to the important people to spread Krishna consciousness, so that Krishna consciousness comes to the light, comes to the limelight. He was never, he would actually appeal to them and try to engage them in service to Krishna. He was never condescending or critical of their personal life. He would only see the good things and try to engage them in service. Usually we always look for the bad things in somebody, right? But Prabhupada was just the opposite. In fact, if you did something wrong, he would award you with more responsibility. That was Prabhupada. He never took things away from you. If you do something bad, he would send you out to do something more. That's why he's trying to get you to be purified, give you more responsibility.
This is amazing quality of Srila Prabhupada, which we devotees don't follow much, that Srila Prabhupada never judged anyone. Amazing quality of Srila Prabhupada. We, many times, we also criticize, GBC and gurus fall down and all. Actually, Prabhupada never did that. If you study Prabhupada's life, many GBC gurus fell that time also. But Prabhupada was very compassionate. He did not criticize them. In fact, when they came back, he gave them more seva. He used to give, like, if you are the most fallen, means more seva. He never removed anyone from any seva. That is the beauty of Srila, amazing thing of Srila Prabhupada, that he was so compassionate and so merciful and so forgiving devotees. Might have done so bad activity, but Srila Prabhupada said no problem, because he knew this principle that in the material world, even Brahma and Shiva can fall down. He knew Shastra. So he knew that in this material world, even Brahma and Shiva can also fall down. Like Brahma fell down when he saw Saraswati, He wanted to marry. Lord Shiva became lusty when he saw Mohini. So Prabhupada knew this tattva. So Prabhupada was never, judgmental on devotees. And in fact, if a devotee did some bad activity or fell down, he used to call the devotee and give him more seva, more responsibility, more seva. Why? Because empty mind devil's workshop. So you be occupied in seva. Only then, you can get rid of your material tendencies. So that's why when I tell people that, do keep doing seva, you know, more seva you take, more your mind will be occupied, So don't just do your sevas given to you, which the groups you join, that is good, that's seva. But if you finish that seva, then take up some other seva. Oh, I'm free now. Give me more seva. Give me more seva. Oh, Mataji, can I do this? Oh, Prabhuji, can I do this? I have no time. I have a lot of time. I finished. I did my seva. What more I can do? What more I can do? What more I can do? This should be the consciousness of all of us. Always asking more seva. This is how Prabhupada, dealt with all the devotees, giving them more and more and more seva. I remember, this Tamal Krishna actually shouted at Prabhupada once, you know, he didn't want to, he had the Radha Damodar party, bus party, So he became too attached to the Radha Damodar traveling bus party. So he's Prabhupada, Tamal Krishna, trying to control everyone. So Prabhupada, called him, and Prabhupada told him, no one has been to China to preach, and completely new place where to stay. So Prabhupada gave him that kind of a responsibility that now he has to work very hard and prove himself. Prabhupada told him, if you're so good, if you're like me, then prove it. Create the movement in go to China and create that movement there. Then we'll accept, that you are as good as me. So instead, Prabhupada did not remove him from any seva. Oh, you have got too much false ego. You're trying to think you're guru like that. No, Prabhupada, okay, you think you are guru. Now go to China and prove yourself. You're guru, right? So Prabhupada gave him that. He went to China and obviously got angry on Prabhupada. Why you're sending me to China? My seva is secure. I'm doing a secure seva. I'm like so many devotees under me. So that is what, Guru knows how to remove your weeds and how to keep you engaged also. And that is Prabhupada's beauty. His amazing instructions. He knows how to remove the weeds of devotees and also how to not, give them other seva where they can become more and more humble. So this is, like that. Even we should understand this and not judge our fellow devotees if they fall down or if we see some bad activity done by them. Try to encourage them more and more. Try to become their support system. Like Krishna says, Apiche Dureteva Bhaitema Manane Bhag. Even though you are the most fallen person, but still you are a devotee, Krishna says, Sadhu eva. You are sadhu because you are rightly situated. Hmm. So this is very important aspect we should learn from this. Yeah, continue.
Jai Shri Prabhupada. Yes, Gurudev. Even when his the sannyasis, they also when they fall down, they Prabhupada also forgave them also, because he said that this is a very big movement. I I need everyone. I need everyone. So he forgives everyone for all kinds of offenses. He's a very merciful Vaishnav. He's the most merciful. So there's another pastime that Bhagyamuni is sharing. He says that when he was in Gainesville, Florida at that time, somebody in Bombay from the Arya Samaj, he had questioned Prabhupada. like why he was preaching in India, why he was preaching in India. So he asked, that why don't you go to Muslim countries? So Prabhupada, he sent his brother and him to West and East Pakistan. So he sent them to Pakistan. Prabhupada sent them to Pakistan. So somehow they made it to Pakistan, East Pakistan. But in those days, they didn't read newspapers and they don't have social media and everything. So they don't know what's going on in those countries. So when they arrived in Pakistan, they got to know that there was a civil war going on in the country. So uh, so they knew there was a Gaudiya Math there. So they thought that if they go to the Gaudiya Math, they can find shelter there because there's civil war going on. So till that time, they can find shelter in Gaudiya Math. Gaudiya Math. So they spent over 2 months, preaching and printing books. But then the revolution got hot and India entered the fray and they had to leave, the country. So then he went to West Pakistan, and it was in West Pakistan, that Prabhupada got the newspaper, the news in Bombay, that 4 Hare Krishnas, they were killed. So Prabhupada knew that he had an assistant, and he knew Brahmanand had an assistant. So, Gargamuni, and he was the first to come back. So it was in April 1971 that it was the day of Ram Navami, when he arrived from Karachi. And when Prabhupada saw, when Prabhupada saw him come, Prabhupada got up. Prabhupada got up and Prabhupada hugged him. Prabhupada got up and Prabhupada hugged him. He embraced him and he felt like all these things, flying out of his body. It was such a divine feeling. It was, he said that it was the second time he had hugged Gargamuni. And he almost, he fell to the floor. And then he got down and Gargamuni, he got to the floor. He fell to the floor because, Prabhupada, you try to touch Prabhupada's feet, and also he fell to the floor. And then when he got down, then, Prabhupada pulled him up by his shikha. So Prabhupada was pulling his shikha. So he said that it felt like Prabhupada is pulling him out of the material world, not just up, but out of the material world with his shikha. And then Prabhupada slapped him on the back real hard. So पीछे थपथपाते हैं ना इतनी तेज थप, तो Prabhupada slapped him on the back really hard. So thap thap karke. And Prabhupada said, very good. Goosebumps. Goosebumps. Prabhupada patted him on the back and Prabhupada said, very good. Because he took such a big risk of going to a Muslim country like Pakistan and preaching there and, surviving there somehow, almost getting killed and everything. He survived just because spiritual master had said so. Just because spiritual master has ordered. They went to a Muslim country to preach, even though a civil war was going on. And they stayed there. And when it really, when really they had to leave, then they left. And Prabhupada was so happy that they took the risk and they went. So he said that Prabhupada was very happy. So these are divine pastimes of, Prabhupada. So Prabhupada, so he said that Prabhupada was very happy. And then he called his servants and he told them to cook them a feast. Unko bola ki make a feast. He has come back from Pakistan. Make us a feast. He told everybody. So everybody was fasting that day. I told it was a Ram Navami. So everyone was fasting that day. But they had a whole feast with puris and sabji and everything. So they had a whole feast. All the other devotees, they were all fasting. So you see, on the outside, you will feel like, अरे spiritual master ने रामनवमी के दिन खाने को बोल दिया. ये तो गलत है. You would think like that, but it's not like that. Srila Prabhupada is another another level of acharya. He knows what needs to be done at that time. He knows that this devotee has come from such a place where it's everything is so violent and everything, and it's such a big risk they took, and he's come back, so he's treating them to a feast even though everyone else was fasting. So you can never read Prabhupada. You can never read Prabhupada. He always does, thinking how to spread the movement. How to spread the movement. He's always thinking like that. So a devotee, he does not have to follow strictly everything. But because he's an acharya, he can, change the shastra also. The Prabhupada is amazing. He's a whole new level of Krishna conscious. The other devotees, although they became envious, they could not believe they had to fast while he was having a huge feast. But Prabhupada saw that, they were sacrificing their lives for him in helping him with the preaching mission. Prabhupada saw this, and he returned that love by, blessing them, by pulling up their shikha, by pulling up from their shikha, by slapping him on the back. You don't know what it is to have Prabhupada slap you on the back, he said. You don't know what it is like to have Prabhupada slap you on the back. It's not like any slap you've ever received. You feel spirituality from it. You feel purification. You feel your heart drop into your stomach. It's the most wonderful feeling to have the spiritual master do something like pulling your shikha. He said he cannot describe that feeling. Because Prabhupada, although he may act like an ordinary man, he was not an ordinary man. And anybody who met him felt that way, that he's not an ordinary man. He said, so to have him do personal things like, slap on the back, you feel something. And he also did the same with Brahmanand, both of them went to Pakistan. So another very important pastime is when Garumuni is saying that there was a big tape recorder, that weighed 50 pounds. So he was in charge of that tape recorder. So Brahmanand Prabhu, he would bring it down from Prabhupada's closet every night. So his job was to set up the tape for Prabhupada's lecture. Okay, so we hear now Prabhupada's lecture, and it was all these devotees, who were setting up all those things, for us, उस टाइम पे वो इतनी मेहनत करते थे. They were used to do such hard labor to record all these tapes, to keep these tapes, to catalog them, to do all these kinds of things, so that now we are able to hear, or we are so fallen that we don't even hear that every day. 15-20 लोग आते हैं lecture में, it's such a shame that you don't attend Prabhupada's lecture in the morning. It's such a shame. See these devotees, they were so working hard for, managing all these tapes, making all these tapes, cataloging them, doing everything, so that we can hear. And it's such a fallen state that we are in, that we avoid that. We even avoid that thing. So he's saying that he was in charge of these tape recorders. So, but the thing is, Prabhupada was very insistent of recording the lectures. You can see now, अगर lectures नहीं होते तो हम आधी आधी क्या हमें इतनी सारी चीजें पता नहीं होती. Lectures से भी एक purport में भी प्रभुपाद ने इतने सारे. We are listening Srimad Bhagavata 5th canto 5th chapter 1st verse. So many lectures are there for that verse. So many lectures. हम कितने दिनों तक हम लोगों ने वही verse सुना. So it's such an important verse और प्रभुपाद उसको इतने depth में प्रभुपाद was explaining. So we should take advantage of these things. The lectures that there are, of Prabhupada's. We should take advantage. How can we be so foolish and stupid that we are not taking advantage of Prabhupada's lectures, Prabhupada's books? It's such a shame. It's very sad. So Prabhupada was very insistent that every lecture has to be recorded. Every lecture needs to be recorded. And you know why now? Because we can listen, because the movement can go on, movement can spread. Even though Prabhupada might not be physically here, but the movement will go on, continue. So Prabhupada was very insistent that every lecture has to be recorded. He was so insistent that when tape ran out, जब tape खत्म हो जाता था, Prabhupada would wait. That tape would come, they would rethread the tape, bring a new one and rethread the tape, and then he would start the lecture. So Prabhupada was so insistent that every lecture should be recorded, that he would wait if the tape ran out. Just see. He thought of everything before, physically leaving. He thought of everything. जो लोग books नहीं पढ़ सकते, at least they can put earphone in their ears and listen. But वो उसके लिए भी हम बहुत बड़े हैं. We cannot even listen to those things. It's very shameful. So anyways, Prabhupada was very insistent that all these tapes should be recorded. So, at that time, these tapes used to be, very expensive. So these tapes used to be very expensive and they didn't have money for those tapes. He said that they were $3 or $4 for these Scotch tapes. So Prabhupada wanted everything, every tape, every lecture to be tape recorded. So they didn't think it was important in those days, but they were still doing it. They उस टाइम पे लगेगा ना कि क्या रिकॉर्ड ठीक है रिकॉर्ड क्या करना, but they were doing it because Prabhupada has said it. And they said now they can understand why Prabhupada was so insistent, because they are important for preaching. We cannot think, in that moment कि क्यों ऐसा हो रहा है, क्यों इतना हर चीज के लिए persist. But after, sometime we get to know कि yeah, it was important. Yes, it was important. We cannot know. That's why, we should just follow the order of the spiritual master without asking, without questioning. Because we cannot think like an acharya, we cannot think like a guru. All we need to do is follow the guru. So he says that in the beginning there was only one or two who were thinking how to give Prabhupada something instead of just taking from him. We are just taking and taking knowledge from Prabhupada without giving him anything. What are we giving? कुछ भी नहीं करते हैं हम सेशन में आ जाएं वही बहुत बड़ी बात लगती है. But instead of just taking from Prabhupada, we should be able to give him. So he's saying that time there was few people who thought like that. But because, Prabhupada had asked, because he had asked Prabhupada that Swamiji, we're here with you. What are we supposed to do? We come here, we take Krishna Prasadam and then we all go away. But what are we supposed to do for you? What are we here for? And he wanted something definite, that Prabhupada says to, give him some definite service. So Prabhupada said, the duty of a disciple is to assist the spiritual master in his work. So Prabhupada said like that. The duty of a disciple is to assist the spiritual master in his work. And that's all he said. So then he was left to wonder, work, work. Prabhupada does not work like a normal person. How do I assist him in his job? He's a religious teacher. So then it occurred to him that there's one thing he does do every day, and that is translate books. He's translating books and he's using this typewriter. So in Prabhupada, just look at Prabhupada, such a meticulous person, such a hardworking personality. I mean, what he used to, use his index fingers, Prabhupada, while, on the printer, typewriter. जैसे हम type करते हैं ना, we can type now very fast on our keyboard and everything, right? But Prabhupada, he used to use the typewriter. He used to use his index finger, to uh, type. Just, see. ये अपनी बुक को लिखने के लिए ही इज यूजिंग हिज इंडेक्स फिंगर टू टाइप. किसके लिए करते थे वो? हमारे लिए करते थे. हम वी फॉर अस फॉलन सोल्स. एंड we are not even grateful for such a personality who left us so many things. कितना हार्ड वर्क प्रभुपाद यूज्ड टू डू. पूरी रात पूरी दिन बैठ के ही इज टाइपिंग दोज बुक्स. वो भी इंडेक्स, नॉट लाइक अ टाइपराइटर, एक्सपर्ट प्रो जस्ट हैकर टाइप ऑफ थिंग. He's using his index finger to type in every word. Just see this is the kind of endeavor, Krishna notices कि Krishna कि ऐसा ऐसा devotee होता है, ऐसा आचार्य होता है. I mean, you can have respect for him for, it just keeps growing for such a personality. It just keeps growing, the respect. So he used his index fingers. That's how he was typing his books. So, one day, the Gargamuni, he was walking by one store. So there were 4 or 5 head shops that would, carry back to Godhead magazines. So he would sometimes stop in those shops, to see if they are selling back to Godhead. So कभी कभी वो रुक के देखते थे कि वो if they are selling or not. So on his way, he passed through this grinding shop, and something in the window, it caught his eye. So there was a miniature tape recorder kind of thing. And what it read, it said dictaphone. It said dictaphone. So he thought to himself, what the hell is a dictaphone? What is a dictaphone? So he went inside the store and he went up to the man of the store and he asked him, what's this dictaphone? So he said, oh, it's used by the lawyers. It's used by the lawyers or doctors, to keep notes. So Gargamuni was like, oh yeah. And then he said, I know somebody, who's translating these books. So it would be good for him. Who is confirming कि अगर वो translate कर रहे हैं book, तो will it be good for him? So that store person goes, yeah, oh yeah. So he showed him how to use it. Okay. He showed Gargamuni Prabhu how to show, how to use the dictaphone. Okay, so he learned everything कि कैसे उसको यूज करते हैं, सब कैसे यूज करते हैं, कैसे चलाते हैं, सब कुछ उन्होंने सीखा. And then he went back to Prabhupada, he thought कि अब तो मैं इसको I'm going to buy this for Prabhupada and I'm helping him because this will go a lot faster than typing. So Prabhupada would not have to type. You have seen Prabhupada's picture, right? He's speaking to the dictaphone. So he's not writing with his keyboards now. So he thought कि अगर मैं Prabhupada को dictaphone दे दूंगा तो it will be very easy for Prabhupada. So he was all, practically speaking, the dictaphone, it revolutionized the Prabhupada's books. It went so fast after that because Prabhupada was able to write very fast. I mean, with the help of dictaphone. And because he wanted to do the Gitas, and so it would take ages for him, to finish typing by hand. If he was typing by hand, it would take such a long time. So it was $150, the dictaphone. But he brought it for, Prabhupada. He bought it for Prabhupada. So he bought it, and then he went to Prabhupada, and he brought it to Prabhupada. So he was all excited and puffed up. ठीक है, बहुत खुश थे और बहुत excited थे कि मैं ऐसी चीज लेके जा रहा हूँ प्रभुपाद के पास, that would make him happy and everything, and he would he would look at it and he would be thinking कि ये बहुत बड़ा मेरे को वो है ना, it's helping me a lot. So he was very looking forward to explaining Prabhupada how to use this dictaphone. So he went to him and he told Prabhupada, this is help. He thought to himself that this is helping Prabhupada. So he thought that how am I going to show Prabhupada how to use this thing? So he thought कि Prabhupada is from village. Prabhupada is from village, and Prabhupada in Vrindavan they don't know what a dictaphone is. So he was wondering कि Prabhupada को मैं कैसे समझाऊं कि ये कैसे use करते हैं dictaphone को. So he was wondering and all, and he was looking forward कि मैं Prabhupada को explain करूं. ठीक है, मैं प्रभुपाद को एक्सप्लेन करूं कि ये कैसे यूज करते हैं डिक्टाफोन को. सो ही वाज ऑल लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड टू दिस मोमेंट कि आई विल एक्सप्लेन टू हिम प्रभुपाद, because he's come from the village and he cannot understand these technical things. So I'll explain to him and I'll give it to him. So he was very excited. So what so he went to Prabhupada, and he went to Prabhupada's room to and he showed it to him. So he showed him the mic, and Prabhupada looked at it, and he said, Prabhupada, there's an instruction book here, how to use it. So he's telling that there's an instruction book, okay? And I'll go through it with you. I'll go through it with you. हम साथ में सीखेंगे, I'll tell you. So he's saying like that. So, Prabhupada said, no, that's okay. I know. All Prabhupada said, no, that's okay. I know. And he was shocked. And sure enough, Prabhupada knew how to use it. Prabhupada knew, he pressed the right buttons, he was testing it, and Gargamuni was shocked. He says that Prabhupada never even looked at the book. Prabhupada never even looked at the manual. He said that it took me an hour with the shop person. 1 घंटे में वो समझे उस शॉप के बंदे के साथ कि इसको कैसे यूज करते हैं. And he was so proud and smug about it कि मैं प्रभुपाद को समझाऊंगा. But he was also tensed कि Prabhupada is from village. Will he be able to keep up with it? Will he be able to use it properly? कि मतलब कर पाएंगे प्रभुपाद? He was thinking like that कि कैसे करेंगे प्रभुपाद. And Prabhupada goes like, oh no, that's okay, I know. And then he took it from him and he's pressing all the right buttons and he's using it. Prabhupada ने ना book देखी ना manual देखी, and Prabhupada is using the dictaphone. So, spiritual master, he knows everything. You think that he's from village and everything, but he knows everything. So, so he's saying that the shop person, he had to show him everything. He's so just a second. Just a second. Sorry, yeah. So he said that कि उनको 1 घंटा लगा, और he was thinking like that with Prabhupada. He says that he realized at that point कि this person, Prabhupada, he's not human. How does he know how to work this thing? He never had one. But he said that Prabhupada was very easy with electronics. He wasn't at all intimidated. कि मैं ऐसा नहीं है कि Prabhupada डर जाएं कि अरे इसको कैसे चलाते हैं, क्या करते हैं, क्या है, क्या नहीं. But Prabhupada was never intimidated, you know. And then, just like that, boom, Prabhupada starting doing these tapes. It was great, Prabhupada started using them and he made all those tapes and, the rest is history. But then he said, then they had another problem, the tapes were building up and the tapes were expensive. In the end, they had 6 or 7 tapes and they didn't have money to keep buying the tapes. For some reason, nobody knew how to type properly because, you need to have coordination to type. So we say that because, the devotees, they were on drugs and everything sometimes. So nobody could coordinate with their foot, with their fingers, because they had those symptoms still then. So it was not, they were not able to coordinate with their foot, with their fingers. So because you need to use foot pedal and ये उस ज़माने की बात है. So they used foot pedal and they had to hear Prabhupada and coordinate. So it was like driving a car, that पैर और हाथ दोनों साथ में चले. So they could not do it. So they were wondering.
There is one more amazing with Brahmananda and Garga Muni. There's one more amazing, very amazing pastime. Actually, American doctors wanted to, because the way Prabhupada was making devotees there in America, it was unprecedented. Lakhs and lakhs of people were following Prabhupada that time. The Los Angeles Rath Yatra had 3 lakh Westerners joining, more than the Christmas crowd they used to get, Prabhupada was getting. So the doctors and all, they wanted to do some experiment on Srila Prabhupada and wanted to test his brains, that what is his brain capacity and, how much his brain is working and everything. So Prabhupada once went to, they just made that, we have kept free checkup for Swamiji, in our hospital. Through the devotees, they told that, So because Swamiji is having heart attack and, he had heart attack, so his body checkup we'll do. So Brahmanand Prabhu and Garga Muni Prabhu, they came and they told Prabhupada that, they are offering free checkup, so yeah, do you want to get checked up? So Prabhupada said, okay, let's go. So Prabhupada went there, and when he noticed, he understood that these people are not after his blood test. They want to do some other experiment on him. So Prabhupada told Brahmananda and Garga Muni that their consciousness is not good. They want to do some mind experiments on me. So now the doctors have already, booked Prabhupada's room and like they are took Prabhupada to the test chamber or lab also everywhere, pathological lab, whatever lab was there, they've taken Prabhupada there. And Prabhupada is sitting and Prabhupada is noticing around what's going, what they're trying to do. And because they're murmuring among themselves and trying to do, and there was this one brain mapping machine there lying, the Prabhupada understood their intention was not correct. So Prabhupada told Brahmananda and Garga Muni, just take me out from here. Their intention not good. And Brahmananda Prabhu was telling that, they just took Prabhupada, they lifted Prabhupada in their arms and they ran out of the room. Literally ran out of, and said, no, we don't want any test, And the doctors and all, the watchmen, all, they're trying to stop. And Garga Muni was like pushing all the doctors. Don't touch my guru, like that, literally. And Brahmananda just lifted Prabhupada in his arms and he took, he was literally running with Prabhupada, that, just to save his guru. And Garga Muni was just, not letting anyone come near Prabhupada, And then they got out and they they put Prabhupada in the car and they just rushed from there, And then later it was revealed that actually they wanted to do some brain testing, brain mapping, brain testing, this, testing on Prabhupada's, to understand, that how Prabhupada is working and is trying to test their brains and, everything, And so this is what is the duty of with this we can understand that the duty of a disciple, that the disciple should, not use his, intelligence, and, when the guru says, they could have just said, oh, Prabhupada, they are doing free testing, and, they could have given reasons, why Prabhupada should not do. But the moment Prabhupada said, just take me out from here, they just lifted Prabhupada and they ran, So this is the duty of a disciple to not, when the guru is telling something, don't use your intelligence. Just, follow the order to blindly follow the order, And I think Chitra Mate told about the Pakistan this. Yeah. So amazing, that actually, it was really crazy. Prabhupada was so much depressed when he heard the news that two or four of the Western devotees have died. They've been killed in the attack. And Prabhupada thought that he has lost Brahmananda and Garga Muni. One went to East Pakistan, one went to West Pakistan. And he lost, and when they came in front of Prabhupada, the way Prabhupada hugged them and patted them on their back and said, and Prabhupada literally, hugged, literally wanted to touch, the feet of Brahmananda and Garga Muni, because Prabhupada told that whoever goes to Pakistan, I will take the dust of that person and put on my head. That way, such a big thing. And then, it was Ekadashi, and, Prabhupada told, make a feast for them, So it was Ekadashi, everyone was fasting, and Brahmananda and Garga Muni, they were feasting. So, a pure devotee, obviously, what he says becomes the Shastra, So, it's like that, Once, Prabhupada was getting out of airport, and Prabhupada, in the lobby of the airport, Prabhupada just sat there, and all devotees were sitting. So just next to Prabhupada, there was a Krishna Murti there, So all devotees came and they offered Prabhupada garland, offering. So Prabhupada had all these garlands on him. So Prabhupada, obviously, to Krishna, we cannot offer a used garland. We have to offer a fresh garland. And Krishna deity was just next to Prabhupada. It was the statue there, in the airport, and Prabhupada was sitting next to it. So Prabhupada noticed that Krishna is standing there, and he has no mala. So Prabhupada removed his mala, and he put around Krishna. So one devotee foolishly told, "Oh Prabhupada, we have to offer fresh garland to Krishna." Prabhupada told, you don't teach me, I know Krishna, he's my friend, so I don't need to offer him fresh. I can offer him my jhuta also. This kind of relationship I have with Krishna. So everyone was stunned, Prabhupada, who are you? Who are you? Who are you, Prabhupada? He said, if I tell who am I, you will faint. I'm so close to Krishna that I can offer my jhuta to Krishna. I can literally eat and offer it to him. I can wear and offer it to him. He will take it. He doesn't say no to me. So you don't tell. So everyone was like, my God. Prabhupada, please tell, who are you? Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? If I tell you, if I reveal, you will faint here. Who am I? You don't know who am I. You never know who am I. Like that. So with this, we can understand the position of Srila Prabhupada. It is literally. Yes, 1 second. I'll continue. I'll come back. When phone is coming, I'll come.
Yes, Gurudev. With Garland also, I remembered this, that we've seen that video of Prabhupada where he's carrying so many malas, heavy, big flowered malas, and he's going to the temple and he's paying dandavat to the deity 3 times. I mean, एक माला में ऐसे, it's like that, it's very heavy. Prabhupada was carrying so many malas at the age of at such an advanced age, इतनी सारी माला Prabhupada used to carry, and he would फिर भी he'll pay dandvats and he'll do everything, and he'll walk like normal. And he's such a like a thin man. He's such a thin and advanced age he has, and heart attack, everything he had, and still you itni bhari, matlab, you try and wear one flower mala and you will realize how heavy it is on your shoulders. But he's carrying so many big malas, and he's carrying them without any effort. कि मतलब sometimes I feel he, he didn't have to do so much, you know he didn't have to do so much, but he still does. He still did everything. I mean, I see that video every time and I notice that he has so many malas and he's still paying dandvats and doing everything very very neatly, paying dandvats and rising up and everything. Everything is so perfect. I mean, at that age you don't care about anything. कि क्या माला क्या नहीं, you just but he's like such big, those garlands are, and he's carrying them without any effort. He's not an ordinary person. He's out of this world. His body is not any material body. He does not feel anything. He's from another world. He is. So yeah, I was in that pastime where they were not able to type properly on the uh, that typewriter. उनको आ नहीं रहा था कि हम कैसे use our hands and legs together while writing these things. So for some reason or the other, nobody knew how to type properly. So what happened is, all of a sudden, this person shows up. Neil, his name was Neil, and he's from some college, some college he was, and he was doing some summer course, 3 months course. So he wanted to join a religious organization and write about his experience in that organization. So all of a sudden he joined, and he was like, this is my paper, so I was thinking I'll join you guys. So uh, uh, he said, I'm going to do it. So um, they said, it's fine, Gargamuni, and he said that it's fine. So but then they immediately asked him, ki, do you know how to type? Because हमारे यहाँ पे कोई, we cannot, nobody can type. So immediately, he's coming from this college, and he's doing this summer course and everything. So they just asked him ki, type करना आता है? Do you know how to type? So uh, they thought they'd ask, and he was like, yeah, I can type. So he said, do you know how to use a dictaphone? So yes. So he said, yeah, I can use that. It's easy. So and right away, he started typing 60 words a minute. They used to watch his foot. His foot was going like mile a minute. So he knew how to go back and forward in a second if he missed something. So they were like, wow, we were, हम सोच रहे थे कौन करेगा, and all of a sudden, this guy comes up, and this is exactly what we needed. This is exactly what Prabhupada was needed. So they looked at each other. Devotees, they looked at each other, and they were looking at that person, and they were looking at each other, and they were, they said, this is mystical. This is mystical. Because he's the person that we needed, and he all of a sudden he showed up. So इनके ये, this was like their communication between devotees. ऐसा होता है ना, जैसे हमारे दोस्त होते हैं, हम स्कूल में होते थे, तो एक दूसरे को कोई मैसेज, एक दूसरे की शक्ल देख के यूज्ड टू नो कि क्या है वो, कोई कैच फ्रेज होके, सो एवरी टाइम समथिंग लाइक दिस हैपेंड प्रभुपाद के साथ, या ऐसा कुछ जो दे कैन नॉट एक्सप्लेन. So they would look at each other and they would go like, this is mystical. This is mystical. So when this happened, they, they looked at each other and they says, this is mystical. All they can think was Krishna provides. Krishna provides. So that's why they really felt secure when they were when they were with Prabhupada, because they felt that nothing can hurt them, nothing can touch them as long as they are with Prabhupada, and it felt wonderful. They always wanted to be around him because they felt fully protected. That feeling that everything is going to work out when you're Prabhupada, because everything did work out. That's what he said. To see an Indian man in Indian dress in a park on Tompkins Square, where the majority of the people were old Russian and Polish people, it was just too far out. So one day they used to go. They used to go every mm, weekend on Sundays to this Tompkins Square to chant with Prabhupada. So in the crowd, they would be uh, distributing these leaflets. It says stay high forever. So I said before, right? Stay high forever. So they used to distribute these leaflets that said stay high forever, because people, they really got a kick out of those. कि उनको ये ना बहुत अच्छा लगता था phrase stay high forever, क्योंकि they got, they जैसे होता है ना क्लिक बेट थंबनेल ऐसे होता है, वैसे इट वाज लाइक क्लिक बेट स्टे हाई फॉरएवर. पीपल एकदम से अट्रैक्शन जाती है कि व्हाट स्टे हाई फॉरएवर, व्हाट आर दे टॉकिंग अबाउट. सो वी एंड दे यूज्ड a photograph of Prabhupada where he's sitting and he's smiling and he has his hand on his head. तो उसको फोटो को देख के everyone would say like the people who were there, they would say like wow, he's high, he's so high, he's trying to keep himself down from just from the mantra. So those record, they went everywhere. So yeah. So yeah, Gargamuni, he says that the Hare Krishna record, it went everywhere. The first record of Hare Krishna, nobody rehearsed it and it went so smooth. The happening record, there was a very hip station in those days. It was called WBAI, and there was a guy on it all night from 11 o'clock until 8 o'clock. It was the most popular night station. I went up there with the record. He used to do far out things, this guy, and he played it non-stop until the next morning over and over. And people called in and said, that, hey, that's cool, we love it. And he did it. So actually there were 8 Sankirtan parties.
Something, to a devotee who wants to, you can all see this, and I've just experienced this in last 1 week. How more on Prabhupada than on Krishna, my dependence is. Just few days back, I shouted at Madhav Maharaj and Govind Maharaj and all, because my thing was that, we'll do artificial, fencing around the land, the artificial cement, right now, and then the real fencing we'll do later. Because the real fencing was costing around 3 lakh rupees something, and artificial was 1 lakh rupees, So I thought, that, main money I've kept for the construction of the temple, so, let's not, use that money. So I was, but, the artificial thing was, very thin, and cow up, anyone comes, anything comes and you can just bash it off, So I was like, my God, 3 lakh rupees from where to get. I was anxiety, so much. And in that anxiety, I went to Prabhupada and told Prabhupada, From where to get? I don't know. From where to get this, I already put that in Sangha. And where to get? I don't know. And after that, 10-15 minutes after that, Aditi Mataji's, message came that, she's going to sponsor 3 lakh rupees from that. I was like, you can always rely on Prabhupada. You just go and tell him and he gets the thing done. And just now, just see how amazing, Prabhupada works. And just now, one hour back, Govind Maharaj messaged me, Gurudev, वो सब 80 ट्रॉली पूरा ये भर दिया है मट्टी से, और भी 80 ट्रॉली वहाँ के राधा कुंड लाइन के लिए भी यहाँ से हमने ले लिया है, तो हम कर देंगे, ये सब हो गया। वाज टेलिंग मी। अब बोला, मैंने बोला वेरी गुड वेरी गुड। बोला गुरुदेव वेरी गुड मत बोलिए आप, तो क्या मुझे अब डांटने वाले हैं बहुत भयंकर। मैंने बोला क्यों, क्या हुआ? गुरुदेव 37,000 रुपीज हो गए हैं, ट्रॉली के, ट्रैक्टर के, मिट्टी के सब मिला के 37,000। मैंने बोला, मतलब मैं तुम्हें पीटने वाला हूँ मैं, अब ये मैं पैसे, अब आदित्य मादित्य है नहीं, मांग नहीं सकते उनसे, उन्होंने दे दिया ऑलरेडी, अब किससे मांगू, किससे? 1 घंटे पहले इनने मेरे को बोला। और मैंने अभी 7:30 बजे करण प्रभु का मैसेज है मेरे इसमें, गुरुदेव बाय द मर्सी ऑफ श्रील प्रभुपाद एंड यू collected donation of 1 lakh, adding 50,000. So total contribution 1,50,000. I was like, I was praying to Prabhupada. Prabhupada देवी कहाँ से 37,000 लाऊं मैं? मैंने गोविंद महाराज को बोला, अभी जाओ आप लोग रात को, और जितने भी सबसे वहां पे जाके डोनेशन मांगो, रात भर वहां रहो, घर पे मत आना। इतना मजा करके। एंड आई वाज लाइक, आई वेंट टू Prabhupada, Prabhupada, व्हाट टू डू नाउ? गौशाला है ये। एंड 19.32 पे कर्ण प्रभु का मैसेज है मेरे पास में कि गुरुदेव इतना कलेक्ट कर लिया, मेरे 2 फ्रेंड ने कंट्रीब्यूट किया है, मैंने कंट्रीब्यूट किया, अभी 1.5 लाख रुपए आपको डोनेशन भेज देते हैं। Like, this is, literally one can just has to open your heart to Srila Prabhupada, pray to him, and I've seen, he gets thing done like this, especially, I mean, with me, really, Prabhupada is there that, I ask and it is done to him, he does it. So this is Prabhupada's, amazing mercy, you know. So, yeah, continue. Just wanted to say, that just, all of you, just depend on Srila Prabhupada and pray to him every day. I'm telling you, he will take each and every one of us to Golok. He will take. He has already promised, and if we remain sincere and surrendered, no way, we will not go to Golok. 100% we all are going. That is his, love for all of us, that he came here to take all of us to Golok. And that is what he said, just do as I tell. Even though we are not successful, not successful, nothing matters. We are trying to do Varnashram. If you are successful, all glories to Srila Prabhupada. If you are not successful, even then, Prabhupada will see our endeavor that we are trying to do. And Prabhupada told, just do what I say and I'll take you to Golok. So even though we are not successful, just the endeavor of trying to build something which is Prabhupada's desire qualifies each and every one of us to go to Golok, to go back to Godhead. That is the qualification. All of you who are giving donations and everything, you don't have to be, you all are investing in your home in Golok, permanent home in Golok. Just small money you're giving, but there Prabhupada is making your permanent home in Golok. Because all of you are helping in Prabhupada's Varnashram project. So Prabhupada is building home. Varnashram is home for devotees in the material world. But who helps in that? Prabhupada is personally building, Krishna personally building their home in Golok. That is their mercy. Yeah, continue. Jai Mataji. I'll keep coming like that in between, if I have something to say. Yeah, you continue.
Yes, Gurudev. Thank you, Gurudev. So Krishna provides, Prabhupada provides. We just need to depend on them. So yeah, I'll continue with another pastime. So Gargamuni says that they had 8 Sankirtan parties that time. 8 Sankirtan parties going out every day. So they we अब हम लोग भी करते हैं थोड़ा बहुत हरिनाम संकीर्तन. We know कि glories of Sankirtan parties of Prabhupada time. So that time they had 8 Sankirtan parties going out every day, and they would come back and then at night go out again. तो पूरे दिन रात they would just chant, go on Harinam Sankirtan. So he said we would stay out till 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock every night. मतलब रात के 12-1 बजे तक they would be just, doing Harinam Sankirtan. And the whole spirit behind this, they admitted was, Vishnujan Swami. The guy, the Vishnujan Swami, he पूरे दिन रात he could do Harinam Sankirtan. And Prabhupada was very happy with, his service. He was very dear to Prabhupada. So, just see this example. If you just go on Harinam Sankirtan, do it, nicely, Prabhupada will be happy. So, this person, Vishnujan Swami, he could chant Hare Krishna on a drum. He says that he could chant Hare Krishna on a drum all day long. We have seen that video also where he says he must have been a divine personality, because I don't see how a human can do that, whole day. He would wear gloves and do Harinam Sankirtan. He was that kind of devoted disciple of Prabhupada. So, you have to be mad after Prabhupada, just that kind of consciousness of just serving and serving and serving without any kind of motivation or name or fame or anything. Just serve and serve and serve. किसी को बताने की भी जरूरत नहीं है what you all are doing. Just do it for the because Prabhupada will know what you are doing, because you are praying to Prabhupada and going out on Harinam Sankirtan and all those things. So people, people were, he says that people were anxious to go on Sankirtan, and it was such a wonderful sight to see. People would watch them for hours and hours, and it was very attractive because everyone was very enchanted with those that Sankirtan parties. So, and they used conch shells to collect the money, to hold the money. And the deal was that if you give a Back to Godhead magazine with a pack of incense for $1, for $1, So, and in those days, Prabhupada, had ordered Gargamuni, to back, had Gargamuni order Back to Godhead, and he would sit down once a month and he would, give him the order. So it came out that har mahine to 250,000, 2.5 lakh, it would go, it would require. So he would say ki how much in New York. So he would say that, well, Prabhupada, you said 30,000. So Prabhupada would say make it 40. He would put adjustments, and he said that we were taking the most through, though LA we were taking 60,000 to 70,000 a month, and there was no problem in distributing them. Matlab, itni books they had, and magazine, and there was no problem in distributing, these thousands and lakhs of books. And by the end of the month, we were all out. मतलब एक महीने में 60,000, 70,000. Can you imagine? कभी-कभी he said 250,000 a month. So many magazines they were distributing in 1 month. That's how big Sankirtan was of, at the time of Prabhupada.
The Sankirtan was so big up for books that they distributed 32 crore Bhagavad Gitas in 8 years. 32 crore Prabhupada Bhagavad Gita in 8 years. And till now, the total amount of Bhagavad Gita distributed is 41 crore. So last 50 years में केवल 8-9 crore Gita distribute किया, और 10 साल में 32 करोड़ भगवत गीता डिस्ट्रीब्यूट कर लिया. That was the mad kind of craziness distribution that time it was going on. Prabhupada time. 32 crore Bhagavad Gitas. Can you imagine?
Yes, yes, Gurudev, it's unbelievable कि कितना they did. It was like a crazy movement that was going on. Looking, I mean, it was Prabhupada only who engaged them in such spirits that they could do Sankirtan all day, all night. They could distribute all day, all night. मतलब 60-70,000 a month is very unimaginable. Or so many Bhagavad Gita. I mean, they did the real work for Prabhupada. And Gurudev also teaching us in the same way to be engaged in Prabhupada's service. Otherwise हमें पता भी नहीं होता, कुछ भी नहीं पता होता. And some days back, Gurudev also shared this pastime. I don't know how many remember. Gurudev sent this pastime of Srila Prabhupada, which is very heart touching. It said that there was this Sripad Hridayanand Babaji Maharaj, who's born in Radhakund, and he had been a pujari for 78 years. He lives next to the Radha Damodar temple, and at the beginning of the interview, upon being asked if he knew Srila Prabhupada, Babaji Maharaj began to cry. कि उनसे पूछा जब कि प्रभुपाद के बारे में आपको क्या जानते हैं, तो he said that never have I seen anyone do sadhana like he did. So this is coming from someone who has seen Prabhupada do sadhana in Radha Damodar temple. So it's coming from not exactly his disciple, not exactly, but he's coming from a pujari who worked in Radhakund that time, and he saw Prabhupada. So he said, never have I seen anyone do sadhana like he did. He may be a disciple, I don't know, but he was a pujari that time, and he just saw Prabhupada do sadhana. So he said, I've lived all my life in Vraj, and I've never seen anyone like him. Prabhupada did many artist things. He worked very hard there at the Radha Damodar temple. At that time, it was austere, undeveloped, and very muddy and dirty with no facilities. अभी हम जो देखते हैं, it is very developed. बहुत ज़्यादा it's बहुत it's tiles are all there, floor marbling, everything is there. But that time it was very austere. It was very undeveloped and very muddy and dirty with no facilities. कोई facilities नहीं थी. And Prabhupada used to stay there, and he said that I want to tell you something very divine I know. Once for 6 months, Srila Prabhupada did not eat anything and was full day and night only chanting Hari Nam in Samadhi. 6 महीने तक प्रभुपाद ने कुछ ना खाया ना पिया, and he was just chanting all day and night Hari Nam in Samadhi. And many years later, when I heard that it was actually he who had been chosen by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to spread the Hare Krishna Mahamantra around the world, I was not surprised. मतलब जब सालों बाद जब उनको पता चला कि he was the person जो चैंट कर रहे थे 6 महीने तक बिना खाए पिए हरि नाम समाधि में, he is the same person जो चैतन्य महाप्रभु के जिन्होंने स्प्रेड किया हरे the message of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu Hare Krishna Mahamantra around the world. He said that I was not surprised. मेरे को सरप्राइज नहीं हुआ because I knew Prabhupada, he said. So he said that he was not surprised. So he said that Prabhupada spread this Krishna consciousness by the mercy of Rupa Goswami. Prabhupada used to pray to Rupa Goswami, you please give me your mercy. And then he got that mercy. He said that I know this because I saw some things he did at the Radha Damodar temple. He said he used to pray to Rupa Goswami. He knows that because he saw Prabhupada pray to Rupa Goswami. He said my room is still located in the same place as it was in 1964 or 65. Many times in the middle of the night, at midnight or 1 or 2 in the morning, I would hear a voice crying from inside the courtyard by Rupa Goswami Samadhi Mandir. That voice was calling out and crying, but I did not know what it was because I was trying to take rest. रात के 1-2 बजे, Prabhupada is calling out to Rupa Goswami. He's calling out to Rupa Goswami and he's crying. But one night on the full moon, I heard that voice again. So I climbed up to the roof of our house and looked down into the Radha Damodar courtyard. I saw something very amazing. Srila Prabhupada was sweeping the courtyard of Rupa Goswami's Samadhi. He was bending down with a small broom, and as he swept the ground by the Samadhi, he was crying out, Hey Rupa, Hey Sanatan, Hey Gurudev, please give me your mercy. Without your mercy, I cannot do anything. Give me the mercy. Give me the strength that I may fulfill your orders. Then I realized that it was he who almost every night was calling out as he was sweeping like this. All glories to His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. We think Prabhupada, had it easy, Prabhupada, but we never know Prabhupada, prayed so much to his own spiritual master, to Rupa Goswami, to Sanatan, all the Goswamis, everyone. रात के 1-2 बजे, he's sweeping Radha, this Rupa Goswami Samadhi Mandir. And he's calling out and crying, please give me your mercy so that I can fulfill your orders. So that is why that Babaji Maharaj is saying ki I'm not surprised ki he's done so much. Because that kind of love, that kind of devotion, that kind of dedication, that kind of sincerity is not seen in some ordinary human being. It's only Prabhupada, it's only him. Prabhupada tells by his own, examples. He's not doing anything. He's not showing any emotions in front of public, but he has all the emotions and he's using all them in the right way. He's showing all the emotions, but he's not showing in the public. So Gurudev has always told us, that just public mein they show off and they are not real devotees because a real devotee knows how to control his emotions. So he's always very stern in his lectures and in his everything. But you hear these instances, you read these pastimes, and you know that it's not all that Prabhupada is our spiritual master. He's like this humble devotee himself who's showing us by his own example that we have to pray for mercy. ऐसा नहीं है ना कि प्रभुपाद को अपने आप सब कुछ मिल गया. प्रभुपाद is showing by his own example, that we need to call out, we need to cry, we need to ask for mercy, so that we can do something for our spiritual master. I mean, we are so, we get so easily disappointed if something goes, wrong in our life, and we think that why is Krishna doing like that? That's so stupid. Because just look at Prabhupada, he never asked for anything. Radha Damodar temple at that time had no facility or anything. And Prabhupada is not asking for facilities. Prabhupada is not asking for food. Prabhupada is not asking for anything. All he's asking is for mercy, so that he can do something for his spiritual master. He's not asking for anything else. If you want to be a devotee, just look at Prabhupada's lives, and you can become something in your own life. Prabhupada showed everything, how to do and how to act, how to say. Everything about Prabhupada was top class, top class. We can learn we can learn something every day for the rest of our lives, and still we will not have enough knowledge about Prabhupada and his preaching mission. So there was this one time where Prabhupada made reservation to leave for New York, and from there to India, and he continued to speak for of the Indian Sun and Ayurvedic physicians. But it was at the end, Prabhupada was there and he was sick and everything. So uh, some of the devotees, they thought that Prabhupada is going to leave his body and everything. So who can be, who can lead the ISKCON after Prabhupada? So they asked him, whether during his absence, one of his god brothers should come to America to assume ISKCON leadership, this pathetic question. So the minute this question was presented to Prabhupada, you can sense it was very offensive. So Prabhupada was very grave, and he's closing his eyes for a moment, and he's considering what the question is, and he says, suddenly they see that tears are falling down his cheeks, and he's saying, my Guru Maharaj, he was no ordinary spiritual master. He said, wiping his tears, he saved me. Prabhupada said. And later, Prabhupada, he tells them that they should have always known that there's no one to replace him. The very idea of replacing Prabhupada is insulting. It's pathetic. And Prabhupada's just those few words, they were very moving. When Prabhupada said that my Guru Maharaj, he was no ordinary spiritual master. He saved me. So that statement alone goes on to tell that they should not consider Prabhupada as some ordinary guru who can be replaced. He can never be replaced. He can never be replaced. That question alone is the most ridiculous thing in the whole world. So these were pastimes of Srila Prabhupada, the most exalted, the most highest top class acharya to ever grace this world. No one can be like him. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to Srila Prabhupada. He's the best. Jai Srila Prabhupada. I love Srila Prabhupada.
Actually, when Prabhupada was at Radha Damodar, when he was crying and weeping and grooming the floor and crying, so Rupa Goswami actually gave Prabhupada darshan there. He came, Prabhupada was sitting after he broomed the whole courtyard of Radha Damodar. He went to have his prasadam that night. And Rupa Goswami got up from his samadhi and he came to Srila Prabhupada. Prabhupada saw Rupa Goswami there. And it was Rupa Goswami first, he told, that, you translate my books, Nectar of Devotion, Nectar of Instruction. These, these two books you carry and you go to America. Foundation. So these two books, Nectar of Instruction, Nectar of Devotion, they're a science of Krishna consciousness. Rupa Goswami personally instructed Srila Prabhupada to translate these books. Prabhupada got darshan of four personalities actually at Radha Damodar. Bhaktisiddhanta darshan he got. Bhaktisiddhanta also gave him darshan there and told him to go. Rupa Goswami told him to go. Lord Chaitanya darshan he got, at Radha Damodar temple, and Srimati Radharani darshan. So all of the four darshan, got at Damodar temple. And they're actually very, confidential mantra, which obviously every Rupanuga chants. Every Rupanuga, they chant this mantra. Very confidential mantra. So when we, chant this mantra, even we can get darshan of Rupa Goswami. Obviously, we have to sit, do the mantra, perfect the mantra. That's called, mantra ko siddh karna padta hai usko. If we do that, then Rupa Goswami can bless. Same with the different, all the Ashta Goswamis, six Goswamis, they have their mantras. Shrim Rupa Manjriya Swaha. Shrim Rupa Manjriya Swaha. Shrim Rupa Manjriya Swaha. This mantra, if we can, chant this mantra perfectly and become perfect in chanting this mantra, then Rupa Goswami can come and give us darshan also. This is Rupa Goswami's mantra. This is Manjari Sadhana mantra of Rupa Goswami. Whoever are in their group, they chant this mantra. Yeah. So this is where Prabhupada's Leela is unique. How much you can speak, you can go on speaking, go on speaking, go on speaking. Never ending Leela of Srila Prabhupada. Because what Prabhupada has done, no one can do. Bhuto na bhavishyati. Not in past, not in present, not in future. No one can do. No, we just say, oh, we want to become like Prabhupada. We can never become Prabhupada. We can't become even 1% of his. In 10 years, he created the whole movement. So many temples and so many devotees and so many followers, millions of followers around the world. So we can just beg Prabhupada to make us instrument in anything. If he can make, if he will make us an instrument, that is our perfection. Forget of doing like Prabhupada. Just a small instrument we can become, that will be our perfection. Nothing else is required. Once Prabhupada told, one person was trying to tell Prabhupada that you should not make your murtis everywhere and install them everywhere. Prabhupada asked why. He said, because people will come and touch your murti, take your ashirwad, and they will give their karmas to you. Ramanacharya also did that. He established his murti and people used to come and touch, and his murti cracked because of the karmas. So you should not, establish your murtis everywhere. Because people are so sinful, they will come and they will touch, and their murtis will crack. So Prabhupada looked into the person's eyes and told, "You don't know who I am." He was a sannyasi of Ramanujacharya. You don't know who I am. The person got taken back and he was like, "My God." He got up, he did Prabhupada, Danvat, like, circumvented Prabhupada like 3 times. Prabhupada's parikrama he did and he went. So this is Prabhupada. We don't know who he is. Obviously, we have some indications. He can be Bhakti Devi, Samasti Guru. These are indications. Through Shastra, we can come to these conclusions that yes, he is Bhakti Devi, he is Samasti Guru, like that. But then different devotees have different understandings of Srila Prabhupada. Some say he is Sakhya Bhav, some say he is Manjari Bhav, different personalities, because Prabhupada is a Acharya, complete Acharya. So he can be in all the rasa and reveal his Sarup in all the rasas. He can be in Sakhya rasa, he can be in Vatsalya, he can be in Madhurya, he can be in Manjari Sarup, he can be in Gopi Sarup, he can be Sakhi Sarup, he can be in Dasya Sarup, everywhere. Like Balram. Balram serves Krishna in all the Sarup. Same way Srila Prabhupada, he's serving, he could be serving Krishna in all the Sarups. And that is what is indicative, why in Krishna Balram temple, why he established Krishna Balram, he's trying to tell us that he is serving, like Balram is serving Krishna in all the Sarup. Same Prabhupada also is serving Krishna in all the Sarup. So with whatever Sarup you want, Prabhupada can give you. Nitya Siddha Sadhya Kabanoy Shravanadi Sujita Karodaya. We chant and Prabhupada will reveal our Sarup to us, our Staiba, our Sarup to us, that who we are. So this is Prabhupada's amazing, this movement, Krishna consciousness movement, just being in this movement and accepting Srila Prabhupada as Guru, our journey back home, back to God starts with that only. Only our stupidity, we will not go back home, back to Godhead. And what will be that stupidity? Leaving Srila Prabhupada's shelter, leaving Bhakti. That stupidity, because just being in Sangha, not doing anything, attending the lectures, chanting, and zyada kuch nahi. You will go back home, back to Godhead. But some people are so stupid that they leave the group, they come back, leave the group, come back. By this, you are cutting your own journey towards back home, back to Godhead. Just be in the group, and be a सेशन में आओ, सेशन सुनो, चैंटिंग करो, ग्रुप में रहो, और बैक होम बैक टू गॉड जाने को मिल जाएगा. But I see some stupid people. They go, they come back. They go, they come back. They go, add me, remove, add. Like this, you are, spoiling your own chances. It is like, telling Krishna, I don't want you, then, okay, Krishna, accept me. Then I don't want you. Mercy doesn't flow like that. If you really want to go back on back to Godhead. Just be, just that is called catching the dhoti. Accepting Srila Prabhupada as Guru is catching the dhoti. That's why I recommend every one of you to take the spiritual name as soon as possible. Take the spiritual name, because otherwise, if you die tomorrow, then don't blame, I couldn't go, because unless you have a spiritual name, you are in the parampara, Prabhupada will not accept you. You may accept Prabhupada. It has to be both the ways, right? I accept Srila Prabhupada as my Guru. Yes. Did Srila Prabhupada accept you as your disciple? I don't know, because you have not taken the name from Srila Prabhupada. So how will he accept you? What will we call you? So that's why, I recommend everyone to take the spiritual name as soon as possible. And first of all, decide, come what may, in your spirit, in your material life, obstacles come what may, you will never leave Bhakti, you will never leave Srila Prabhupada's shelter. That each and every one of you should decide. Yes, I will never leave. And then second, Guru Padashraya. Take the shelter of Srila Prabhupada. Guru Padashraya means accepting Srila Prabhupada as Guru, taking initiation from Srila Prabhupada, taking the spiritual name. That everyone should do that. Very important to take, becomes, because if we die tomorrow without the spiritual name, if we die, we may be chanting. But Hari Bhakti Vilas, it is said that one who is not properly initiated, even though he is doing his bhakti, he may still fall down into the animal species. He may still fall down. So that we have to remember. And that's why we have to all chant 16 rounds, get initiated, take the spiritual name from Srila Prabhupada. And then we are safe. We are on the boat. ना बोट जा रही है, बोट में बैठने के लिए बोट जा रही है एक जगह से दूसरी जगह. बोट में बैठने के लिए टिकट लेना पड़ता है ना. टिकट इज इनिशिएशन. बिना टिकट के नहीं जा सकते, चाहे कितना ही बोट को अप्रिशिएट करो. टेक द टिकट. So spiritual name, accepting Srila is like taking the ticket, accepting Srila Prabhupada, and Prabhupada accepting us. We want to go in the boat, in the ship, but if the ship person doesn't give us ticket, we can't enter. So we have to take that ticket. Very important. So all of you, next Ekadashi is coming. On Ekadashi, we give spiritual names and initiation. So every one of you all should, try to get your spiritual name. And if you're chanting 16 rounds and following the 4 principles, then you can give your name to, Chitra Mataji can give, or Subhangi, and Madam Maharaj, Prabhuji can give to Madam Maharaj, and get spiritual initiation. On behalf of Srila Prabhupada, we give spiritual initiation. Very important to take. That will keep us in the boat, and Prabhupada will take care of us. Prabhupada will take full control of us. Then we just have to chant, read his books, and our journey back home, back to Godhead becomes secure. We are in the secure boat. We don't have to worry much then. Sure, short, we'll go back home, back to Godhead by this process. So we should. And Prabhupada told, that he has come to take every one of us back home, back to Godhead. That's why especially, he did not want to come. He told once he had a fight with Krishna in Golok. Krishna told, go. He said, no, I will not go. No, you have to go. No, I don't want to go. I want to be in Golok. No, you have to go. You have to get people for Radharani, make manjaris for Radharani. Okay, then I will go. If you allow me to make manjaris for Radharani, then I will go. So Prabhupada came here specifically to give manjari swarup to all of us. So that all of us become manjaris of Srimati Radharani, and we all go. That is Krishna's gift to Prabhupada. Krishna is giving Prabhupada this gift. Prabhupada is giving Krishna this gift. That, he's making so many manjaris, and that is Krishna's gift to Srimati Radharani. That I have made so many manjaris via Srila Prabhupada. So that's why, Prabhupada is very dear to Srimati Radharani, because on behalf or for Srimati Radharani, he is making the most manjaris. The most manjaris he is making. And that's why he's called the Senapati Bhakta also, because Senapati is the one who is responsible for winning the war, for defeating the enemy, for taking care of the soldiers, for recruiting more and more soldiers. That is the Senapati has the duty to that. That's why Mahaprabhu told, more Senapati Bhakta will come. My Senapati, my most confidential, most intimate, most closest. And who is saying? Krishna in the mood of Srimati Radharani is saying that my confidential Bhakta. So with this we can understand that Prabhupada is the most confidential Bhakta of Radha and Krishna combined, or Radha and Krishna. No one is more dear to Srimati Radharani and Krishna than Srila Prabhupada. And that's why Prabhupada, once when Mataji was cooking in the kitchen pakoras for to offer to the bhoga, to offer to bhoga, to offer to Lord as bhoga. He was cooking pakoras in the kitchen. So Prabhupada went in the kitchen, and in this, kadai, this pakoda was getting तल रहे थे, getting, क्या बोलते हैं तलने को, क्या बोलते हैं? तलना क्या बोलते हैं? Frying. Okay, yeah, frying. He was frying the pakoras in this kadai, and Prabhupada, just took one pakoda and ate that pakoda and said, very nice, very nice. So Mataji told, oh, Gurudev, Guru Maharaj, Srila Prabhupada, to offer it to Radha Krishna first. Prabhupada told, you don't worry, I can do this, you don't do this. I can eat. I can eat from kitchen, Krishna's kitchen also, from his kadai also, from his plate also, I can eat. You don't do that, this I can do. So this is Prabhupada, he's so intimately connected to Krishna that even before giving to Radha Krishna, he can eat. That is Prabhupada's position. So with that we can understand, he's like a personality who, we can't even comprehend what kind of personality he is. It's very easy. People say, oh, this guru, that guru. See the character of Srila Prabhupada, what he did. इसका 10% भी आज के गुरु लोग कोई नहीं कर पाते हैं. चाहे कोई बाबा बाबी जितने भी हो, सब लोग, so many are there. 10% भी नहीं कर पाते. Just see the vast range of knowledge Prabhupada gave. Not only bhakti knowledge, cosmology knowledge, science knowledge, art. He used to personally train devotees, Mataji, like this Jadur, the Shamarani Mataji, who did the painting and all. Huh? Govind Dasi Mataji, Prabhupada taught her how to paint Radha and Krishna. Prabhupada was expert artist. So just see, the range of Prabhupada's, skills and, understanding. He could draw, he could paint, like some, the dictaphone which came, Prabhupada told, I know how to use it, you don't have to teach me. Prabhupada already knew. So he was complete 100% perfect in everything, in every aspect. Right? And not on science, philosophy. Can you off your Raman? Mic off karo. All off your mic. So, just see his governance. He's giving how to govern, how to establish Varnashram, how to be an ideal king, how to be an ideal Vaishya, Brahmana, everything. आजकल के बाबा बाबी ये लोग कुछ थोड़ा बहुत राधा कृष्ण का बोलते हैं, लोग बोलते हैं प्योर डिवोटी, बाकी कोई नॉलेज होती नहीं है. निर्भरता सन्नाटा उनके पास में होता है और कोई गाइड नहीं कर सकते वो. Just see Prabhupada knowledge. Anything you want and you can go and learn from his books. Anything you want. His book has geography, his book has philosophy, his book has mathematics, his book has science, his book has art, his book has, every theology, his book has everything is there. Prabhupada book. It's perfect, 100% everything he has, Om Purnam Purnamidam, complete in itself. And you can take out from that and it still remains perfect. So, Prabhupada is like, Vishnu Tattva only. You take from him everything and he still remains perfect. And there's no loss, Prabhupada has no loss. Right? This is Srila Prabhupada. Narad Muni came and met Prabhupada. So many times, Narad Muni used to come and attend Prabhupada lectures. Narad Muni coming attending Prabhupada lectures. Narad Muni is one of the greatest devotees, and he is coming and attending Srila Prabhupada lectures. Lord Shiva, Lord Brahma, they came to take Prabhupada darshan and take his ashirwad when he was in Calcutta and in Mayapur that time. Lord Brahma and Lord Shiva. Imagine. Indra, Chandra, Varun, all of them came. So this is Brihad Bhavamrit tells that a Nitya Siddha devotee has the power to even bless Brahma and Shiva. Sanatana Goswami quotes in that. So the Nitya Siddha devotee like Srila Prabhupada is so powerful, and we go to different demigods and this and that. We think, just Prabhupada को accept करो, Prabhupada को pray करो, और कहीं जाने की जरूरत नहीं है. सब कुछ perfection Prabhupada से मिल जाएगा. He is complete in himself. He is perfect and complete to give us everything. You need anything, he can give, provide. But that's why we should accept only, or ask only for bhakti from Srila Prabhupada. Right? Who's coming next to speak?
Hare Krishna, Gurudev, can I come?
Yeah.
Thank you, Gurudev. Can I start with Prabhupada Pranam Mantra? Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Ashatya Desatarine Bhaja Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadara Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Bhaja Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadara Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Gurudev Jaya Gurudev, Jaya Gurudev, Jaya Gurudev. First of all, I would like to thank to Srila Prabhupada for giving me this amazing opportunity to speak about his pastimes and his glories, as I do not deserve to speak about him in any ways. And now I have the three most confidential things I experienced with Srila Prabhupada. And I have already said this before, but recently I was so much affected with asthmatic attack, and all the medicines got overdose on me. But everything, I just thought about Srila Prabhupada and Gurudev, and I got saved. Like it was nearly life-ending experience for me. So it is due to their mercy that I am able to speak to everyone here. And I joined KCS 1 month ago. I think it's March 14 exactly. I used to associate with ISKCON, and I used to be in contact with so much sentimentalist gurus. Like you can never imagine how much I was. I was a big sentimentalist, and I was very egoist. Like I would lose my temper on very small things easily, and I would get angry on the surrounding people and everything. So before joining and everything, I actually got in contact with an ISKCON devotee, and I was about to associate with them. Like I was just moments away from getting destroyed, like I can say like that. So the next day, when I was about to join in the association, before that, I saw Krishna Care's post in that, and I saw the Bhagavad Gita edited version and the real version. So I went on it and I explored more on it, and I got to learn that these are the things that happen with Srila Prabhupada, and these many things I got knowledge from, and I was very shocked, and I was also a very big rascal and a very big sentimentalist, so I could not leave any other gurus I was following. But eventually, Srila Prabhupada itself convinced me that he is the biggest guru. He is the, like, he can only help me reach Krishna. Like, I was very desperate for Krishna, like, very much. So he told me that he can only help me reach Krishna. Like openly, he declared that. So when a person, when they declare that they can help me reach Krishna, so who would not believe? If they did not believe, means they are the best rascal in the world, first class rascal. So I was intelligent enough to believe, and all glories to Srila Prabhupada. I got here with the association and everyone. So this is my personal pastime with Srila Prabhupada, and he after joining cases only, my bhakti got elevated so much. I got so much taste in my bhakti, and Srila Prabhupada comes in my dreams always, and like he speaks to me, like he guides me, or just I'll just see his photos, like through that pastimes uh, he presented to me. So all glories to Srila Prabhupada. I cannot explain all the pastimes. Like so many people were saying so much pastimes, but I'm not that intelligent. I'm not that knowledgeable to speak about his pastimes. So I was very, very much, crying by hearing all the pastimes. I'm just, wiping out my tears, and I'm speaking here. So I cannot describe how much Srila Prabhupada, is guiding me. And when I recently, what happened is, I tried to collect donations online. Like I cannot go offline. I was not, that much very skilled in collecting. So I tried to do it online, and no one was donating. Even my very close family members, I sent them, so they are not ready to donate. So I just asked Srila Prabhupada, like, can you make them donate? I need to make some donations, at least some like 1,000, 2,000, like. I asked Srila Prabhupada, and immediately my father donated some 500 to 600, and after I sent some people, they also immediately donated to me. So that was kind of, like I was very amazed. Like, I just asked to him, like, can someone donate to me? Like, but he immediately gave the donations, and this past time with him happened today. Yesterday, some days ago, I went on collecting donations, and I got about some 750 rupees. And I thought of, buying books, Srila Prabhupada's books, and distributing them with the donated money. And I asked Madhav Maharaj about that, and he told that he can arrange 1,000 means we can at least get some more copies there, so that I can distribute easily. So he told like that, and I was not very well to go and collect donations like before. So again, I asked Srila Prabhupada, and immediately today I got donations of 750, and I sent for the books. So Srila Prabhupada helps me in every way, and when I just ask him, like, he's like, he gives it immediately, not like Gurudev said also, he gives it very fast, and he does not. I am very amazed actually. I'm not, you know, I have not seen someone such an exalted personality, and he can do so many things. Like I heard this past time. I think many of you know here, but on his Guru's Jayanti, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, he cooked around 12 dishes for 75 plus people in just 1 hour. That too at that age. Like he was around 74, 75, right? So that age, he cooked so many dishes that every devotee was amazed there, and every devotee went with their stomachs full. Like it was, in 1 hour, it was like it is not humanly possible. No human can do that. We are even struggling to do one dish in 2 hours even, but he's doing so much for us. And in America also, when he went there, he struggled for I think so, 8, 9 months or 1 year. He struggled homeless. He did not have any home to stay, or he did not have any proper food or anything. Natto at that age, he had to beg in the streets for food. But after some people heard his kirtan and they danced on it, and the rest ISKCON started and everything, is history. So only Srila Prabhupada can achieve this. No human or no one can achieve this kind of things. Like everything was just spoken here, but no one can do that except Srila Prabhupada. So all glories to Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna.
Can I come, Mataji?
Yes, Mataji.
Hare Krishna, Gurudev, Dandavat Pranam, Jai Shri Prabhupada. Hare Krishna, everyone. I'll start with the prayers. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharne Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashat Deshatarne Namo Mahavadanyaya Krishna Premutaya Te Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namne Kartushe Nama Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shadvaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Tapta Kanchana Kaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vishabhanusuti Devi Pranamami Hari Priye हे कृष्णा करुणा सिंधु दीनबंधु जगतपते गोपेशा गोपिका कांत राधा कांत नमस्ते हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे राम 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 हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे राम राम हरे कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे हरे राम राम हरे हरे कृष्णा एवरीवन ओम ज्ञानतिमिरान्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनश्लाकया चक्षुरुन्मिलितं तस्मै श्री गुरुवे नमः I'll start with Guru Vandana. Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Sadma Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Sadma Bando Mui Savadana Mate Bando Mui Savadana Mate Jahara Prasade Bhai E Bhava Toriya Jai Jahara Prasade Bhai E Bhava Toriya Jai Krishna Prapti Hoy Jahate Krishna Prapti Hoy Jahate Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chitte Te Koriya Aikya Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chitte Te Koriya Aikya Arna Kori Ho Mane Asha Arna Kori Ho Mane Asha Shri Guru Charane Rati Aise Uttama Gati Shri Guru Charane Rati Aise Uttama Gati Je Prasade Pure Sarva Asha जे प्रसादे पूरे सर्व आशा चक्षुदान दिलो जय जन्मे जन्मे प्रभु से चक्षुदान दिलो जय जन्मे जन्मे प्रभु से दिव्य ज्ञान हृदय प्रकाशितो दिव्य ज्ञान हृदय प्रकाशितो प्रेम भक्ति जाहा होते अविद्या विनाश जाते प्रेम भक्ति जाहा होते अविद्या विनाश जाते वेदे गाय जहर चरितो वेदे गाय जहर चरितो श्री गुरु करुणा सिंधु आधाम जनार बंधु श्री गुरु करुणा सिंधु आधाम जनार बंधु लोकनाथ लोकेर जीवाना लोकनाथ लोकेर जीवाना श्रीला प्रभुपाद लोइलो शरणा हा हा प्रभु कोरो दया देह मोरे पद छाया हा हा प्रभु कोरो दया देह मोरे पद छाया एबे जैसा गुशुप त्रिभुवना एबे जैसा गुशुप त्रिभुवना जय प्रभुपदा 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 श्रीला प्रभुपदा जय जय गुरुदेव जय गुरुदेव जय गुरुदेव जय जय गुरुदेव हरे कृष्णा Thank you so much, Srila Prabhupada, for giving me this opportunity to speak your pastimes. Though your pastimes are unlimited, every moment, after in every universe you take birth, you appear and you assist in Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mission as Samasti Guru. So we can only touch one drop of those pastimes. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, Mataji, you are audible.
Okay. Yeah, so Prabhupada's pastimes are unlimited. So we can only touch one drop of those pastimes for our own purification because Prabhupada's pastimes are unlimited. Even when we just speak about Prabhupada's pastimes, we realize so many things, each and every one of us. How great Srila Prabhupada is, His glories can never be told in words. No material alphabets, no words are enough to glorify Srila Prabhupada. But still we make an attempt so that every one of us can relish Srila Prabhupada's pastimes and develop more and more love for him. That is the main intention. I am really very, very happy. I mean, very fortunate to be associated with this because in other temples I have not seen any devotees coming like this and speaking about Srila Prabhupada's pastimes. So this is a very unique opportunity we have only in KCS, and I'm really grateful to His Grace Gaurang Sundar Das Gurudev for giving us this opportunity to speak Srila Prabhupada's pastime and relish them. I'll start with Srila Prabhupada's pastime. So Srila Prabhupada, with just 40 rupees in his pocket and a trunk load of books, Srimad Bhagavatam, 3 cantos, very little for himself. He traveled through Jaladuta, which was, it was a cargo ship. In even now, if you see any cargo ship, it is not like it is the ship where we load different items and all, for long journeys, like different cargoes what we have, right? Items and this and that. So in that ship, at the age of 70, with just 40 rupees and trunk load of books, very little, very basic minimum for himself, he traveled by the order of his guru, Srila Bhakti Saraswati Goswami Maharaj. He traveled to preach Krishna Bhakti, Krishna consciousness in the Western countries. So this journey itself was not that easy. Even to get into the cargo ship, forget it was not a luxury ship or luxury cruise what we see nowadays. It was a cargo ship. He went in that, and even to get into that, he had to struggle so much, because even now when you see the government, because we need so many approvals for that, even to get one ticket into the ship, so many procedures has to be followed. He had to meet so many other people to get to where, even to get into this cargo ship. Okay, so that struggle itself was long. He had to go from offices to different, meet different departments, go into different departments, meet different people. And even now when you see the plight of government offices, you know, it's very, very, very slow even now. Just imagine how it was in those days. It was like very, very slow process, you know. So Prabhupada, without losing patience, he went from, you know, department to department to get the approvals, to get just one ticket onto the cargo ship. And Srimati Morarji Desai was her name. She was in charge of this cargo ship, and she warned Srila Prabhupada, you are a very old man, you are 70, and America is very cold, and it's a very different place. So how will you even, you know, it is not advisable to go at this advanced age to America. You better sit in Vrindavan and do your chanting, and, you know, do that. But Prabhupada said, no, my Guru Maharaj has told me and I'm going to follow this order, you know, and somehow we convinced her, and she reluctantly gave a ticket on a cargo ship to Srila Prabhupada. But still she continued to warn, no, it is not advisable and all. So that is the level of struggle Srila Prabhupada had gone through, you know, to get just one ticket. I'm telling in very brief, but it is even more than this. Because before that, Srila Prabhupada used to single-handedly make print all Back to Godhead magazines on his own. He used to print, he used to write, he used to print, he used to sell, you know, and then he had no money because he'd already given up family life by then. And he used to stand for hours together in hot sun in Delhi, and he used to distribute. And once even one bull attacked Srila Prabhupada, you know, when he was distributing books. So this is the level of sacrifice Srila Prabhupada didn't needed this, you know, because he is a Samasti Guru, he is all perfect. He did this struggle for us so that we get Krishna Bhakti. We get to go back home, back to Godhead. That is why Srila Prabhupada did so much. He used to sleep only 1 hour in a day, 1.5 hour. And remaining times he was always engaged in either conversing about Krishna with other people, or giving lectures, you know, writing books using dictaphone. 99% or 100% he was doing these things only, you know. 100% Srila Prabhupada was into his whole, whatever activities he did, it was Krishna conscious activity only. That is what Srila Prabhupada always did. And by his example, he always showed us how we should also lead our life, you know. And in the cargo ship also, it was not that easy, because it was a 40-day journey, around 45 days journey to America. Not like nowadays, you know, within few hours you reach America. Not like that. It was a ship, and it was going through Atlantic Pacific Ocean. And Pacific Ocean, you know, it is said to have one of the longest waves, very big waves, you know. That ship hardly uh, it is possible, like whole ships turns upside down many times. It is that kind of wave, you know. And Srila Prabhupada had to travel, he got seasickness because of that. And so he was not able to eat, and he was fairly sick, feeling sick, apparently, you know, very, very sick. And but still he struggled, and he got uh, and in between he got heart attack also. 2 heart attacks he got. And it is and like Gurudev told, you know, Krishna and his other avatars personally came that day when Srila Prabhupada got heart attack. Krishna personally massaged his heart, you know. And other avatars, they were personally rowing the boat. And even the ship in which he was traveling, the pilot himself was surprised, because usually the waves are very high, But that day, there were no waves at all. It was like going on a grass, very straight, no movement, nothing, very smooth, very peaceful it was that day, So because Prabhupada was taking this big risk to spread Krishna consciousness, Krishna personally had to come and massage Srila Prabhupada's chest, heart, so that he gets well and he carries on with his mission. So Krishna personally came that day. And after reaching America also, it was not easy. Not that now he has reached America, now he'll be in very nice apartment and, enjoying. Nothing like that. He didn't go there for sightseeing. He was living on one potato for 6 months or even more than that. He was living on one potato. Can we imagine going to a foreign country living on one potato? We can't even imagine that. So he was living on one potato every day. He used to sleep on the benches in the parks and other places. But then slowly, by Krishna's mercy, because since he was determined, like there was one pastime where one person was they told, Prabhupada always used to visit the ship, which ship returns back to India, because he was missing Vrindavan so much. Return back to India. So the person used to tell, okay, this date again the ship will return. Then Prabhupada would say, okay, and again he will not go. Then the person asked, why you are asking since a long time that when is the return ship to India, but you are not going, why? Then we used to say, I've just come to ask, but actually I have a mission here. I've come here to fulfill my guru's order, and I'm going to finish that. And that is how, So even he sacrifices personal this thing, and his only focus was how to reach Srila Prabhupada's mission, how to, his guru, whatever his guru had ordered, how to carry forward that. He was always in that mood. And Prabhupada always used to say, I'm never alone. Even when I was America in the beginning or any time of his life, I was never alone. His Guru Maharaj always accompanied him. He has told this many times, through his Vani, he used to come in his dream and all. We know that. And then like this, there are many things. Then after that, they were able to get one small apartment and all, matchless gifts and this. And then but still the moment was not as it was. Then once Prabhupada decided, okay, let me do kirtan. Okay, so there was a beach. Someone told him about the beach. So Prabhupada went there. He just sat at that famous tree is there, Thompson Square Park, there, and this beach where Prabhupada sat, and he started doing kirtan. It was a very new thing for everyone over there, and most of them were undressed because it's a beach, so most of them had come to relax and everything. But as soon as Srila Prabhupada started chanting and singing and doing kirtan, everyone automatically, because Krishna is there as Paramatma also in them. So they started wearing clothes, they started gathering around Srila Prabhupada, and they all took part in this. And Prabhupada that day around 10 hours he did kirtan, continuously, non-stop. That was published in a newspaper also. That was published in newspaper. So that is how the movement started growing slowly, And even when he was in India, even before he came to America, for after he took sannyas, he was staying in Vrindavan for a few years, And there also he was doing madhukari. Madhukari in the sense, they don't cook. They just beg from door to door. And whatever the person gives, they have to subsist on that. If in a day, if they get only one chapati, they have to subsist, they have to live only on that one chapati. They can't cook or they don't cook, like that. So, so Prabhupada used to follow this madhukari, and go from door to door. And when a person would always give him chapati. So Prabhupada, what he would do is he would tear half of the chapati and give it back to that person and say, instead of this half chapati, you give me a paper. Because Prabhupada was writing Srimad Bhagavatam even before coming to America. He was writing Srimad Bhagavatam. So he wanted paper. Prabhupada didn't even had money to write Srimad Bhagavatam because he was in a sannyas order. Okay, so the person would give one paper. So like this, he started writing Srimad Bhagavatam when he was in India, and then he came to America. But then again in America, whatever he wrote, Srimad Bhagavatam 3 cantos, that got stolen. His typewriter got stolen. So here also the journey was not that easy. But still, Srila Prabhupada, he continued with determination. Again, he wrote again he translated all Srimad Bhagavatam right from the beginning. Again, he started, So that is a level of sacrifice which Srila Prabhupada did for us. And we don't even have time now to read his books. That's the biggest shame on us being his disciples. Okay. We have to see where we are. We have to judge ourselves where we are going. So once when he was in one of the conference meet, usually Prabhupada would give interviews, as soon as he entered the airport and all that. So one of the reporter asked Srila Prabhupada, what will happen to your moment after you die? Even before the sentence was complete, Srila Prabhupada said, I shall never die. I will live forever in my books. And he always told that books are his heart. Book is his heart, So we have to always give highest priority in both reading as well as in distributing Srila Prabhupada books. So that should be our, as a disciple, at least these are the very important and very basic thing which all disciples of Srila Prabhupada should do. At least read his books, do chanting like Seva Sadhana Sadhana Gurudev told. So reading his books is also very important, and also distributing. So, and like this, there are many pastimes. Like Gurudev told many times, devotees would be cooking something and Srila Prabhupada would come there and eat instantly, and the devotees, without knowing, because all were neophytes, they would say, "Oh, Prabhupada, that has to be offered." But then Prabhupada said, you need not you don't tell me. But you follow that. I know what I'm doing, but you can't do that. So Prabhupada was indicating he's having an intimate relationship with Krishna, So that is what. And many devotees also, when they leave their bodies, they have had darshan of Srila Prabhupada, Even though after leaving the movement, like they had done very nice seva during Prabhupada's time. But then after Prabhupada disappeared, they all went back into Maya, they started doing all sorts of nonsense things. But then again, because of Srila Prabhupada's mercy, because they had done nice seva to Srila Prabhupada, they would come back at the last stage of their lives and they would dedicate their lives to Srila Prabhupada's, like chanting and listening to Srila Prabhupada's tapes and all that. And again, they developed that connection with Srila Prabhupada. And when they left their body, left their body, they got darshan of Srila Prabhupada. Like Srila Prabhupada personally came to take them back home, back to Godhead. Like this, there are many examples, like Sudama Swami and so many devotees, when they, even though they did very bad things, but just because they were loyal to Srila Prabhupada, like they never accepted anyone else as their guru. They accepted only Srila Prabhupada as their guru, and even left their position. Like they were given, even Sudama Swami, he was given many this thing, like GBC tried to allure him, okay, we will give you a position as a guru, you can come with us. But he flatly refused and said, no, I accept only Srila Prabhupada as guru, and Srila Prabhupada is the only guru. And they threw him out of ISKCON, and then he because he had no association, he again fell back. He started doing all sorts of nonsense, drugs, this, that, sex, LSD, everything. And but then he fell very very sick, and at the last moment, when he was about to leave his body, he came back, and the devotees took care of him. And when he was about to leave his body, Srila Prabhupada personally came to take him back home, back to Godhead. Because before leaving, he said, "Oh, Prabhupada, you have come," and then he left his body. So everyone came to know that, Prabhupada personally came to take him back to Godhead. That is how, like this, there are many examples. when devotees, when they left their bodies, they got darshan of Srila Prabhupada, and Prabhupada personally took them with him, So once one devotee, like he fell, he was a sannyasi or something, but then he fell, he got married to some lady. So then, he sheepishly came to Srila Prabhupada. Oh, Prabhupada, when Chota Haridas, he looked even, forget about marrying, when he even left him lustily, still, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu rejected him. So will you reject me also like that, because I fell from my sannyas and left and got married? Will you also reject me? Then Srila Prabhupada's humbleness, he said, no, I can never reject any of you, because you are helping me in the movement. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu could do that because he is Lord himself, but I cannot do that. I need every one of you. I cannot do that. So that is what Srila Prabhupada told, that is a level of humbleness, that is a level of love he had for his disciples. Even though they fell from their position, still Srila Prabhupada accepted them. He never rejected anyone. It was out of their own foolishness, some left, But Srila Prabhupada on his own never rejected any disciples. He always gave them second, third, fourth chance, even if they fell down. They were like Gurudev told, they were given many other sevas, so they are fully engaged. So once one devotee asked Srila Prabhupada, if we, instead of Krishna, if we think of you, will we go back to Godhead? Then Srila Prabhupada said, yes, you will still go back home, back to Godhead. Because now, that time I didn't understand how, but now Gurudev, because of listening to Gurudev's session, we know Srila Prabhupada is Samasti Guru himself. He stands right next to Radha Krishna in his intimate Leelas. He's there in the Nikunja. Prabhupada, is an intimate associate of Radha Krishna, So now we know why he said that. That even if we think of Prabhupada when we are dying instead of Krishna, because usually Krishna tells, whatever you think at death, you will get that, So Krishna tells, think about me in Bhagavad Gita. But here Prabhupada is telling, even if you think about Prabhupada, still you will go back home, back to Godhead. And we know the answer by through Gurudev's session. Because Srila Prabhupada is Samasti Guru. He is right next to Radha Krishna, serving them intimately in their intimate pastimes and all that. And Prabhupada said this example by his own, like how a disciple should be. Prabhupada said through his own example, One is that he followed the order of his Guru Maharaj. And there is one more incident, even before he came to America, when his Guru Maharaj was there, here. So everyone had gone for Govardhan Parikrama. And Govardhan Parikrama, so Srila Prabhupada was standing outside outside the tent of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj. So Bhaktisiddhanta Goswami Maharaj, he saw that someone was outside. He didn't know who is. So he asked who it is. So Srila Prabhupada said, it is me, and he asked him to come inside. So Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj asked him, why have you not gone with other people to Govardhan Parikrama? So Srila Prabhupada said, and this is how all our moods should be, Srila Prabhupada said, wherever you are, that is Govardhan. Because if we go on our own, like this has a very deep meaning also. If we go on our own, we will just see trees, this, that. Because if we don't know the leela of that place, we may just roam and go around, see like a sightseeing and come back. But if we go where Guru takes us, like during Vrindavan trip also, we go along with Gurudev, Because if we had gone, definitely it is 100% true. If we had gone on our own to any of these places, we would have never known the importance of any of these places, nor we would get that intimate feeling of being connected to Krishna, We would just do like sightseeing, see her there, and just because we have to do, we would do and come back. So Prabhupada is, through his own example, he is telling, wherever you are Gurudev, that is Govardhan, because Guru opens our eyes, gives us deep understanding of those plays, or anything, not only that, so we should always be connected with our Guru. On our own, we can never reach Krishna. We should always be connected with our Guru. And then there is a Puri Kheer pastime, which Mataji has also told before, Bhumika Mataji and all, that once in the midnight, Prabhupada was having conversation with his disciples, then suddenly he started going to the kitchen, first he went, he had bath, then he started going to the kitchen and, he started preparing Puri and Sabji and everyone was wanting Puri and Kheer. So everyone was wondering, where is Prabhupada doing at this time? Why is he cooking now? Now it's midnight. So they were like surprised. Why is he doing that? So Prabhupada made Puri Kheer and then he offered and then he distributed to all the disciples. Then one of the disciple asked Prabhupada, at this time, why did you prepare this Puri Kheer? What was the reason? So Prabhupada said, it is my seva in Golok, and Radharani wanted me to make this kheer, Puri Kheer now. So I just went and prepared. So that is the level of intimate, like Prabhupada, even when he is, teaching or preaching here, but simultaneously he is also with Radha and Krishna, but to show to his disciples, he gave this one glimpse, like how his seva is in Golok, just gave a glimpse to his disciples. But otherwise, Prabhupada is simultaneously both in the material world preaching and at the same time spiritual world he is doing Nitya Seva of Radha and Krishna. That Gurudev has told, many times. And once one disciple asked Srila Prabhupada, Prabhupada, it is told that, a devotee chants 24 hours every day, but I don't see you chanting 24 hours. So Prabhupada told him, okay, put your ear on my back. So that devotee put, ear on his back and he could hear Hare Krishna, Prabhupada chanting Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare. Like that he could hear and he was very, very surprised. So this is how, Prabhupada is. Even though we see him preaching, doing so many activities, but still at the same time he's always chanting Radha, Hare Krishna Mahamantra. Is always doing intimate sevas of Radha and Krishna simultaneously. So we don't know who Srila Prabhupada is. We only have a small glimpse of Srila Prabhupada. Through that too, because all because of His Grace Gaurang Sundar Das Gurudev, only because of them. Because in other temples, what I've seen is they know Srila Prabhupada as Diksha Guru, they know about Srila Prabhupada, some pastimes they know, but they don't know these intimate things, which Gurudev tells us. And we are so fortunate to be associated and get to know these intimate things, which help us to increase our love for Srila Prabhupada. So, all glories to His Grace Gaurang Sundar Gurudev, all glories to His Divine Grace A.C. Bhakti Vedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. So, and there are other pastimes, like Acharya Prabhakar pastime. Acharya Prabhakar, is one of the oldest disciples of Srila Prabhupada. When Srila Prabhupada was in Jhansi, he was his only disciple there. So he recalls one incident, he wanted to have some discussion with Srila Prabhupada. So he went to meet him, but there what he saw was Srila Prabhupada was chanting and dancing, on his own. There were no other people there. He was alone, he was chanting, dancing, So he thought, okay, let me come after some time. So again he came after some time and still Srila Prabhupada was chanting and dancing, and then he was thinking, okay, I'll come tomorrow. Then again he came tomorrow again, but still Srila Prabhupada was chanting and dancing, So like this he came and went, and like this 7 days or 8 days had passed, then he asked, after 7 days he saw Srila Prabhupada and finally he was able to meet him. Then he asked, Srila Prabhupada, from past so many days I'm trying to meet you, but whenever I come, I see you chanting and dancing. What happened like that? And actually when he went inside to meet Srila Prabhupada, he could feel some divine this thing, environment there. He could smell nice. He could get some nice feel inside when he met to meet Srila Prabhupada. So Srila Prabhupada said, Radha and Krishna personally gave me darshan and she gave me this big garland of Kadamba flowers. Usually, Kadamba flowers that we find here are very small, tennis ball shape, table tennis ball shape. But those are big, like tennis ball, big tennis ball shaped lotus, this Kadamba garlands. Yeah. So, like that, So, he was also very surprised. So, this was the pastime which Acharya Prabhakar shared, with like he was also very, very surprised seeing that. And there are other pastimes, like Lord Shiva runs in Mayapur. Mayapur, at least now it is like fully developed, but in those days, 1970s, it was like a jungle. Mayapur was like a jungle in 1970. So once Prabhupada, in every day, disciples, they would see that Prabhupada in middle of the night is going somewhere. So they got like we let us also go and see where is going, and all that. So in that too, because outside there is nothing. Outside it's fully jungle that time, and there were snakes also in those days. Mayapur had lots of snakes. So he was going, and every day he was going outside in middle of the night. So these devotees one time they decided to follow him, and they once Prabhupada went, they started following behind slowly. They hid behind the trees and somehow, and there Prabhupada went inside the bushes, and after inside the bush there was a big ground like thing, and there Prabhupada sat and he started doing kirtan. They saw from behind the bushes. Prabhupada sat, this devotee sat, and they saw what Prabhupada was doing inside. So inside the bush, after deep, there was a ground-like thing, and Srila Prabhupada sat on a place, and he started chanting, and all demigods like Lord Shiva, everyone came and had darshan of Srila Prabhupada. They circumambulated Srila Prabhupada. They chanted and danced with Srila Prabhupada. So all these devotees who was hid behind the bushes, they were surprised. Oh, like they could see all Lord Shiva, everyone, coming and, doing kirtan, paying dandavats to Srila Prabhupada. Even Lord Shiva was doing dandavats to Srila Prabhupada. So then they started wondering, oh, even Lord Shiva is coming and Brahma is coming and doing dandavat to Prabhupada. That means Srila Prabhupada, some great, great, great personality, even beyond Lord Brahma, Lord Shiva, But of course, they couldn't see, like Gurudev said, couldn't see full features of Lord Brahma, Lord Shiva, because we all have material eyes. But they could see some glimpse of Lord Shiva like structure, with Tridandi, this Trishul and all that. They could see some blur visions of them. So they could understand their Lord Shiva, Lord Brahma, and all that. So that is the level of Srila Prabhupada, where even Lord Brahma, Lord Shiva, they come to have darshan of Srila Prabhupada, circumambulate him, and then Srila Prabhupada is leading them into kirtan, that is the level of Srila Prabhupada, which we don't know. And Srila Prabhupada, he has made so many devotees which no other previous acharyas have made, because no other previous acharyas have made so many devotees. One of the reason is Srila Prabhupada is a Samasti Guru. Samasti Guru has that power to change the scriptures as per the time and circumstances, and because of this, Srila Prabhupada was only, because other acharyas they could make few devotees, that too in a region, in a place, but Srila Prabhupada is able to make devotees all over the world, even Narad Muni, no one else could make like that, devotees like that, but Srila Prabhupada was able to make so many devotees, because we know the reason is because Srila Prabhupada is Samasti Guru. Samasti Guru can make any changes as per the time and circumstances, so that more and more people are so that we can make more and more people join, and make them go back home, back to Godhead. Only Samasti Guru has that power. Vyasti Guru, like others, they have to only follow the orders of Samasti Guru. Samasti Guru only can make these changes, and they can make some adjustments as per time and circumstances, so that more and more people can be accommodated. Like one of the example is how they make changes is in the none of the previous acharyas gave diksha to women, but Srila Prabhupada was the first to give diksha even to female disciples, so that is like this. He made so many different this thing, adjustments as per the time and circumstances, which only Samasti Guru can do. Vyasti Guru, other gurus, they are mostly Vyasti Gurus, so they can't make changes to scriptures. They have to follow the orders of the scriptures as it is in the scriptures. But Samasti Guru can make. So that is why Srila Prabhupada is able to make so many disciples all over the world. They were initiated, 10,000 initiated disciples, lakhs and lakhs of other disciples, non-initiated or whatever, but still they were following Srila Prabhupada. They were having prasadam, just foreign disciples I'm talking about. Overall, it is, I don't know how many, and even now many lakhs are Srila Prabhupada disciples here and there, indirectly, directly, but still they read Srila Prabhupada books and, like that. So once devotees were giving giving him reports like how many books they distributed. So Srila Prabhupada was very pleased. But then he asked, are you reading my books? So devotees had no answer. So Prabhupada said, why are you not reading my books? You should read my books. Tomorrow if someone asks you what is there in these books, and if you say, I don't read, I only sell, then what kind of impression the person will have? So you should know. You should read my books. So all of us who are going for book distribution, everyone, they should know what is there in Srila Prabhupada's books. We ourselves should become thorough in reading Srila Prabhupada books. Like one other time Srila Prabhupada said, read my books just like a lawyer is reading law books. Read my books just like lawyer is reading law books. We have to be so perfect. We should know which like lawyer knows, right? Which article represents which law has, which law is for which thing, like suppose if there is domestic violence, okay, so which act can work on this, like that. He will be so thorough in everything. So Srila Prabhupada said, you should read my books just like a lawyer is reading his law books, like that. We have to be thorough. So reading a book is not just a formality, but we have to try to develop deep connection with Srila Prabhupada, because Srila Prabhupada is also there, is always there in his books, is always there in his temples, is always there in his representatives, who are representing Srila Prabhupada. He's there when we are doing some seva. Srila Prabhupada is always there in all those sevas, like his manifestation is there. Srila Prabhupada's manifestation is there. Like Gurudev once told about Avirbhav, Prakash, and other one, different potencies, So Srila Prabhupada is always in one of the other form in these sevas, in everything which is related to Krishna's movement. Srila Prabhupada is there in one way or the other in everything in those movement. His energy is always there. Srila Prabhupada's potency is always there in that. Like Gurudev already told, this Murti, like Srila Prabhupada, like once one Ramanuja sannyasi, he came to Srila Prabhupada, like Gurudev told us now. Like, why are you making your deities, because when people touch your deities, you will get the karma of those people, because the people are very, very selfish, their karmas will come to you. They're coming with different consciousness. So then Srila Prabhupada told him, don't you know why I have come here? And Srila Prabhupada looked into his eyes, and that person came to know and circumambulated. Like he had some realization when Srila Prabhupada told that, and he started circumambulating Srila Prabhupada, and he then left, And Srila Prabhupada at the beginning, when he newly came to America and he got an apartment, he himself used to do cleaning, everything he used to do alone. Just imagine he's a Samasti Guru and he's doing everything on his own, Srila Prabhupada himself would cook, clean also of those hippies who would eat. Those plates Prabhupada used to clean, hippies and all sorts of people would come, drunkards, this, that. So Prabhupada himself used to clean. He used to cook for so many people. Everything himself used to do. See the level of humility Srila Prabhupada had. So these are very few, like I told, these are just like a drop in the ocean. Srila Prabhupada glories are unlimited. Srila Prabhupada pastimes are unlimited. Every moment maybe Srila Prabhupada is doing different pastimes. So we all are very fortunate to be associated with, this movement, and at least getting to share few drops of these unlimited pastimes of Srila Prabhupada, and purify ourselves. Thank you, Gurudev, for giving us this opportunity. Thank you, everyone. And please forgive me if I committed any offenses knowingly, unknowingly, directly, indirectly. Vancha kalpatarubhasya kapasan vevacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Please forgive me, Srila Prabhupada. Please give your blessings. Hare Krishna. Whoever wants to come next, they can come. Hare Krishna. Jai Shri Prabhupada, Jai His Grace, Gaurang Sundar Gurudev.
Srila Prabhupada. So, who wants to come next?
Hare Krishna, if no one is coming, can I come?
Yes, Madhu.
Okay, just a minute, please.
Mataji, you can start.
Yes, ma'am. Just a minute, I'm starting. Hare Krishna, everyone. Jai Shri Prabhupada, Jai His Grace, Gauranga Sundar Guruji. Janam Shalaka Supramitam, Tasmishra Guru, Panchakalpita, Sakrapasan, Sapatinitam Pavani, Vaishnava. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare. I'll just sing bhajan. Jai Radha Madhava, Jai Kunj Bihari, Jai Radha Madhava, Jai Kunj Bihari, Jai Gopi Jana Vallabha, Jai Giravardhari, Jai Gopi Jana Vallabha, Jai Giravardhari, Jai Radha Madhava, Jai Kunj Bihari, Jai Radha Madhava, Jai Kunj Bihari, Yashodanandana Vraja Janandana, Yashodanandana Vraja Janandana, जय राधा माधव जय कुंज बिहारी जय राधा माधव जय कुंज बिहारी जय गोपी जन वल्लभ जय गिरवरधारी जय राधा जय कुंज बिहारी यदि प्रभुपाद न होते तो क्या होता ये जीवन बहता कैसे यदि प्रभुपाद न होते तो क्या होता ये जीवन बहता कैसे नित्य गौर की असीम करुणा फैलाते दुनिया में कैसे फैलाते दुनिया में कैसे यदि प्रभुपाद न होते तो क्या होता ये जीवन बहता कैसे यदि प्रभुपाद न होते तो क्या होता ये जीवन बहता कैसे दुनिया में कितने पापी दुराचारी शून्य नदी माया उन सब का उद्धार करता कौन कौन है ऐसा दयानिधि कौन है ऐसा दयानिधि यदि प्रभुपाद न होते तो क्या होता ये जीवन बहता कैसे यदि प्रभुपाद न होते तो क्या होता ये जीवन बहता कैसे उन लोगों तक जाता कौन और कौन बांटता हरि नाम सभ्य जीवन जिया जाए कैसे कौन देता ये ज्ञान दुनिया के हर कोने में अब होती हरि विग्रह की सेवा दिन रात रथ यात्रा जैसे महात्सव करने हमको सिखाता कौन हमको सिखाता कौन यदि प्रभुपाद न होते तो क्या होता ये जीवन बहता कैसे यदि प्रभुपाद न होते तो क्या होता ये जीवन बहता कैसे Hare Krishna everyone, I'll just start with the pastimes. So there is so much we can learn about Srila Prabhupada in his whole life. It is like a blessing for a neophyte or a bhaktas everywhere. Coming here in this material world just for us is truly a blessing, as Gurudev has mentioned. Cherish Mataji, Priyanka Mataji, everyone had mentioned it, that how he just came for us, for like giving us liberation. He's a Nitya Satya devotee who has just come to liberate us. And not only on us, his mercy is for everyone. We have seen, even for hippies, he had mercy. Even for the small ants, he had mercy. He saw once in a temple where ants were there and devotees were trying to like clean or aggressively kill the ants. But he was showing his mercy to them also. He explains that every creature is part and parcel of Supreme Personality of Godhead. How he explained it in very nice way to everyone.
When he was there, he had given his learnings and teachings to everyone there. Uh, there's also a pastime where Srila Prabhupada once, on his morning walk, he was like sniffing all the flowers and everywhere. And everyone knew that the flowers are had the destiny to, that they should, that they can uh, perform their service to Radharani, Krishna, and Krishna in all the avatars, so that they can get mukti from this life, and then get they can get to serve Radharani and Krishna. But one fine day, Prabhupada actually was sniffing all the flowers there. So all the devotees were like, "How is it possible? Prabhupada never does that." And like that, they all have that question, like, how is that even possible? But the very next day, there came a very big storm, tufan aya, and all the flowers were like dead because of that tufan. सब plants इधर उधर हो गए और सब बेचारे flowers जो है वो dead. तो at least Prabhupada took the fragrance and everything, and that's how they can fulfill their this journey in serving Guru. And that's how Prabhupada is merciful even for the plants, flowers, ants, every little creature present on this earth, in this material life. Prabhupada took care of everything. And he mentioned that everything is part and parcel of the Supreme Personality of God. Everything has come from him. Everything has emanated from him. The entire world is purified simply by the appearance of such a great devotee. By his presence, the whole world is glorified, and all conditioned souls, due to his transcendental presence, are also glorified. He was a very living example that how we should serve Guru and Gauranga. He actually, even Gurudev follows that everything today. But because of him, because of Srila Prabhupada, we got to learn how we have to do the bhakti, how he served his guru, and that's how we also try to serve him. But his his service to his guru is like so beautiful. We have heard that pastime also where everyone went for the Govardhan Parikram, but he didn't go. He was like, I am there with my Guru and I want to serve my Guru. And that's how our mindset also should be. We should always serve Guru and Gauranga. He said that my Guru Maharaj was very kind upon me because I was very much interested to hear him. So that's how he said to us also, that because I heard to my Guru Maharaj, you should also heard your Guru Maharaj, and you should take, like, we have two Guru Maharaj. We have our Diksha Guru, we have our Shiksha Guru. We have to just hear them, and that's how we get their mercy. The best thing is that he is always like always explain that how you have to serve. Even if you see at the Radha Damodar temple, he is like, I am eternally there. It is written even on the bhajan, uh, his bhajan kuti, that I'm always there. I'm always living here. He had mentioned that I'm eternally living in Radha Damodar. How? Because he had been there in 1961. He actually moved to Radha Damodar temple, and he says, I'm still living there. Look, from 1961, if I have came and I'm living at Radha Damodar, and I will be always living there eternally. It feels so blessed and so merciful even to just be around in that temple, in that bhajan kutir. It has a very positive vibrations, and even the pastime which Gurudev had shared few uh, days back, like or a month, or when he told us that how after 12 a.m. or 1 a.m. in the night he used to cry and cry, and for Guru and Gauranga, for Rupa Goswami, to Gauranga, to his Guru, to Krishna, that please bless me, please let me serve you. And he used to cry, and who had heard that? A Brahman. He was like, who is crying? Who is crying? Who is crying? और वो ब्राह्मण ने उनको देखा, and he was like, daily he cries, daily Srila Prabhupada cries at the night. He doesn't sleep or what. He does seva so much. He's in his samadhi. He sings. He's there in the bhajan kutir. Matlab, every time he was there, every time he was just serving and serving. Even his every step was for Guru and Gauranga. His every word was for Guru and Gauranga. His hard work and his dedication is beyond this material life we can understand. There is nothing left. He had no knowledge about how we had no knowledge about how he has done so many things. But we all got this knowledge from our Gurudev. He also, we have uh, been trying to make the toothpaste which Prabhupada gave the everything items. And you just imagine at the age of 70 years old, and even after that, he had perfect teeth. He was so amazing. He had all the knowledge. He had knowledge of Vedic cosmology and everything. He had also mentioned that his first book was Easy Travel to the Planets, Other Planets, and all. So he only mentioned that even like he always had mentioned that Krishna is writing it. Like he never takes his name. He has always mentioned that Krishna is writing that. I am writing and Krishna is telling me to write all these things. So it is so superb that he had knowledge and he was aced in all so many things in dancing and when he used to dance so he used to jump high a lot. Even when even the devotees have mentioned quite a times at that time that the bhajan, the kirtan which Prabhupada used to do, sometimes it didn't feel that it is of this world. It is like heavenly. इतना beautiful है, इतना ज़्यादा heavenly है. Devotees used to describe his kirtan like that. And it is like just that he has served and is serving always to Krishna and Gauranga. Just imagine, it is so difficult for us that हमें कुछ लग जाता है and we are like, we cannot do this work, we cannot do that work, and we don't know how to serve. We miss the lectures just because of few problems, few issues. But Prabhupada is such a like idol for everyone. Even after 3 heart attacks in a single year, in a very single year, he had heart attacks, he had paralysis, but that didn't stop him. With even after 2 heart attacks, he was there like, I will go on this ship. I will take everything. Like how already Gurudev had mentioned that he is like, I will do that seva. He never stopped. From beginning of his life, he never stopped serving Krishna. That's like an example that how we have to keep and serving uh Prabhupada and our Gauranga. We will serve Prabhupada, we can serve Gauranga. The whole world celebrates Krishna consciousness because of Prabhupada. He is the only one reason that Jagannath Ratra is celebrated in different places in whole world, all because of Srila Prabhupada. Prabhupada always blasted Mayavadis also. He like helped in every which way. He sent letters to Indira Gandhi, Jawaharlal Nehru, Mahatma Gandhi, just like for the sake of the country and to like even they can establish Krishna consciousness, but they didn't listen. Whatever they could actually like Prabhupada had each and every knowledge of everything. Prabhupada blasted Mayavadis. Some in a one I read a conversation. Somebody says that I am God, kick and like about a Mayavadi, and the Prabhupada replies, Acha, I am God, kick him on his face. Yes, you are God, I am kicking God. That should be the answer. That if you think you are the God, then also think that I am also God. Prabhupada says, I am God and I am kicking God. Like I'm kicking you. That should be the answer. I am the shoe beater God. Now go and protect yourself from if you are a god. So Prabhupada always blasted Mayavadis and in a very unique way. He was like someone also said that Prabhupada, I think it was Dr. Patel who said that Prabhupada that you all these are good people. Why do you bracket them? Why do you do that? And Prabhupada like, they are good people. Who are they? Like, Prabhupada had already proved in many ways how Mayavadis just tricked to say that they are God. And Prabhupada proved that God is not like that. Prabhupada gave every example that God has all the specifications he had mentioned. He had remembered us again and again how a goddess. We can prove it to Mayavadis today also in many ways because of Prabhupada. He has he's so extraordinary, and he had made all the disciples also to learn in that way. When he was there in the temples, he had made a simple rule, which Gurudev only has told us that his rule was very simple, that 6 months you should after 6 months you should keep rotating your seva so that you can learn everything. He was extraordinary, so he also wanted his disciples to be extraordinary and serve Krishna and Radharani in all ways possible, in every way, whether it be deity worship, accounting, traveling to other nations and preaching their trip, bringing Westerners, and like Gurudev mentioned, he that उन्होंने जादू रानी को भी पेंटिंग उन्होंने ही सिखाई. And see, today also she is doing painting. She's there, she's doing paintings, and he had he is like simply so experienced in everything. And all is possible even if everything is happening today. It is all because he's always here for us. He always, he only has mentioned that I shall leave in my books. I'm always with you. But what do we do in return? Nothing. Prabhupada had only said us that to like chant for 16 rounds daily, and you can see Krishna and go back, come back to God. What else we need? We have to just serve Prabhupada. And Prabhupada has also taught us that only that keep serving, keep serving to your Guru, to your Gauranga, keep chanting, and whatever you take a mission to serve Lord and serve Him. He had so many missions and he had completed all of this, all of his vision. But he also had a vision of like Krishna conscious country where everything in the country is Krishna conscious. Prabhupada always mentioned that his life was not unpleasant. Even after so many things happened, like he was even paralyzed after the 3 attacks. He also mentioned that many times it is impossible for a person to live after the 3 heart attacks. Even doctor have mentioned that the third heart attack is the time where a person dies. But Prabhupada never complained about anything. He was like he even didn't say that my life was difficult. He, in fact, mentioned that I was never unpleasant. And there was no one with me. There was no family, nothing. No one was there with me. I left everything. I have to write again and again Bhagavad Gita, Srimad Bhagavatam, and I have to rewrite everything. But still, he always, and he just mentions one thing that on that ship, after the heart attack, also, I saw Krishna, and he is there with me. Krishna is with me, and that's how like he said, like I just continue serving Krishna. So it is such a beautiful message of him, of doing everything. His pastimes will never ever vanish from our heart, and every new devotee will get to hear all the beautiful pastimes of Prabhupada. His whole life here, each and every second, is nothing but teaching or training and mercy for all of us. And I just always want to serve Srila Prabhupada and Gurudev Ji on their lotus feet. I am not even worthy of speaking all these things. Thank you, Gurudev, for giving this opportunity. And I want to speak more, but so many are there, and it is already late, and everyone wants to speak. So thank you so much, Gurudev Ji, for giving this opportunity, for letting us get purified through Gurudev, your blessing and your glorification and Prabhupada's glorification. Thank you so much, Gurudev Ji. Dhanavad Pranam. Jai Shri Prabhupada, Jai Shri Krishna Gauranga Sundas Gurudev Ji. All praise to Shri Prabhupada, all praise to His Grace Gauranga Sundas Gurudev. Hare Krishna.
Jai Shri Prabhupada. Kashish Motherji, you can come.
जी माताजी, am I audible?
Yes, Motherji.
Okay. ज्ञानतिमिरान्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मिलितं तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। श्रीचैतन्यमनोभीष्टं स्थापितं येन भूतले स्वयं रूपकदामयं ददाति सपदान्तिकं। वन्देऽहं श्रीगुरो श्रीयुतपत्कमलं श्रीगुरुवैष्णवांश श्रीरूपं साग्रजातं सगण रघुनाथान्वितं तं सजीवं साद्वैतं सावधूतं परिजनसहितं कृष्णचैतन्यदेवं श्रीराधाकृष्णपादान् सगणिताश्च विशाखान्वितांश्च नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्णप्रेष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमद् भक्ति वेदांत स्वामी नित्य नामिने नमस्ते सारस्वती देवी गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशतान्य हे कृष्ण करुणा सिंधु दीनबंधु जगतपति गोपिश गोपिका कंठ राधा कांत नमस्तुते तप्त कांचन गौरांगी राधे वृंदावनेश्वरी विश्वानुसुत देवी प्रणमामि हरिप्रिय वांचकल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपा सिंधु बेवच पतितरां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः। जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासदि गौर भक्तवृंद। हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम राम हरे हरे। हरे कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे राम राम हरे हरे। हरे कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे राम राम हरे हरे। जय श्रीला प्रभुपाद। All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to His Grace Gauranga Sundadas Gurudev, all glories to His Grace Gauranga Sundadas Gurudev, all glories to His Grace Gauranga Sundadas Gurudev. I wanted to sing one bhajan first. जय प्रभुपाद प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद जय श्रीला प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद जय श्रीला प्रभुपाद दिव्य पुरुष श्रीला प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद भक्त श्रेष्ठ जय प्रभुपाद महानुभावा जय प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद जय श्रीला प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद जय श्रीला प्रभुपाद गुरु पालक जय प्रभुपाद गुरु मन संतोष जय प्रभुपाद आचार्य श्रेष्ठ जय प्रभुपाद करुणा सिंधु जय प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद जय श्रीला प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद जय श्रीला प्रभुपाद दीन बंधु जय प्रभुपाद कृष्ण दासा जय प्रभुपाद धीर जगत गुरु जय प्रभुपाद चैतन्य दूता जय प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद जय श्रीला प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद जय श्रीला प्रभुपाद शांत मूर्ति जय प्रभुपाद परमई शिखर जय प्रभुपाद सिद्धवधूता जय प्रभुपाद पर दुख दुखी जय प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद जय श्रीला प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद जय श्रीला प्रभुपाद पश्चिम सूर्य जय प्रभुपाद गीता प्रचारक जय प्रभुपाद मनुकुल रक्षक जय प्रभुपाद अदम जनर बंधु जय प्रभुपाद
Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Srila Prabhupada. आत्मा ज्ञानी जय प्रभुपाद समस्ते गुरु जय जय प्रभुपाद भक्ति देवी जय प्रभुपाद मन मन पूजित जय प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद जय श्रील प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद जय श्रील प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद जय श्रील प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद जय श्रील प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद जय श्रील प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद जय श्रील प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद जय श्रील प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद जय श्रील प्रभुपाद जय गुरुदेव गुरुदेव जय गुरुदेव जय जय गुरुदेव जय गुरुदेव गुरुदेव जय गुरुदेव जय गुरुदेव जय प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद जय श्रील प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद जय श्रील प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद जय श्रील प्रभुपाद Hare Krishna, Gurudev, Dandavat Pranam, Jai Srila Prabhupada, Jai Space for understanding as Gurudev. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada and His beautiful pastimes. The magnanimous personality Srila Prabhupada appeared on September 1, 1896 on Nandotsava. Srila Prabhupada's pastimes are everywhere we see. It's not just limited to one pastime, two pastime. It's everywhere. It's every activity of Srila Prabhupada. It's every sight of Srila Prabhupada. Everything that Srila Prabhupada does is his pastime. Prabhupada's pastime starts from his very childhood, from his very appearance, from the date of his appearance also. Gurudev had told once that after Krishna, Krishna comes and then the next day Srila Prabhupada comes. And after that, Srimati Radharani comes in few days. We see first Janmashtami comes, then Vyas Puja, and then Radha Ashtami comes after some time. So Gurudev had told that Srila Prabhupada comes before the appearance of Srimati Radharani to arrange everything before the arrival of Srimati Radharani. So Srila Prabhupada's divine pastimes are in each thing related to Prabhupada. The date of his appearance also. His childhood name, Abhay, which Prabhupada mentions in his lecture, means fearless because a devotee is always fearless. So his childhood name, the date of his appearance, everything related to Prabhupada is his pastime, is his beautiful pastime, even though we don't understand it. His nickname was Nandu because he was born on Nandotsav. So even that is his pastime because by that we can remember Krishna. All of Srila Prabhupada, all of everything, every action of Srila Prabhupada, by every action of Prabhupada, we can remember Krishna. It reminds us of Krishna. That is also a pastime of Srila Prabhupada. Prabhupada mentions that at one place that all Nityasiddha devotees have a common pattern, that all of them are engaged from childhood in worshipping Krishna. They are born in devotee families and they are from childhood they are worshipping Krishna. And we see these pastimes of Prabhupada too. Prabhupada mentions it's there in Leela Amrita as it is, that how Prabhupada used to stand for hours together in front of Radha Govind temple. Just like, Gurudev has also told that we should not just, just go to temple, see the deity and run away. We should see everything. So Prabhupada mentions that as a child, when he was a child, when he used to love going to Radha Govind temple. So he would go there and he would stand there for hours together. So we see these beautiful things that Prabhupada mentions here and there, and how much it reminds us of how to worship Krishna. From his very childhood, he's preaching. Just like Lord Chaitanya, we see in Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's pastime how he used to preach in childhood by crying, and then everyone would come and chant for him so that he stops crying. So Prabhupada also from his every activity from very childhood, he would be preaching with everything. Prabhupada mentions different Ratha Yatra pastimes of his, where he was very anxious to have a Ratha Yatra. So he asked his father, he requested his father, and then his father gave him, and then he would take the Ratha Yatra of Lord from the very childhood. We see that in that movie also of Prabhupada, that he has a small Ratha and all of them, they go and take the Ratha everywhere. And how his father taught him deity worship also. All of this we have read and seen. So Prabhupada mentions also at one place that everything that he has learned about Krishna and how to worship Krishna and everything, he says that he got it from his childhood, from his father, because his father taught him all this. He mentions a sweet pastime where his mother would always want him to study well. We have seen again this also in the movie, that his mother always would ask him to study and go to the school and college, and he would not go. He did not like going to school. So he would be forced to go to school, and his mother would always want him to study, and his father wanted him to do just Krishna Bhakti, to become a servant of Srimati Radharani. So Gurudev had told this also, that his father wanted his father always used to pray that Prabhupada, that he becomes a good devotee of Srimati Radharani. And that is why Gurudev says that Prabhupada even mentioned his father's name in front of Krishna book. So um, so with every action from the very childhood, Prabhupada is teaching. And he's teaching how to increase our love of Godhead. That one pastime of Srila Prabhupada is there from childhood, that he had so much fever, typhoid, and then doctors were there and everyone was very worried. There was a plague going on or something. Um, so that time the doctors advised him to have chicken soup or some non-veg soup. So his father clearly denied that, no, we are Vaishnavas, we won't be doing this. But since the condition was bad, so then the doctor only, he brought the chicken soup, and then he, as soon as he would give to Prabhupada, then Prabhupada would immediately vomit. So then, seeing all this, then his father took him to Radha Krishna temple, the deities. And he would just, give him to Krishna, that you only now take care. And immediately then Prabhupada became fine. So with everything we see how much Prabhupada is teaching from the very childhood. From his all activities, Prabhupada taught us the way to live. At one place, Prabhupada mentions this, that, my father, he used to, at our house, there was very much, jo grain hai, usko bacha ke rakhna hai. And, ek bhi grain, you don't waste. And all these things. So Prabhupada has mentioned all these in his lectures and books also, that, you should not waste any grain, you should not waste any prasadam. So he has taught the way of life to us through his beautiful lectures, through his beautiful books.
the way to practice Krishna consciousness. Like one pastime where there was a war going on and everyone was leaving from that place. But Prabhupada did not go. So he went on Harinam. And then when someone asked, so then Prabhupada said that it is Krishna's energy. So how can Krishna's energy harm me? So in with every action, he's so much teaching us how to worship Krishna, how to have faith in Krishna, firm faith in Krishna. Even in hot weathers where the temperature was up the roof, Prabhupada would go for distribution of Back to Godhead magazine. He would faint, then he would be taken up to a place to rest. But then again, after waking up, he'll again after gaining consciousness, again he'll go and again he'll distribute. So with every small say small thing, like once Jagannath had mentioned that Prabhupada used to was peeling a banana. So he was peeling it with his right hand. Everything he was doing it with his right hand and having it. So like with every action, he was teaching how to, he was teaching how we should be practicing that we should not be eating with left hand. So छोटी से बड़ी action से Prabhupada is just playing his pastimes every day, every moment right now also, and teaching us how to get close to Krishna. Only with few encounters with his Guru Maharaj, Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Maharaj, Srila Prabhupada taught us how to make the words of spiritual master life and soul. All activities of Prabhupada are divyam. Like Krishna says for himself in Bhagavad Gita, Janma Karme Chame Divyam. All activities of Prabhupada are also divyam, not understood by our mundane senses. From not sleeping at all. So Gurudev and Prabhupada mentions that Prabhupada would only sleep for 2 to 3 hours. And in that time also Prabhupada would simply think of how to further expand the movement. He would not actually sleep. He would just be thinking about the plans, how to expand more, what to do next. So every time he would just do that. He would not even sleep. He would not even eat um, much. So once I think there was one pastime where devotees used to eat and they would go to sleep. So it went on for a long time, and then Prabhupada finally stopped it. That no, you should not be, you're eating so much and then you're sleeping so much also. So this is not how the way to live. So everything Prabhupada is teaching, small se badi thing. So he was teaching us to eat only as much as necessary, even giving mercy to those people who are drunkards. So once Gurudev mentioned that there was one pastime where many times drunkards would come to the temple and cause problems, and other devotees would try to take them out. What are you doing and all. But Prabhupada never threw them out. Prabhupada would just ask them simply to have prasadam and then upgrade their consciousness. So just simply he was even to the drunkards who were causing problems, anyone would throw them out, but of a temple, in fact, people would throw them out. But Prabhupada would just ask them that just have prasadam and that's it. So with everything, Prabhupada was just preaching to everyone what to say of humans, even ants. Prabhupada would give prasadam even to ants and help them also be elevated. And what about ants also, even to the plants, even to the plants, like Sonia Mataji also mentioned this, that once there was a thunderstorm was coming, and before any news channels anyone could know about it, Srila Prabhupada knew about it. No one knew about that it's gonna happen or anything, but Prabhupada knew. And all these plants and everything will be destroyed badly. So Prabhupada knew all this. So before after this, Prabhupada was actually going to go out somewhere out, like in different city. Prabhupada was going to go. So, but before going, Prabhupada went to the garden and he was touching all the plants, all the trees, smelling all the flowers. So the devotees there, they did not understand that why Prabhupada is doing that. But then after few hours, he saw that the devotees, Prabhupada went and then there was a thunderstorm. So the devotees immediately understood why Prabhupada was doing. So Prabhupada was basically offering all the flowers to Krishna and helping them get liberated by his divine touch. So every eyesight, every action, every conversation of Prabhupada was to take people towards Krishna. Like that one time when Prabhupada was going on a sidewalk and saw a young adult sitting on the bench. So it was just, 2 seconds eye contact. There was a person sitting, Prabhupada was walking by, and Prabhupada just made an eye contact, and that's it. And 6 months later, that guy became a brahmachari with shaved heads and everything. And after some time, when Prabhupada had come, so 6 months after when Prabhupada comes, so Prabhupada saw him again. And then Prabhupada said to him, I was wondering when you will become a devotee. So just by a moment association of Srila Prabhupada, like it said na ki there are 3 types of devotees, Kanishta, Madhyam and Uttam. So even by just by being with a Uttam Adhikari devotee, Nitya Siddha devotee, a person can become Krishna conscious just by their moment association. Love Matra Sadhu Sang. So the person who was a Westerner, by the way, he was not Indian or anything or had any inclination towards God. He was a Westerner. So he left everything and became a Krishna devotee just by that one eye contact with Prabhupada. That's it. So every conversation of Prabhupada, like that conversation, one conversation led to a whole movement spread in Russia. It changed the fate of Russia. Um, so the influence of Prabhupada is all over the was all over the world and on everyone. So it was very big and very powerful. So fearing that, Russians they banned Prabhupada. That Prabhupada we won't allow Prabhupada to come here. So then so Prabhupada had already sat on the flight and was going to land in Russia. But as soon as Prabhupada landed in Russia, the authorities they said that you will have to take the flight back. So now in the flight back, just by one conversation, Gurudev says that a person was sitting next to Prabhupada, and that person only for a few hours Prabhupada talked to that person. Prabhupada told him the whole philosophy. Few hours, I think 45 minutes or something. So just he told all the philosophy, and he even initiated that person right on the flight, and that person went back to Russia and distributed and printed all the books of Prabhupada and spread the movement in Russia this way. So every action, every sight, every conversation is Prabhupada's pastime only. Speaking of fate, so before Prabhupada had landed in America, so before that there was a big war going to happen. Gurudev mentions this many times that a big war was going to happen that time. But as soon as Prabhupada landed, they backed away. Suddenly they backed away somehow, and the whole fate of the country changed. So just by Prabhupada stepping foot in that place, the whole fate of the whole country changed. So that is who Prabhupada is. Um, every action of his, everything, it can change the fate. There was one video of Prabhupada's. There was one video of Prabhupada. So Prabhupada had held the hand of a small child, and just like Prabhupada has held all of our hands and not letting it go. So Prabhupada was not letting the hand of that child go, and Prabhupada was smiling, and that child was like trying to leave the hand of Prabhupada. But Prabhupada was not letting it go. He was smiling, and they both were laughing. It was very nice, kind video. And so it was so much love that he built this society. We can see that through such small actions also, that he did not let him go. And so much love was in his eyes for that child. And many times Prabhupada mentions this, that he has built the society with love with love and trust, and he wants this society to go with love and trust only.
So, and one time, and whenever if someone would go away from the society, then Prabhupada would become very upset. There is one quote of Prabhupada. Prabhupada had written a letter to Kirtananda saying that, I'm quoting it, "You have written to say that you think of me often, and now it is confirmed that you cannot do without thinking of me. Because I was always thinking of you. Sometimes I silently cried and prayed to Krishna that how I have lost this child, Kirtananda. But I'm sure that you cannot be lost because you chanted very nicely in Vrindavan." So, despite of whatever happened, Prabhupada, like Gurudev was telling, that Prabhupada always forgave. So, Prabhupada here he's saying that I used to cry because you went away. And I used to cry and pray to Krishna that how I have lost my child. So, so much affection, so much love Prabhupada was always giving to everyone. So much love. He was always forgiving his disciples. There was one more conversation. So Gurudev has mentioned this in his blog, and it goes like, a man shouted at Prabhupada during a darshan and had to be hustled out of the room. The devotees were quite unnerved and began to speculate as to the offender's future. Would he be sent to hellish planets? Would he be born in a descriptive condition here on earth? How would he become free of his offense, Vaishnava Aparadh? After the discussion went back and forth among the devotees for some time, Srila Prabhupada looked up and offered, "We could forgive him," an option no one else had thought of. So it's so beautiful that someone just came, shouted at Prabhupada and went away. But Prabhupada and everyone is like, itna bada Vaishnava अपराध कर लिया, पता नहीं अब would be his fate. He might go to hell. This might happen, that might happen, this might happen. And Prabhupada is saying that, but we can just forgive him. We can just let it go. So compassion, so much compassion Prabhupada had for everyone. He always forgave all the offenses and he still forgives them all. Gurudev once told that those people who did the demonic things also that we all know of, so the Prabhupada has already forgiven them also. Prabhupada always stood up for his disciples. Gurudev once told a pastime that once there was one Mataji and she was on stage and Prabhupada was also there. So some guys, they were troubling that Mataji. And those guys were strongly built also and had good height and all of that. So they were trying to trouble that Mataji, and immediately then Prabhupada came and just threw him off the stage. Just threw him off the stage. Dhakka diya aur wo gone. So he always stands up for his disciples, always there for his disciples. Like this similar thing even Bhumika Mataji also told about Govinda Dasi Mataji, how she was getting troubled, and then Narasimhadev came. So Prabhupada and Krishna protects in such scenarios. Gurudev had told this also, that I think one coordinator had asked that if a devotee, she does not have a husband and all, so what happens to her? What happens? So then Gurudev had asked, so Gurudev told that then Guru protects in such situations. So Prabhupada protected this Mataji. That also reminds me of another pastime where few Matajis were married that time. So then they went to Prabhupada for some question and to ask the question. But then Prabhupada told that no, now you have your devotee husband, so you should ask your queries to them only. So then the Matajis, they became very upset that how is it going to work out? We want your guidance, Prabhupada. So then Prabhupada was like, okay, then you can ask me. So nicely and kindly, Prabhupada is so nice to everyone, and always always there for his disciples, no matter what. There is one quote also that says that a spiritual master is there wherever the disciple wants it, whenever the disciple wants him. So Prabhupada is there
right now also. That's why we see all his pastimes now also. Everyone uh, everyone can see his different pastimes. That's why we can see how the movement is expanding so much. So we see, in fact, in all the letters of Prabhupada also, firstly, how kind and soft and nice these letters are. Prabhupada is always motivating his disciples, guiding them, and always ending it with your ever well wisher. Every letter we see, and Prabhupada says, your ever well wisher. So, because Prabhupada is the only well wisher we have, so he'll always he says, actually, at one place he explains this, that I say this because um I will always be your well wisher, whether you are here or you leave. I will still be your well wisher. So even that very thing, your ever well wisher, that is also Prabhupada's pastime, because even by that he is so much loving everyone. So in all his letters, we see Prabhupada is guiding the grahastas, the sannyasis, everyone he is guiding, and how to manage and be Krishna conscious. That Prabhuji also, that Bob Prabhuji, whose conversation with Prabhupada is there in perfect question, perfect answer. There also, he writes how Prabhupada was so affectionate and would answer all the questions. And at one place, so long after a conversation, so there was a big conversation. And then after that, at the end of the conversation, Prabhupada says, okay, so now what's your next question? So always, it's not like कि, ये 5 question पूछ लिए बस सब. So no, Prabhupada would after such a long conversation, Prabhupada asked कि, okay, now what's your next question? So compassionate and so nice and kind, always telling us about Krishna, telling everyone about Krishna, even the politicians, even Gandhi in 1947 something. So he wrote a letter to Gandhi before the assassination of Gandhi, and he the Prabhupada was writing like, because I am your friend. He was writing like this only, because I am your well wisher, I am your friend, I am telling you this, that please follow this. He was saying it so nicely that you might not reply to the letter or something, but I'm still, because I am your friend, I'm telling you this, that please follow all these things, otherwise you will have a very inglorious death. But now then he did not listen. Gandhi did not listen to what Prabhupada said, and then he did have an inglorious death. And then even after the death of Gandhi, it's not like Prabhupada was just compassionate just before the death, and he was just like you know um, right now he can do, but later also, after Gandhi was assassinated, he was still worried about him. And that is why there was one more letter that Prabhupada wrote. So there was some honor going to happen for Gandhi's honor or something. And there, Prabhupada wrote in the letter, if you actually want to honor him, then you should follow these Krishna conscious things in that ceremony, and do these things so that he can actually become honored. So that is why, ever well wisher, because even before the death of Gandhi, he was guiding him, even though Gandhi did not listen, but he was still guiding him. And then after his assassination also, he was still helping him somehow, indirectly, so that the way he is honored, it is in a Krishna conscious way, and he actually becomes honored that way. So then his letter to Indira Gandhi, to other politicians, guiding them bluntly, not not like nowadays what happens, gurus, they please so many politicians, they are a puppet of the politicians nowadays. But Prabhupada would directly say, what are you doing, and you should be following this instead. His letter to Indira Gandhi, the 10 things that he told to Indira Gandhi. So many pastimes of Prabhupada are there. Prabhupada pastimes are everywhere. From him going to America at the age of 70 with 40 rupees in his pocket, 2 heart attacks on the ship, where all Dashavatars came. Priyanka Mataji explained that all the Dashavatars came and took him, and Krishna himself massaged his heart. So to him reaching there, being on one potato for so many months, traveling the globe 14 times, going to,
Cherish Mataji also mentioned that he would go to the ship office again and again, and that, I want to go back. I want to go back now to India. When is the next ship? I want to go back. But then the ship guy will also say, ki, "Bhai, you always come and say this, but you never go back." So that is Prabhupada. He never gave up, even though of course he's a Nityasiddha devotee. There is nothing that affects him. But to show us that you should never give up, we should never give up, he was playing these beautiful pastimes that you might feel like giving up, but don't give up at the end. Still, stay. So many things to understand from Prabhupada's life. Um, all because of his overflowing compassion. Like Gurudev had told that today also Gurudev told that Krishna, he did not want to come. Prabhupada did not want to come, but Krishna told him, okay, but you have to go. So then once Gurudev had told that, uh, then Krishna, then he said, okay, Krishna, you have to, whoever becomes serious and my devotee, then I'll take them back to Godhead. So then Krishna said, okay. So that was the deal that, whoever becomes disciple of Prabhupada, gets associated with Prabhupada, they go back home, back to Godhead. So, like Gurudev told today also, Manjari Swaroop they get. So that is the mercy of Prabhupada, the overflowing compassion due to which he even came for us. So Prabhupada's pastimes, they are endless. His every pastime is going on every moment in our lives right now also. His pastimes are his books, which travel even till the solitary places of African jungle. Like Gurudev has told that, once there were devotees who were stuck, and they were in the jungle. So they were searching for some place, and then they found some hut. And when they called out to the hut, and they knocked, and then the person came outside, and he was a devotee. He was wearing Vaishnav tilak. He was fully devotee. So in the solitary place in middle of a jungle, there was a devotee. How he became a devotee? Because he found, some devotee gave him a book of Prabhupada, and then he started following Prabhupada so much that he became a devotee. So this so much tells us that how much Prabhupada is right now here also and guiding everyone. And to even to that devotee family in India, Gurudev mentions that Gurudev went to one family, and there the whole family was a devotee. So then, when inquired, they got to know that none of them were associated with any temple, with any devotee, nothing. Again, they also, they found books of Prabhupada. They started reading the books of Prabhupada. They started following Prabhupada, and now with for every small thing, Prabhupada would come in their dreams, in everyone's dreams. पूरी family devotee है, सबके dreams में Prabhupada आते थे, and Prabhupada बताते थे उनको कि ऐसे करना है, execute this, do that. So every moment Prabhupada would come in their dreams, and then guide them. So Prabhupada pastimes are everywhere, every moment going on. um, like we see ourselves also, right? Sometimes in the morning when there is some discussion going on in the group, and then Prabhupada lecture is going on also. So Prabhupada says the exact thing that is going on in the group also. Like once there was some person who said that Krishna is not God, and also there was a discussion going on that, and Prabhupada in the lecture also said the exact same thing. So we can see how his pastimes, how he is guiding us every moment, Abhibi. Um, it is Prabhupada who's answering all our questions by hearing his lectures, reading his purports. It is in us still being in KC. We are in still, agar hum KC mein abhi hain, it's because Prabhupada pastimes are going on right now. And if anything good is happening, any projects are happening, so it's because Prabhupada, because all of it is Prabhupada's pastime. Because Gurudev tells that even after whatever happened in ISKCON, it is still growing so much. So much it's growing. There was one researcher also who did research on different gurus about how much, the gurus have impacted in their time. So Prabhupada's one was highest. he concluded that the influence that Prabhupada has right now on the entire world is nothing what anyone else ever had. Gurudev tells also कि जीसस क्राइस्ट को इतने साल लग गए, मोहम्मद को इतने साल लग गए, बट स्टिल इतने डिसाइपल्स नहीं बने. बट प्रभुपाद इन द मैटर ऑफ 8 years, so many disciples, 10,000 Western dedicated initiated disciples, and daily so many disciples are getting made of Prabhupada. So it's not something ordinary. It cannot be something ordinary. It is so much evident how he is not any ordinary man. So we can see Gurudev tells that Prabhupada has expanded. So Prabhupada is expanding in all the projects that are there, all the societies that are there. ISKCON is Prabhupada only. Prabhupada says himself that ISKCON is my body. So KCS is Prabhupada, ISKCON is Prabhupada. All of it is Prabhupada only. That is why it is still, all of it is growing so much. So this very thing tells us that Prabhupada is so much here, because all the expansion is happening. So much expansion is happening. So like different pastimes of Prabhupada are always happening everywhere in our present scenario also. It is the pastime of Prabhupada only that we got our empowered Shiksha Guru also, His Grace Gauranga Sundar Das Gurudev. All pastimes of Prabhupada are beyond our any understanding. And even if we conduct the pastimes for a whole year, like it started at 4 a.m., it's already 11 a.m. right now, but even if pure saal chale, but still there will be less pastimes that we'll be able to discuss. There will be so much more that we don't even understand right now. So many pastimes are there. My favorite pastime is when one devotee, Yamuna Devi ji, came and told Prabhupada, I'm reading it out. Yamuna Devi came and she said, Swamiji, Janaki Devi wrote me this very nice letter where she had a dream that there was a gigantic platform above the surface of the earth. And all of our devotees, our god brothers and sisters, and you were assembled on this gigantic platform for Sankirtan. And we had such a thunderous joy, magnificent Kirtan, that the whole earth, when you said Jai Om Param Hamsa, the whole earth bowed down to you like this. And we were all crying, so happy. And you said, now my Guru Maharaj is satisfied. That was her dream. So then Prabhupada replies to her, thank you very much. Yes, thank you for your dreaming like that. It is very pleasing to me. Yes, I want to see like that. That dreaming is also nice. So this is from a room conversation that Prabhupada had in San Francisco. So Gurudev tells us that this dream, it's not just one person who had this dream. Many devotees have had similar dreams. So this was my favorite pastime of Prabhupada about this dream, and all glories to Srila Prabhupada. Samasti Guru Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Bhakti Devi Srila Prabhupada ki jai. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to His Grace Gauranga Sundar Das Gurudev. All glories to His Grace Gauranga Sundar Das Gurudev. All glories to His Grace Gauranga Sundar Das Gurudev. Thank you, Gurudev. Jai Srila Prabhupada. Jai His Grace Gauranga Sundar Das Gurudev.
Hare Krishna, Mata Maharaj, you can come.
Hare Krishna Mataji. Yes, Mataji. Hare Krishna Gurudev, Danvat Pranam, Jai Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna everyone. Jai Srila Prabhupada, Jai His Grace Gauranga Sundar Gurudev. We'll just start with Guru Puja, then the pastimes. Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Sadma Shri Guru Charana पद्मा केवल भगति सद्मा बंधु मुनि सावधान माते बंधु मुनि सावधान माते मुनि सावधान माते जहर प्रसादे भाई ए भवतोरिया जाए जहर प्रसादे भाई ए भवतोरिया जाए कृष्ण प्राप्ति हो रे होइते कृष्ण प्राप्ति हो रे होइते कृष्ण प्राप्ति हो रे होइते गुरुमुख पद्मावत्या चितते गौरीबो ऐक्या गुरुमुख पद्मावत्या चितते गौरीबो ऐक्या और ना गौरीरो माने आशा और ना गौरीरो माने आशा और ना गौरी माने आशा श्री गुरु चराने गति ऐसे उत्तमा गति श्री गुरु चराने गति ऐसे उत्तमा गति जय प्रसाद पूरे सर्व आशा जय प्रसाद पूरे सर्व आशा चक्षुदान दिलो जय जन्मे जन्मे प्रभु जय चक्षुदान दिलो जय जन्मे जन्मे प्रभु से दिव्य ज्ञान हृदय प्रकाशितो दिव्य ज्ञान हृदय प्रकाशितो प्रेम भक्ति जायते अविद्या विनाश जते प्रेम भक्ति जायते अविद्या विनाश जते वेदे गाय राचरितो वेदे गाय राचरितो श्री गुरु करुणा सिंधु पदमज नर बंधु श्री गुरु करुणा सिंधु पदमज नर बंधु प्रभुपाद करुणा सिंधु पदमज नर बंधु लोकनाथ लोकेरा दीवाना लोकनाथ लोकेरा दीवाना तेरा प्रभुपाद लोकेरा दीवाना तेरा प्रभुपाद लोकेरा दीवाना प्रभु करो दया देहो मोरे पद छाया प्रभु करो दया देहो मोरे पद छाया प्रभुपाद करो दया देहो मोरे पद छाया तेरे यश गुष्टे रोहाना रे हसगु सुते रोवाना रे हसगु सुते रोवाना श्रीला प्रभुपाद पतिता पावना श्रीला प्रभुपाद पतिता पावना श्रीला प्रभुपाद लोहिलो शराना जय गुरुदेव लोहिलो शराना जय प्रभुपदा 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 जय प्रभुपद प्रभुपाद 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 जय जय प्रभुपाद जय जय प्रभुपाद प्रभुपाद Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Gurudev 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev Jaya Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Jaya Hari Bol Jaya Hari Bol Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur, Hari Bol. जय ओम विष्णुपाद परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य श्रीशोत्र क्षेत्र श्री श्रीमती श्रीवांगे सभय चन्ना भक्ति वेदांत स्वामी श्री प्रभुपाद की जय. So Hare Krishna everyone, Jai Srila Prabhupada, Jai His Grace Gauranga Sundar Gurudev. So we are gonna discuss Srila Prabhupada pastimes, and that's the most blissful thing which I feel personally. I enjoy more reading Srila Prabhupada pastimes more than Krishna's pastimes or anything else. Discussing and reading Srila Prabhupada pastimes, they are full of bliss, full of philosophy, full of learning, and it gives lots of encouragement, lots of strength, lots of humility to progress ahead in spiritual life. And that's the glories of a pure devotee's pastimes. And just like we sing in the Guru Puja, Ebe Yasha Gushuk Tribhuvana. And that's what our goal is, that Ebe Yash Goshuk Tribhuvan. Srila Prabhupada is the most glorious personality in the three worlds. His glories are expanded all over the three worlds. And we have to become instrument in expanding that glories to every town and village. So, and not only the pastimes which we have heard from Srila Prabhupada disciples and everywhere else, but in our personal lives also, Srila Prabhupada, many of the times, he make his divine interventions in our personal life, and he make us realize that he is present, he is always present, he is looking at us, he is taking care of us, and that's the most amazing thing in our lives. So there are many amazing pastimes, and it is unlimited. I will just try to speak whatever is in my knowledge till now. So, and among all the pastimes of Srila Prabhupada, the most blissful ones and the ones I enjoy is especially the argument pastimes, where Srila Prabhupada used to had different arguments with different kinds of people. And the kind of reply Srila Prabhupada used to give each one of them is the most attractive thing, because Srila Prabhupada just like when we are preaching, then we speak what we have learned and we know. But Srila Prabhupada also knew the heart of the other person. And when Srila Prabhupada used to speak anything or give any reply in an argument, it just used to hit the core of the heart of the other person, and he used to become devotee. And many of such pastimes I have read, just like one of the pastimes I know, that once Srila Prabhupada was giving a lecture, and there was kirtan. After every Prabhupada lecture or before, they used to do around half a kirtan. So, and Prabhupada also spoke on the glories of the kirtan. So, someone from the audience, he was a kind of person who knew little bit Shastra, and he was very egoistic. So he stood up and he said to Srila Prabhupada, he started to speak that many different quotes from Shastras, that why Kirtan is not important. He started to speak, this quote, that quote, this Shastra, that Shastra. And he was quoting different shlokas from different scriptures, that why Kirtan is not important. He think that by that he will conquer over what Srila Prabhupada said. So as usual, Srila Prabhupada didn't say a word. Srila Prabhupada kept listening, and he waited for the person to finish. And then as soon as that person finished, Srila Prabhupada started to speak, Srila Prabhupada looked at his eyes and Srila Prabhupada questioned, "So, are you finished?" Just Srila Prabhupada asked this, "Are you finished?" And then the man said yes. And then Srila Prabhupada started quoting his shlokas from different shastras on Harinam, this sloka, that sloka, cutting, just hammering. Srila Prabhupada just hammered that person so much, cutting each and every argument he gave from the Shastra. And Srila Prabhupada was just quoting shloka one after another, like anything. And by that shloka, Srila Prabhupada hammered him so much that when Srila Prabhupada stopped, that person asked that, "Oh, okay, so when are we having Kirtan?" Srila Prabhupada, "Let's do Kirtan." So it was shocking for everyone in the audience that a person 5 minutes ago who was speaking against the Kirtan, after 5 minutes, now he's asking Srila Prabhupada, "Oh, let's do Kirtan only. I accept whatever you are saying." So Srila Prabhupada's, no one could defeat him in the argument. And it's humility also, just like one of the time we all knew that Srila Prabhupada was giving lecture in a very big assembly. And Srila Prabhupada was sitting on a very big Vyasasan, his disciples made for him. And Srila Prabhupada was giving lecture. So after the lecture, when there was the time of question and answer, when there was Q&A time, so one person from the audience stood up and he asked Srila Prabhupada that, "Oh, you are saying Srila," because in the lecture Prabhupada said there are 4 classes of men. There are 4 classes of men. So Srila Prabhupada was talking about Varnashram. So this person, he stood up in the public and he said to Srila Prabhupada, he started shouting that, "You are saying that, oh, we all are 4th class men and you are the 1st-class men sitting on such a big Vyasasan." So Srila Prabhupada, in his humility, Srila Prabhupada said, No, I am 5th-class man." Srila Prabhupada, who is Jagat Guru Acharya, and he is saying, sitting on the Vyasasana, No, I am 5th-class man, in his humility. And then when Srila Prabhupada said, "I am the 5th-class man, I am the servant of all the other 4 classes. I have to give them Krishna consciousness." And that's the humility of Srila Prabhupada, that's the humility of pure devotee. And that changed the heart of the person who asks question. That, oh, he's speaking something real. He's not speaking anything in ego or something like that. So many such arguments Srila Prabhupada had. And many of them were funny, many of them were serious. And Srila Prabhupada tackled each one with different temperament. And just like I was hearing from Brahmanand Prabhu, one of the first disciples of Prabhupada. So it was a funny one. And there was a person who was a neighbor of ISKCON temple. And he used to regularly come to see Prabhupada. And every time he used to come to see Prabhupada, he used to stress, "Oh, you people, you don't take care of the body much. You are so weak and you don't eat properly and all these things. And what is the use of doing bhakti? You should focus on making a body strong. You should become strong." Just like the Ramakrishna mission, and people say that, "Oh, you should become strong, play football, make body. What is the use of bhakti? Become strong, you will be spiritually advanced." So he used to come like this once, twice, thrice. Many times he came, and many times Srila Prabhupada told him why we should focus on bhakti and everything, why not body. And it continued. Many times he came, but he never got satisfied. So what happened? Then after few days, he again came with the same argument to Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada was walking on the street. Brahmanand Prabhu was walking, who was very fat and tall, very strong personality. He was walking on the left of Prabhupada, and this person was walking on the right. Again, this person, he said to Prabhupada that, "Oh, you people you should focus, you should be strong, you should eat nicely, all these things." Then Prabhupada got angry. Prabhupada just said to Brahmanand Prabhu, Prabhupada just looked at Brahmanand Prabhu, and then Prabhupada said to this person, "You are seeing this Brahmanand, he is my disciple, he can kill you now." And oh my God, that person got in such a big shock. What Prabhupada is saying? Prabhupada said, "He can kill you now. You want to see our strength? He can kill you now." He was so hat and all, that person got so much frightened. He said, "Oh no, I understood." So it was a very funny pastime. And Brahmanand Prabhu said, I was getting ready if Srila Prabhupada ordered me to kill him. So, and very nice pastime. And one, just like we see that nowadays, I was seeing in the news reporter, there was one Shankaracharya, he was getting angry because the reporter, she was not calling him Maharaj and all. He wanted respect from the reporter. But saw Srila Prabhupada for preaching in his humility. He was so humble. I was seeing one video of Srila Prabhupada, and in that video, because the reporter has come, and these reporters, they are generally jealous of Srila Prabhupada, that why he should sit on so much big Vyasasana and all. So for that reporter, because that reporter would be jealous, Srila Prabhupada left his own Vyasasana, and Srila Prabhupada came and sat on the ground on the same level as reporter, and then reporter started asking questions. So Srila Prabhupada was not a kind of personality who would uh, like ask respect for himself in the front, but he will command because of his personality, transcendental personality and qualities. He commanded respect. People respected it from heart. It was never forceful. Just by seeing him and just by associating with him, people respected him and people glorified him. And that's because of his qualities, that because of his activities. And personally, I've seen, even by Prabhupada mercy, now we are in Vrindavan. Even in Vrindavan, I have seen how much people respect Prabhupada. They don't, even if they don't respect ISKCON, even if they don't respect ISKCON devotees, or I'm talking about the Brajvasis. But the sure thing is that they respect Prabhupada. So just few days back only, around 25 days back, I went to Nandgaon in a function. There was a function in Nandgaon. I went there, and I met a Brajvasi there. That Brajvasi used to live in Vrindavan near Radha Damodar temple. His house is in Vrindavan near Radha Damodar temple. So that Brajvasi, he saw me that I am a Prabhupada follower. So he called me. Then he said, you know that my grandfather, I live in near Radha Damodar, and my grandfather, he was a good friend of Prabhupada. He used to, many times he saw Prabhupada personally. So I got very happy. I said, oh wow, such a nice person, nice family. So, and then he said me that, oh, Prabhupada, he is the best personality in the three worlds. There was no personality like Prabhupada. There can be no devotee like Prabhupada. There was never like a devotee like Prabhupada, and there will never be any devotee like Prabhupada. That Brajvasi was saying me these glories of Prabhupada, and I got so much happy. And then he kept speaking about Prabhupada. He said, today's he was I didn't told him anything. He's saying me today's ISKCON has deviated so much. They have got into name, fame, and all those things. But Prabhupada is the most glorious personality. Prabhupada was not like this. ISKCON may have deviated. He said hundreds of ISKCON can come from Srila Prabhupada. ISKCON has came from Srila Prabhupada. Prabhupada has not come from ISKCON. He told me this statement, and I really got goosebumps. He told me ISKCON has come from Srila Prabhupada. Prabhupada has not come from ISKCON. Hundreds of ISKCON can come from Srila Prabhupada. And Prabhupada was such a glorious personality. Those Brajvasi said we have personally seen, our grandfather have personally seen what kind of pure devotee Srila Prabhupada was. So this is a pure devotee. Everyone, just like Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, everyone respects him. Brajvasis, they may not respect ISKCON, they may not respect ISKCON devotees or anyone, they may not respect us, but they respect Prabhupada so much, they glorify Prabhupada so much. And that's the everywhere wherever Prabhupada has go, because of his qualities, because of his transcendental activities, Prabhupada is always glorious everywhere, and everyone glorify him like anything. And that's what we see anywhere we are going. They're saying from front that how much glorious Prabhupada is. And that's that amazing. While preaching also, while meeting people also, they say that, oh, so many people we have met, they say that, oh, we were reading Bhagavad Gita, we have read so many books, we have read so many things, but nothing felt anything real, nothing substantial was there. But when we read Prabhupada book, oh my god, we just we just went nirvana. We just got mad of how this is the absolute truth and everything, and people, they are just glorifying Prabhupada. So that's the glories of Prabhupada. You don't need anyone to force Prabhupada to glorify him or to know his glories. Just anyone comes in association of Prabhupada, just by the seeing of the activities of Prabhupada, the person's heart, his heart will start glorifying Srila Prabhupada in the greatest extent. And that's what I've personally experienced by meeting so many people glorifying Prabhupada. And there was, talking about arguments, there was one very nice argument Srila Prabhupada had. One devotee, not devotee, a normal person came in America and outside India somewhere, and Prabhupada was standing. So he came to Prabhupada and he said, Prabhupada, why we have to serve God so much? Why you always say we are servants of God? Why we have to be always menial servant of God? Why we have to be servant? So where Prabhupada was standing, below, beside that, there was a picture of Yashoda Maiya and Krishna. Yashoda Maiya took stick in the hand and she was running behind Krishna, and Krishna was crying and running by the fear of Yashoda Maiya. So Prabhupada said, do you see this picture? He said, yes. So can you tell me who is God in that picture? And the man got completely confused. Oh my God, who is God in this picture? We say Krishna is God, but Krishna is crying and running. And Yashoda Maiya, who is devotee, he is running with stick behind Krishna. So he got so much confused. Oh my God, who is God? Then Prabhupada said, this is Krishna consciousness. This here, you by seeing this picture, you cannot even tell who is God. So that's what serving Krishna is. But by serving Krishna, you become so much intimate that Krishna runs when you from your fear and you control Krishna. Oh, then that man got convinced. Oh, yes, Krishna consciousness is perfect. That Srila Prabhupada had answer, perfect answer to any argument, any question someone asked. And it just used to hit their heart. And it was just amazing. And one more time I remember in an argument, a man came and man started to speak so many nonsense. Started to speak, Prabhupada gave lecture and he stand up and he started, oh, this God, I am God, I am God, I am God, like that. And he started to speak that, oh, I am God. Prabhupada didn't say anything. Prabhupada waited for him to end. He end. And then Prabhupada said, you are not God, you are dog. And there was a complete pin drop silence everywhere in the audience. And that man immediately, his all ego, which was like completely puffed up, went away like anything, blasted out, busted out. And then he sat down and they started Kirtan. So Prabhupada had perfect answers for everything. No one could come in the three world who could challenge or defeat Prabhupada. No one had that strength practically. And there were so many, Srila Prabhupada possessed so many more great qualities. Just like Srila Prabhupada used to appreciate seva of everyone so much. So much. Even the small sevas, Srila Prabhupada used to appreciate so much that we can't imagine. I was reading one pastime of Prabhupada. So this pastime was of one devotee, Mataji, she was telling. So there was a temple outside India, and Prabhupada was going to arrive there next morning. So everyone knew spread of Prabhupada is coming our temple tomorrow. Everyone was having different sevas. So this Mataji was thinking, what seva can I do for Prabhupada? So this Mataji and her husband both didn't had any seva yet. So the temple president came running to them and they asked, this is Tulsi Maharani, Tulsi pot, and we need to make skirt for Tulsi Maharani. We need to make the skirt for Tulsi Maharani. Can you please make? So both the couple, Mataji and Prabhuji, devotee husband and wife, they never made a stitch any cloth. But still, because they were getting service for Prabhupada, they agreed, oh yes, we will make skirt for Tulsi Maharani. So the whole night they were wake up and they were trying to sew a skirt for Tulsi Maharani somehow with imperfections they were doing for the first time. They tried their best. So somehow they tried it and they made skirt for Tulsi Maharani, but it was not up to the standard. It was somehow so, like it was somewhere up and down, not perfect. So they got so much depressed and tensed. What to do now? And then temple president also got angry on them. Oh, what have you done? I gave you making skirt for Tulsi Maharani. Prabhupada is gonna come. Prabhupada will see what will he say. And all these things he started to say. And they started crying. What will happen? We made blunder. Prabhupada is gonna come. We couldn't serve him properly. All these things happened. And then Prabhupada came in the temple. You won't imagine what happened. Everyone did so many big seva for Prabhupada. Someone did that, someone cooked everything, everyone did deity worship, all these things. But the first thing Prabhupada came in the temple and he told, "Oh wow, so amazing Tulsi skirt. Who made this? It's so amazing, so beautiful." And everyone got shocked. And then temple president called that Mataji and Prabhuji in front. And then Prabhupada said, "Oh, very nice. You have did it very nice. I'm very pleased." And both that Mataji and Prabhuji, they started crying like anything because seeing Prabhupada's mercy. Everyone in the temple, they did so many big sevas and everything. And they also wanted to do seva, some seva from heart. Not just to show, but from heart they wanted to do seva. They got a seva, they couldn't do perfectly. They did so many mistakes. But the first seva Prabhupada noticed after coming temple is their seva. Even though it was not done perfectly, but Prabhupada knew the heart of the person who is doing seva. And just like Krishna is Bhavgrahi Janardana, Prabhupada is that Bhavgrahi. And Prabhupada took their bhav, which they made with that consciousness for pleasing Prabhupada. And Prabhupada took that and Prabhupada became so happy. And so always Prabhupada used to notice even smallest of the sevas. Prabhupada never said in this seva is small, that seva is big. Prabhupada used to never differentiate between any sevas. Prabhupada used to glorify all sevas and everything. And Prabhupada used to never, like, once I remember in Juhu, in the Juhu temple, one important meeting was going on. So all the GBCs and all the sannyasis and Prabhupada, everyone was sitting in the Prabhupada's quarter. So important meeting was going on, but there was a service or there was a duty of a person to clean the room of Prabhupada during at that time in the afternoon. So at that time meeting was going on and that time came. Usually what was the time of persons cleaning the room? Prabhupada's quarter in Jew, that time came. And then Prabhupada, he said, the person to clean the room, he came. So Prabhupada stopped the meeting in the between. Prabhupada asked all the GBCs and sannyasis to get up and go out of the room. And everyone got shocked. Prabhupada, what happened? So important meeting is going on. Prabhupada said, now it is a time for that person. It's his service to mop the floor here. Let him do. Now it's his authority. Now it's his authority in time. We cannot override his authority now of the janitor. Let him do. Then after he cleans up, we will continue the meeting. So this was Srila Prabhupada. He never minimized anyone's position. He never overrides anyone's authority. He won everyone by love. He won everyone by his love, by his compassion, by his mercy. He never forced anyone to do anything. But everyone became like so much indebted to Srila Prabhupada that they were doing out of their pure love for Srila Prabhupada. And that's why Prabhupada's disciple and everyone, they were so successful because of their love for Srila Prabhupada, their reciprocation with Srila Prabhupada. Because when they used to serve Srila Prabhupada with so much sincerity, and no matter it's big seva or small, but just by reading all this Leela, I see that even the smallest of the sevas, when if it's cooking, it's anything, it's cleaning temple, anything, they used to do so much. Why they used to do? They used to do out of love for Prabhupada. Oh, this is Prabhupada's temple. Prabhupada wanted to be clean. We should clean it. Oh, this is Prabhupada's deities, Radha Krishna. We should make it. Prabhupada will be happy. Oh, this is Prabhupada's wish to do this. Their center was Prabhupada, everything. Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Prabhupada. Prabhupada want this should be done. Prabhupada want that should be done. No questions asked, no second thought. As soon as they know that, oh, Prabhupada said this, we have to do it. No second opinion, no second question. And that's why all his disciples, they were so successful, because of their so deep love and respect for Srila Prabhupada. And it was never one-sided. The love they gave to Srila Prabhupada gave double love, hundreds of times more love to them, reciprocated to them. And it's so much that till date, when we hear them, they are still crying because they are so much indebted to Srila Prabhupada. So many, where we have seen that even Srila Prabhupada noticed smallest of the sevas. And one more pastime I was reading a few days back.